Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto, que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla. Súbela toda que me va a alterar la nota, nada más di que no te suena que esa patilla explota. Me gustan los culones y tú la tienes grandota. Ahora hay que ver si como lo mueve choca. Ando con eso y pago cash, siempre con 100,000 encima. Prea tu coro, dale mami si te anima, que voy a estar haciendo tiempo con los tigres en la esquina. Tú me tiras y te recojo como los gantes caminan. Afina, yo el mejor postor en la escena. Yo sé que tú nada más le entregas el que te patrocina. Pero tranquila, tranquila, tranquila, que tú tanto yo te pongo hasta propina. Pero tranquila, tranquila, tranquila, que tú tanto yo te pongo hasta propina. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
I get it, you don't wanna see me. I get it, you don't wanna see me. Nowadays I don't really wanna be me. It's safe to say I've been bleeding. I see your face when I'm sleeping. I've typed 100 texts before deleting, but I get it, you don't wanna see me. No, I totally get it, you don't wanna see me, but I really, really, really, really, really, really need you. Fuck, I really, really, really, really, really, really need you. But it's okay, it's just another day. Walking through the town and I'm hearing your name. It's like, but it's okay, it's just another day. By the way, I just drove by your place. Lights in my face, I don't wanna taste. I just wanna go back to that place. Lights they hit my face, and I see your face. I need to escape, it's way too late. I'm done in a way, I just need a break, cool. I just need to change your way. Yeah, and I'm not away, and I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. If I gotta wait for you, babe. Another way if I gotta wait for you. Another way if I gotta wait for you, babe. 3 bodies in a room, I wanna see what they do. Okay. Oh God, I'm into you. Look around the room, I want a view. Yes, get fast, I just went to the range. She like how the rap star tastes. So I put gemstones in her face. I'm moving at a different pace. You should do that, and she meant it. If I had a couple racks, I would've thought it's better. Shaking that body for the lights. Shaking that body for the night. I don't see your body tonight. I don't see your body tonight. Give her that dick so we don't fight. Give her that dick so we don't fight. I'm right. Lights in my face, I don't wanna taste. I just wanna go back to that place. Lights they hit my face, and I see your face. I need to escape, it's way too late. I'm done in a way, I just need a break, cool. I just need to change your way. Yeah, and I'm not away, and I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. Now I'm not away if I gotta wait for you, babe. I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. Now I'm not away if I gotta wait for you, babe. I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. Now I'm not away if I gotta wait for you, babe. I'm not away if I gotta wait for you. I'll wait for you, babe.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Quema, quema, quema, quema. Así te quema, quema, quema, quema. Quema, quema, quema, quema. Así te quema, quema, quema, quema. Quema, quema, quema, quema. Así te quema, quema, quema, quema. Quema, quema, quema, quema. Así te quema, quema, quema, quema. quema. Dime si tú quema, quema, quema, quema. Papi, tú andas en fuego, quema, quema. Papi, tú andas en fuego, quema, quema. Ay, me tienes pensando, papi, te llevo rato analizando. Ay, me tienes pensando, te leo ya tu mirada me está quemando. Que quema, quema, quema, quema. Dime si tú quema, quema, quema, quema. Que quema, quema, quema, quema. Dime si tú quema, quema, quema, quema. Que quema, quema, quema, quema. Dime si tú quema, quema, quema, quema. Que quema, quema, quema, quema. Dime si tú quema, quema, quema, quema, quema, quema. Dime qué es lo que pasa, bebé, vente pa' mi casa. Yo te espero sin nada. Dime qué es lo que pasa, yo quiero desacatarme contigo, papi. Perder el control contigo, papi. Dime, dime, yo te digo, papi. Ay, papi, ay, papi, papi. Ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, digo, papi, papi. Ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, papi, ay, digo, papi.
Calentando This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Strap on those bloody life jackets because it's sink or swim here at Masters Santiago. 4 teams have their playoff lives on the line, and I, personally, cannot wait to see who's going to stay afloat in the lower bracket. I'm Uber, and my question to you, Mimi and Kukuka, what's your go-to flotation device when those surging tides get too high?
Just swim. That's what I hope the teams do today. Just lock in and swim, buddy. You don't need a life jacket.
I like what I had when I was a baby. It's like an egg that you're strapped to your back, and that's how I at least learned to swim. So I'll go for that one because you don't really have to do anything. Well, be a baby and just that thing floats for you.
At least that works indefinitely.
nice. Yeah.
I personally couldn't swim indefinitely. I don't know if any of these teams can either.
Oh, I certainly couldn't, but I
thought that being
hope
Australian,
they
you
can.
kind of had to know how to swim. I'm sorry, I don't know what that says about
we
me.
have a big land mass. We just stand on solid ground. Are you a VCT knower, though? Don't forget to get involved with some live predictions over the course of this weekend event using Shot Call on the stream. It's a fantastic little addition we have to the stream. You might even win something, so keep an eye out for that. Get on their Twitch extension and make your predictions known here up until March 15 for the rest of this event. Let's now turn our attention and set the stage here. Let's have a look at our bracket as it stands here at Masters Santiago, because we are getting to the pointy end of things. We have our upper final locked in. That's going to be happening later on this week. But we need to look to the lower bracket because, again, there are 2 teams that will be bowing out of the competition today.
Yeah, and expectations I think are a little bit different, but just bear in mind, both PRX and G2 played yesterday. Also, the stakes were having that break and going into playing in a couple of days or facing an elimination today. So stakes are different.
It's cool matchups because it's 2 teams that have been mainstays of this stage of VCT international tournaments, G2 and PRX. And then it's 2 teams that are completely new, complete rookie rosters who have an opportunity here to beat out one of those greats and make top 4 at their first ever event.
Yeah, if it wasn't already clear, of course it is going to be G2 versus BBL in our first game, and then PRX and all the gamers after the fact. I don't really have any idea of how these games are going to go, and I think if you think you do, you're delusional. So it does feel appropriate then to kick off our show with a bit of blind ranking. In this game, we're going to rank the performances of our players without knowing who is coming next. I assume, Kukuka, Mimi, you're familiar with this format?
Yes, we are. A lot of typing.
Nervous about it. It always goes poorly, but let's see what you got.
All right, blind rankings. Let's jump in and start with our first player that we need to decide where they go. And that first player is none other than Forsaken.
1 or 2.
1 or 2
1
is
or
a
2.
tough question. I would put him 2 and leave room.
Leave room for what?
I'm trying to think for players. I could argue putting Amada above now in that upper bracket. That's the first player that comes to mind for me. But his flexibility, it's so tough.
Yeah,
I leave it to you.
I think that Forsaken in groups, 1. Forsaken here, 2. So, not 1. I say 1. I say 1. I was saying it out loud and I changed my mind.
We are starting blind rankings and we've already taken up the #1 spot. You're going to regret this
he was
so
MVP
much.
for a reason. Might get it again. Why not?
Forsaken has been locked in at #1. Okay, gang, that's fine. Let's move on to our next player here. They are Lovers Rock.
Lovers Rock. Okay, he's excellent, but we cannot overrate him. I don't think. I think there is a lot of players, not a lot, but there are a few players that I would put higher than him.
3, 4?
I'm thinking like 4 to leave space. You know, he's a rookie. He kind of underperformed in the last match as well. I'm going to say 4.
Does he get any bonus for this out-of-the-world mewing performance he's putting on with this photo?
I would say that actually knocks him down, if anything.
I would put him in 3.5, but if you were, 4.
Okay, 4 it is.
I'm okay with living space because we're already locked in #1.
We're going to round up. That's fine. We got 2 players locked in. Our third player will be, you guessed it, it's your boy Mada.
#2. He's absolutely excellent. MVP of Champions in Paris. He's been playing great here.
That was Brock.
Oh my God,
But
in my mind, he was.
Okay, that was
You're right.
That's fair. That's fair.
How
That's
did
fair.
I think? Because he was excellent all of that tournament and here as well.
And I'm thinking. No, I'm thinking 3 because what if we get Dambi?
Dambi.
What if we get
Dambi's
Dambi?
3. Dambi's
No, I say Mother 3.
Dambi's peak is higher, but he is less tested. We've only seen a
True.
few games out of him. Mata's
Yeah,
done
but
it
this
at
is-
two
that
is
internationals.
But this is
and he's
just
in the top
this
three.
tournament. I think it's a disservice to not save a potential spot for Dambi because, as you said, first time in an international and a global event, and
We can say it's close.
gotta lock it in.
I feel strongly Dambi 2. If you want to break the tie match, or sorry, Dambi 3 rather.
You want to put Mata? I mean, that's what you want to put Mata at 2.
I do.
All right, fine. I take my finger off the telestrator, so that's
it's
the way it
locked
is.
in.
Next player. Oh, this is a my goodness, this is a spicy one. It's your boy. He got the dog in him. It's Jaw.
I think we put him 5.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
5.
I think that he's been having a lot of up and downs with the current meta and the things that we're seeing. I think that he's been tested a lot because of the ages that he's been playing. I think that he's brilliant in things like the Phoenix and whatnot,
Sure.
and has been having great performances in how G2 is adapting to everything that's coming to them. But again, if Dambi is here, just in case he is, we have
I
to
love
save his spot.
You guys are so funny. You
Yes.
are like preparing for the potential of.
If I was drafting a team, I would pick Jaw above Lovers Rock. But if I was reflecting on current form and performance this tournament, I would put Lovers Rock above Jaw. So I'm reasonably happy with that.
So here's our final player that you guys would have seeded, and somehow you've guessed it because he is all the rage right now. It is Dambi, and I assume we're okay with number 3.
Yeah?
I would have still put it at 2, but I am not terribly mad at this.
Yeah, I feel
Mad at
super close between Dambi, Mata, and Forsaken for those top 3 spots.
Are you seriously
Do
think
you-
that not giving Dambi the second is like...
Do you guys think that Forsaken at number 1 is reasonable now that we have this whole ranking?
I do think so. If I'm approaching this as like drafting players, he's just so flexible. Everyone else in that top 3, everyone else in the rankings period was a duelist player who is in positions to frag. Forsaken is playing every different role. He's IGLing for his team, and he's still the most impactful individual on PRX. There's no one else like him at this tournament. To me, it's an easy number 1 for Forsaken.
There you have it. There's our blind rankings of your favorite players. Who do you guys think deserves to be in this ranking, or do you agree with ours? Hashtag Masters, Valorant Masters over on social media. Let us know what you think. For now, though, we're going to head down to Valina on the floor, who's out there with the fans.
Hi guys, welcome to our day 10 of Masters Santiago, and I'm gonna go really quick asking everyone what are their predictions for this first match. Rápido, BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2, G2.
BBL o G2.
Billy, Billy.
BBL.
BBL.
Yes. BBL o G2.
BBL.
BBL o G2.
El Valorant, pero G2.
BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2 siempre.
BBL o G2. Sí. Sí. Sí. Yes. BBL or G2. Yes. BBL o G2.
¿Cómo?
BBL o G2.
Sí.
Sí. Sí. Yes. Okay. BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2.
G2.
BBL o G2. BBL o G2.
G2.
You heard it here, guys. Let's see what's gonna happen in that first match. So back to you.
I mean, jokes aside, this is generally a very compelling matchup, and I would love to hear what you guys all think at home as well. Not only with the hashtag Valorant Masters, but the QR code on the screen will take you to our Mastercard fan poll. We want to know which region you're rooting for. EMEA, Pacific, China, or Americas?
Is C an option? I would vote C.
Yeah, it's
C.
not.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
C as in
Oh,
C? I thought you meant
C.
C as in the letter C.
I was like, option C,
C.
we have one
Yeah,
of those. No, I
C.
follow it, yeah. I mean, to be fair, people are being put under pressure down there on the floor in terms of giving their predictions. I think they did a great job. So shout out to you guys. The other people I want to shout out, some of BBL's individuals in their match against Furia. They really stepped up. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts of what to expect in this matchup, and BBL kind of dominated up against America's #1 seed.
Yeah, we've been talking about the individuals, and there is no weak link in terms of firepower for this BBL roster. At the end of the day, it is a full Turkish roster. We are very used to this in EMEA, but seeing it here in the global stage is a different thing. Loita stepping up, Rock bouncing back in so many of these matches, Lovers Rock in the impression that he's causing with the confidence that he has.
In both the matches that went to map 3 that BBL have played at this tournament, I think it's inarguable that they let it slip. Had some rounds where they made mistakes, and it ended up going to overtime. But what impressed me in both those games is how quickly they reset and found new creative ideas in overtime, and how much the individuals stepped up in those positions to, versus Furia, close out and avoid elimination.
Yeah, we were seeing the stats there from Kreven, and I think that was one of the reasons why Furia was put in such an uncomfortable position. We have been talking about how the Cypher, you know, is very used for them because they use it almost everywhere, and how we expected some teams to be ready to battle against the utility, to find him when he goes on those lurks, but he was finding so much success, probably granted them the victory.
It felt like you'd really strong side, you know, one half of the map on Abyss or on Haven, for example, and have like the Cypher just really locked down C-Long Haven, and Kreven's lurk timings when he had to get involved in the fights were really heads up. It felt like Furia always felt like they were under a bit of a clock. But something that definitely stood out to me was that Lovers Rock has been one of the most confident players I've ever seen in Valorant. The way he speaks, the way he talks about his expectations for the game, and I'm quite sure his conversation here with Jen Lee was no exception. But let's listen in.
Jen here with BBL's Lovers Rock. Now, Lovers Rock G2 are a very structured team with strong macro. You guys thrive in fights. So is your plan to break them with firepower today?
G2 gerçekten makrosu çok kuvvetli bir takım. Sizse biraz daha böyle savaşlarda, kapışmalarda öne çıkıyorsunuz. Biraz daha firepower'la, aim'inizle mi onları geçmeyi planlıyorsunuz bugün?
Öyle bir planımız yok ve bu soruyu cidden çok komik buldum. Ve böyle düşünen kişiyi ve bu soruyu yazan kişiyi cidden ne yaşadığını merak ediyorum. Bizim sadece firepower'dan oluşuyor olduğumuzu düşünmesi daha da komik. Ve bugün onlar iyi bir makroya sahip, biz de iyi bir makroya sahibiz. Bugün güzel bir maç olacak iki taraf için de. Ama sonunda umarım bizim kazanacağımız bir maç olacak.
I think that is a funny question. I definitely wouldn't say that we're just a firepower team. I think it's not even a logical question, to be honest. I think they have a strong macro, we have a strong macro, and at the end, I hope that it'll be a close match in which we will win.
Okay, thank you so much. And BBL better than NA?
Yeah.
Indeed.
The confidence is there, and Lovers Rock is talking some.
I love Jen.
Yeah, he's so sick. But he's talking about the fact that he feels they're not just a firepower team, but that they're also a very smart team. And I have a telestrator to break down some of that, in particular focusing on their defense side of macro and how they play around the Cypher choice that has become very unusual in this tournament. After his nerfs, if you've forgotten, Cypher is an agent who provides information, even though the trips don't really do a ton to stall out hits anymore. So I want to take a look at some of their rounds on defense the last time they played Breeze into Furia, and the value these trips are getting with their double duelist composition. If you look at this round, Furia is all grouped up here towards A lobby. They're looking to just do a pretty quick hit in this direction. And while there's only 2 players on A, the beauty of BBL's comp is that they have so many players who can almost immediately react and rotate. And what the Cypher allows is that you can over-rotate without the risk of giving up space. So let's look back at the minimap in this round. The Neon is playing over towards the AB link and is able to float to quickly rotate in A, quickly rotate over towards C, or just stay B if a hit comes in there. We also have our Yoru player posted towards long, Lovers Rock, watching this angle, but he's essentially in 2 places at once because he'll be able to pop onto that gate crash, go over to the A side almost instantly. So, as soon as this hit starts to come in for Furia, you'll notice BBL start this round with 2 players on site. Loida up on an off angle, and immediately they lose a player. But let me pause here. Remember, we started with 2, and look who's here already. Running into the site is the Neon of Larock. Up towards Heaven is that Yoru from Lovers Rock. They are so fast to react, and they are so good in these big team fights. When they are in these brawls, they're almost always successful. You see it here, swinging together towards long, getting the pick. They clean up this round. It's scary that they can do that because in a lot of circumstances you see they're over-rotating. Okay, we want to lurk in. But a problem is always those trips, which means quickly rotates will come back the other way. Let's say you want to break those trips. Great idea, right? This is the very next round in that same game. And as I fast forward a little on the minimap, I want you to watch in Garage. This time, it's only a solo Sova towards this A site, and instead is this Yoru posted in Garage, holding down with the operator, essentially defending this trip. G2, or rather Furia, is going to go for a play here into mid to attempt to get space in Garage. They really want to break this utility, default around, force that over rotation, and then execute. But the second that they swing into this operator, you'll see that Lovers Rock gets that pick, defends the tripwire, and puts his team at an advantage. You need to break these strips and deal with this utility. However, BBL is a team that is so good at varying their defense, masking where their duelist players are behind that utility, and being hyper-mobile in how they call on that side.
And you also should know that they love this dry picks. They also love to be in these positions. But I also love, Mimi, how the 2 rounds that you picked and how the players move around also highlight something that we were touching up upon, and it's the fact that Kevin is such a good supportive teammate. With all that utility, also gives them that freedom. If the TP from Euro goes out, it doesn't matter, because if he hits the shot, he also has the trip to prevent the push from the other team. So it's great to see that this is the macro that they bring
And I
into
just,
the tournament.
after seeing that, I feel like I have to agree with Lovers Rock, and they're not just a, a firepower-based team.
For
They've
sure.
got this
Absolutely.
really elegant macro that seems to put them in great positions in so many of these games. Now, after an up-and-down series against NRG, LaRock had a statement game against Furia, and now apparently he's going up against one of his idols. Kukuka, what's the tea or what's the lore behind this LaRock story?
So I bumped into Baby in backstage, and I was like, oh, what is it if you play against BBL? And he told me that they were doing the jersey swap in the hotel with LaRock, and LaRock told him that back when Baby Bay was in FaZe, he used to watch him. He used to steal a lot of the things that he did, and he really looked up to him. So when we speak about the youngsters here in the tournament, LaRock is not the youngest, but is the second youngest after X-Ross, and Baby Bay is the oldest player that we have here at the tournament. So it's so cool to see that the respect is actually coming both ways. LaRock respects him as a figure and looked up to him, and Baby Bay has to pay a lot of respect to the youngster.
In that game against Furia, it was also Lovers Rock, the other duelist for BBL, who had a bit of a rougher game. And I was so impressed with how LaRock stepped up, was getting a ton of kills on the entry for his squad, was so confident even in this super high pressure match that went all the way to overtime. He's been incredible for this BBL roster, and now an opportunity to play against his idol and try and beat him. You know that would mean the world for him to get to do that today.
And I expect him to still be getting up on his feet, still talking plenty of trash, because that definitely seems to be a part of the identity of this BBL team. We know G2 love a bit of banter themselves. But speaking of LaRock, here he is in our HyperX player moment with some more reflections on BBL's loss to G2.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben BBL Esports'tan LaRock. Yani üzgünüm açıkçası, çünkü gerçekten normal bir günde olsaydık gerçekten kazanabileceğimiz bir maçtı. Ama gerçekten onlar da kötü oynasa da biz daha kötü oynadığımız için kazandılar. Üzgünüm yani. Pasifik zamanında PRX'a karşı oynarken de böyleydi. Onlar da eski şampiyondu TR liginde. Biz de o zamanlar yeni gelmiştik playoff'a. İlk defa playoff oynuyorduk ve o maç da 18-16 bitmişti ama kazanmıştık. Bu sefer kazanamadık ama o tarz bir maçtı.
Koala noob again. That's brilliant from the man of steel. Holding this together. 3 left for BBL, but LaRock is a problem. Straight up middle turns around.
Enerjiye karşı oynadığımız maçta bizde eksik olan şey bir tık daha sahne tecrübesi olabilirdi. Hani evet diyoruz yani biz rookie değiliz ama onların sahne tecrübesi bizden daha fazla ve bu süreci daha iyi yönetmiş olabilirler bizden. Ama bundan sonra bir kere daha karşılaştığımızda bırakın bizi yenmeyi, muhtemelen bizden map bile alamayacaklar. Lower Bracket'tan bu turnuvayı kazanacağız ve EMEA'da röportajda söylediğim gibi bütün kupaları kazanacağız.
Now, looking across the other side of the stage, G2 might have lost to Nongshim Red Force, but they played it quite close. It did look like at times they were getting lost in the sauce in terms of their agent selections, especially with the Harbor on Abyss and ISO on Corrode. We've sort of seen that already from them through Americas, but what are your thoughts on those two specific picks on those maps?
I think what G2 is trying to go for here is, in a similar vein to NRG, not playing necessarily the optimal comp, but one that they feel is exploitative and strong against the meta. Harbor, for example, is very good into a double duelist composition where Flood retake is great because his wall slows players pushing through it and makes it harder to find effect, and is also excellent at shutting down offers. And you look across to that ISO as well, and he has great tools to try and counter some of those things. So while it's very different than NRG, I think they have the same goal in mind of finding these exploitative comps against the meta.
It's a good mix between like the stalling power that you can have with both the ISO and the Harbor. I also think that the Cove, especially with how much spam across smokes we see in the game, it grants you a lot of different tools. Yes, maybe against Nongshim it wasn't easy to see just because Dambi, but I liked to see that they are thinking of the tools to stop things around and go up against this double duelist, because it's most of the things that they're going to find in this tournament.
Yeah, we're very likely to get that Abyss today as well, I think, in the veto. And I feel like this Harbor comp is really good into the style that BBL like to play on their defense. They love those fast, aggressive rotates, trying to immediately get back into the site. Harbor shuts that down. They love opping as well. All of these things are great direct counters to what their opponent is looking to do.
And now that you're talking about Abyss, do not forget all the fakes and how they were trying to play with their opponent's minds, how they were playing also, and how the Harbor helps having that support over mid to fight up against your opponent.
Yeah, we saw Baby Bay going solo to the B site quite often and trying to pull people and just fight in general. Let's hear what's on Jorgamo's mind today in this catch-up, of course, with our very own Jen Lee.
Ow. But Jen here with Jogamo of G2. Jogamo, your opponents today, BBL, they are a team that constantly look for fights. So when it comes to their tendencies, how much disruption do you think they're going to cause, or when it comes to you guys playing your own game?
I mean, maybe the old G2 we would get caught up a little bit, like PRX, you know, being able to stop us like that is one thing. I think BBL, we have the opportunity to stop them where they need to be at, so yeah.
All right, thank you so much. And G2 better than BBL?
Yeah, for sure. G2 way better than BBL.
Now, G2 certainly had their work cut out for them going up against Darby, but Leaf in particular seemed pretty happy to step up to that challenge, step up to that plate, and be the one to provide the stopping power against that Neon pace.
Yeah, I think that in maps like Abyss and maps like Split, we saw it time and time again, the support that he was granting, the energy as well on that last map.
Sick.
When things were not going well, I think that his snake bites were, he was so incredibly quick, and you need to be right to try and separate the aggression that is coming your way. I think that he was definitely supporting also in the way that they were feeling, maybe in the vibes.
What impressed me in this game from Leaf wasn't necessarily just his aim and mechanics, but his positioning and the way that he was setting up against this very fast duelist team in Nongshim Red Force. And that goes back to the theme of Leaf as a player. He's a guy who doesn't spend a huge amount of time grinding ranks, playing the aim trainers. He likes watching VODs instead and trying to really take a brainy approach to the game. And looking at a meta where there are teams that play such aggressive and unique styles, a lot of the time, the best way to beat them is in thinking about what is the best way I can position myself,
where
how
can
I get an advantageous fight, because if you take an even fight against Dombi, you lose. And Leaf wasn't putting himself in those positions.
Feels like the kind of cerebral player that's very good at shutting down star players on the other side. That's definitely seems like his secret weapon. Now, Furia in that game against BBL, do you feel like they've exposed any weaknesses or gaps in BBL's attack? Obviously, it was a series that at times was quite competitive. Is there anything G2 can take away from that series that they themselves can try and abuse?
Definitely, right? Especially on Breeze. We saw it when you're speaking about the attack. We speak also about the way the BBL likes to take on those fights. And the Operator was the name of the game for Furia here on Breeze. Not one, sometimes two, even three to shut them down, trying to isolate those fights and not giving them a chance to say anything about it.
Yeah, BBL splits their duelists on attack more than any other team at this tournament. They love sending them both on individual missions, and I think that's especially obvious on their Abyss and on their Breeze. And in both these maps, Furia had a great game plan to fight into those solo players on the extremity, be it with multiple players swinging or with just an Operator holding. And to me, that's the key. If you're letting those duelists alone get away with taking tons of space into you, it's going to be a wonderful position for Rose to call the macro from. If you're opping them and pushing them back and forcing them to use early utility, it makes it so much harder for BBL to execute on their style.
We have high expectations for BBL, especially coming in from EMEA, but now the fact that G2 has seen these things and has seen how teams that they know very well, like Furia and Energy, counter them, I think that they should have, be taking some notes.
All right, well, these two teams are pretty similar map pools, actually, so that makes this even more compelling. Let's jump into our map veto for our first game of the day.
Okay, so this is the map selection for G2 against BBL. Because G2 actually came later from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, you have the advantage of choosing to be Team A or Team B.
Team B.
Team B. So G2 Team B, BBL Team A. BBL starts banning a map.
We ban Bind.
Bind, ban for G2.
Pearl.
Pearl, map pick for BBL.
We picked Heaven.
Haven, side on Haven for G2.
Attack.
Attack. Map pick for G2.
Breeze.
Breeze, side on Breeze for BBL.
Defense on Breeze.
Defense. Okay, last set of bans. We start with BBL. You have Abyss, Corrode, and Split.
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode. Last ban for G2. You have Abyss and Split.
Ban Split.
Ban Split, so Abyss is the decider, side on Abyss for BBL.
Okay. Attack on Abyss.
Attack on Abyss. That's it. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck.
Right, seems like this map pool, like we talked about, they've got a pretty similar overlap,
Yes.
these two teams. It's a map pool that kind of doesn't really disfavor anybody in this series.
But I think the fact that G2's coming in as a high seed means this is dreamy for them. They like banning the bind. It's a perma for BBL. Their Corrodes looked weak. BBL doesn't like playing Corrode. Those two were gimmies to G2. And looking at the 3 maps ahead of us, I think it is advantageous to G2. I see 2 maps, the Haven and the Abyss, where I think G2's slightly offbeat compositions are a great stylistic match into BBL. And then we have a Breeze, where BBL's coming off of a pretty brutal loss to Furia, and has looked solid for G2.
And speaking about Furia, this is the same maps that we saw against them. So for the side of the preparation, as we were speaking, for G2, they should have an edge on that realm. Also, you were speaking about Haven and how BBL plays their macro on the defense. Probably G2 was paying very good attention to that because their response is to start on the attack.
Yes.
And I think it is a great moment to show the same thing that they did against T1. After having a devastating first half where they went 2-10, they turned things around. And I have to highlight in that specific match, Jogmo and Trent, and the fact that the way that they were taking Garage constantly and using the Phoenix utility and the Fade combined, I think that suits them very, very well.
The double flash composition, having the Phoenix and the Yoru, I think is excellent into BBL's defense. It gives you tons of tools to push Loverock's off the line, and it gives you a lot of tools to take space like Garage, where you're going to be wanting to deal with that Cypher utility and break those trips.
So it's not quite double drone, but G2 are trying to build compositions that answer this double duelist meta. Instead of droning an op contact angle off, they just use flashes to try and bully into that space. So if we see them try and fight for Garage and clear that Cypher util, feels like they still got the tools to do that, even if it's different to their regional counterpart.
For sure. I think this is a great stylistic match for G2. I think they can come in with excellent prep. But I felt the same way against Nongshim. And Nongshim, when it came down to the wire, when it got close, they outshot them. They had more big individual moments. And while I favor G2 in this match, I think there's a risk of the same happening today against a BBL who's been excellent in those big moments.
Yeah, and individual moments also when we take a look at the second map and we think about Breeze, we were speaking about the uppers. I love it because we prepared this entire thing speaking about these maps and the highlights, and we ended up going to those places. Speaking about the Breeze also and Redemption, Baby Bay, I think that with the operator and whatnot, what we were discussing has to be the edge for G2. The thing about BBL is that any of the players can be a highlight and can be the difference maker.
Now, earlier we asked which region you're rooting for in our Mastercard fan poll. Of course, the results are in. So let's see exactly where you have put your votes here, folks. Remember, you can always get involved in this conversation with hashtag VALORANT Masters, but we have 57% of you backing Pacific. And if I've seen the conversation on Twitter, I'm not surprised to see it's dominated by Pacific fans.
Pacific fans do well online.
Yes.
Yeah, you have PRX and non-shame. Like for this event, you should be settled. And I think that if it was me, I would have voted the same.
Now, it's time for everybody to put their money, or at least their credibility, where their mouths are. Let's bring out the predictions for today and see where our talent team are standing. We have the classic all-gamers pick here for Jen Lee, which I do respect, but most of us definitely on the PRX side. It's an even split down the middle between BBL believers and G2 fans. Kakuka Mimi, you guys are on opposite sides of the table in that prediction.
Yeah, I think that it was very 50-50 for me. I didn't know where to lean exactly because I do believe in the capacity of G2 to bounce back and actually beat them and learn a lot from the things that BBL have doing that some other teams have not shut down. But at the end of the day, the individuals for BBL make me want to believe. I think that with the momentum is on their side, if they learn to not overheat like the other day, they could have the edge.
It's another big pressure match for BBL. It's another match where I think their opponents will have a good stylistic read on them. But they've performed in those scenarios already, taking down Furia. The same against NRG, nearly beating that squad. I think G2's favored, but BBL is so resilient.
This certainly feels like it's a matchup for the nerds. Two distinct styles are going to be battling it out here. And frankly, the balance of power in Valorant is ever shifting. And now LaRock has the chance to turn his idol into a rival. Like we said, a clash of ideas. It's a clash of regions, a clash of generations. G2 versus BBL starts right now.
La última esperanza de Bea. BBL. Buscando su primer internacional.
It's the young, hot-headed outfit from EMEA that took the region by storm, going up against the mainstay, the consistent factor, the team that's been close but never quite been able to step into the limelight where it counts. Do or die now for G2 and BBL. They best leave it all out there.
Two teams, two different styles, and one last chance to survive in the lower bracket. On one side, we have a G2 that is carrying the weight of their reputation, built on structure, discipline, and control. But on the other side, we have a BBL that relies on that great macro and even greater individuals. Confident to look and face into every duel, but G2 might be a different opponent today.
It's one of the youngest teams that we've ever seen show up to a VCT global event. 5 rookies that grinded through everything together against a team who did that years ago, had that same journey from Ascension, have slowly made changes and upgrades, became a mainstay on this stage. Well, they have very different styles. They have the same start. They have that same history. It's a question of if BBL can beat that team who's already years into the future along that journey.
And when we speak about BBL and we speak about the expectations, they would be also making history if they are to win today, making that top 4 for the first time for a Turkish organization.
And Lovers Rock was almost offended at the assertion that this team is one-dimensional, that they only had firepower. Let's be clear, we are looking at two multifaceted teams with a combination of individual skill and macro prowess. It's going to be a banger.
BBL is the most confident rookie team I think we've ever had. They lose to the world champions in overtime. 3 different players say, we learned nothing. This team was readable. We go back, we beat them next time. They brought that confidence against Furia, toppled them. Now the 3rd and final America's squad, the last team standing between these rookies and the top 4.
Respect is earned, and apparently BBL have a very high bar to offer that. We talked about it a bunch. It's the duelists on G2 that may need to step up into this kind of game. They're up against young, talented players with great intuition for the game, and frankly, Jogamo and BabyBay have not been able to fire at the same time yet here at Masters.
Yeah, I think that as we think about that first map, I want to touch up again on the Haven and the potential that Jogamo has to disrupt. You're talking about those duelists, and we're talking about the experience. He feels that he's incredibly confident, but BBL feels the exact same way. Will G2 be the first one to disrupt that macro on the defense and take advantage of everything that they learned? And if that happens, how is BBL going to react to this? Are they going to crumble down, or are they ready to make those those adaptations before they happen.
I think there's no doubt that G2 will have a good game plan going into this matchup. It's the exact same maps that BBL just showed. It's two compositions that stylistically favor them in this pool. The question comes down to, when it gets muddy, when it gets late in the game, can their individuals rise to the occasion and match a team that has some of the best firepower at the event?
Something we haven't really touched on here is our IGLs in this particular game, right? Rose says, I mean, BBL said they're not rookies, right? But suffice to say, there's quite a gulf between the level experience over time between Valen and Rose. And Valen's someone who we've felt like reads opponents very well, adapts, and has really next level mid-rounding.
The adaptation is what Rose has to prove today. I think he's struggled with that in some of these maps. I look at the overtime on Abyss versus Furia. They really couldn't figure it out until it got down to those last couple solo plays. Against NRG, it slipped into an overtime there as well. I want to see a BBL today who has learned from those games, who will have a faster adaptation and can give it to G2.
Rose is very aware of the pieces that he has on his team. To me, he has to be on top of that to keep the vibes up, to stop the overheating if it starts happening for the side of BBL, so they can control. Remember, now that they're starting on the defense, even from that pistol round, Kreven getting a little bit too aggressive. I wanna see how G2 is prepared to deal with that aggression in case it happens.
Double flash comp with the Phoenix and the Yoru here for G2. The keys I'm looking at is how they're A, pushing Lover's Rock off the line when he has the operator, and B, how they're using those flashes to get space in garage and mid, break that Cypher utility, diminish BBL's ability to quickly rotate on defense before calling into a site late. I think this has to be a slow, controlled game from G2 on attack, but that is where this team historically has thrived.
We speak about the over-rotations, and we also spoke about G2 selling a lot of fakes, trying to play with their opponent's minds. Let's see if they can do the same against the youngsters.
Let's touch really quickly on the chamber. What do you want to see from Baby Bay on this role we're not always seeing on Haven right now?
It's a solid map to lurk. I think he needs to contain when BBL go for aggressive pushes on defense. Second half, he's got a tough task opping into this double duelist comp from LaRock and Lover's Rock. It's a great chance to prove on the agent he's best at, with the gun he's best at, that he can hang with some of the best individuals here.
If there's anybody who embodies supreme confidence and good, clean fundamentals, it's these two casters. Pansy, HyperX, I'm talking about you, yes. Take it away.
I absolutely love it when you lie to me, Mitch. But what we have is actually such a test of strength between these two. We have G2, who is made to be a title contender, right? Pushing for wins, chasing that trophy, that first place position. And in such a different spot is BBL.
Yeah, and you got to think that G2 are maybe coming away from the series previously, now a little better equipped. Again, the issue for me came down to firepower. Now that's something that's going to be at the forefront of BBL's approach, particularly starting on Haven. I love the point that Mimi made as well. Baby Bay needs to be the one to control Kreven, of all people. In terms of what BBL want to do on this first half, it's Kreven you need to watch out for on the defense. Again, his ability to anchor and really dictate, become the puppet master in some of the macro for BBL. And already seeing that face-off here towards C-Long.
And there is a great deal of tape on BBL on this map now for G2 to pour over, get a good idea of how they want to approach this, come in with a game plan in mind. They are the experienced team here. They are the ones meant to handle this. And already, Jaw trying to get in, but LaRock going to send him away. Great trade for G2. They've opened up a massive opportunity towards the A site, and hopefully they stay diligent.
Rose has tucked it. Leaf not actually following through the smoke, but will be rewarded. Rose just reading into that fake a little too much. Now it's just Loiter and Kreven left to try and recover this pistol.
And I feel like G2 can just kind of get themselves together and power forward towards the A site. I think they're just grouping on this one as well. A little bit of a re-clear. And Loiter's left on 2 HP, so it's going to be incredibly hard for him to find any sort of wiggle room. It's removed, as now just one left alive as G2. They've seen this one before. A fantastic start for the G2 side, as that little stack towards long felt readable.
I said really key for me here, Rose. Slight misread on G2, maybe rotating away here. Obviously contact was taken by Kreven towards Baby Bay. Already you're seeing both teams done homework in terms of the approach here.
Great from Leaf as well. Who
3 on the pistol for him. It's just time and time again here in Santiago finding multi-kills. We're talking about him particularly versus Nongshim, the one to go toe-to-toe with that front line, delivering again here at the start of Haven.
And if that's going to be the, I don't want to say X Factor player, you kind of want to be looking at your Baby's and Jaws as well, but if he can find a nice kind of level of impact too, that had such a lovely 1-2 punch for the G2 side. So at this point, you're looking them to try and keep this clean. We'll see potentially, I mean, 3 ideally alive. Leaf and Valen may suffer a loss if they have to, but the others, you'd really like to see them kind of build those funds around the weapons there into the bonus.
Still BBL position towards C. Just seeing the rotation come across towards Rose. G2 actually prioritizing the slip up towards B. A couple of players maybe to greet this. I mean, I'm not going to molly off yet. Keep them at bay for the time being. I don't think they'll be able to contest initially, but a quick pivot into Garage here on the back of that pressure.
I like this from Leaf. Oh, he didn't get that first shot as cleanly as I'm sure he'd like, but you'll take that. Job done there. Open up that C plant now for the rest of the G2 boys. So this is nice work. Very steady, very meticulous. And that's the kind of tempo I expect from G2. Keep BBL under the thumb. Don't let them build too far. Don't let them get away with the game plan. Keep them very much in control, because roll your mind back, G2, especially on this map, I think it was Trent who stood out to me up against T1.
Yeah, it was Trent that just went nuclear, yeah.
Heroic level of form from him. So they are going to catch Leaf, but he was allowed off the leash. Anyway, you could see the switch up of the weaponry. So it's going to be Valen who may be able to stick around a little bit longer just in case. But again, full shield wouldn't be the end of the world to back away if he wants to.
Really, Leaf sent forward there, just 2 away from the dimensional drift very early on. Jorgamo, obviously the second one you want to see farming this early progress, and might just get a chance here ahead of the spike going down. No, we're going to give it up here. 3 will fall. G2 will find the second with relative ease. 4 left standing.
This is nice. And this is controlled, and I need to see that. And I want G2 to play their own game, to not fall into playing how BBL would like it to feel, or kind of getting down in the mud. And sometimes it's hard to avoid that. I think that's a fair assessment at this level. But still, I'd like them to try and keep their head above it.
Even when they were trying to match Nongshim, it wasn't as if things got chaotic for G2. They still looked very composed. It was more Danby being a little the random anomaly, right, to some of those equations. But I think back to map 1 and Abyss, and G2, right place, right time and time again. Rose here will catch with the drone. Doesn't tell too much here. A little trade-off of damage here, but Baby Bait still at 82. And trying to posture up a little bit towards Garage once more and manipulate that rotation. Triple we dealt with here, and Rose has actually given up the sight here.
Gosh, I feel like G2 have such a lovely idea of what BBL have been getting away with. And as Rose does go towards Heaven, it's already being watched. It's so pixel perfect from G2. The plan is meticulous. And this is a bonus, a well-invested one, bear in mind. But now look at the timing for Trent. Look at Jorgamo. If he gets this right, and he absolutely does, this is absolutely poetry in motion. You can't help but enjoy it for G2. They don't need to overextend now. They have such
Trent
advantages.
as well.
And Trent, I mean, I thought it was it, but still, they get to maybe stay alive, but they get a chance to play this back through. G2 are on the money today, and Leaf is landing shots. This is a different caliber from the G2 boys. Bonus is theirs, looking solid.
Just a moment too soon for Rose to give up the angle here, the reposition to Heaven. Obviously, the safer option than contesting sight. Baby Bay just posted up. G2 not allowing firepower to become a factor in a lot of these situations.
Great read, lovely preparation from Leaf. Is at 6-1. He's at 6-1. And Joe, if we get it back and forth between these two, do it.
Give
please,
it to me.
Please. If this gets a little bit of pressure on BBL, I'm up for the challenge. This is excellent stuff, and Leaf is just such a monstrous player.
We already talked about the early progress here. Does have ultimate available. Here it popped right now, going to pave the way for G2 potentially through Garage. 4 looking to rotate through spawn already for BBL, but Krevin on an island right now.
Confidence for Leaf. He wants an absolute fight on it, and he's standing his ground, and you can see why. The one-man army tearing apart BBL, who have looked irrelevant to these rounds. G2 showing pedigree, showing control, and hell, they got firepower to boot.
Flawless round to find a 4th. Ball definitely rolling here. BBL need to switch something up. We're back out of this timeout here. We'll have the purchase, don't have any ultimates available just yet. Barely anybody getting on the board. Just a couple of kills so far for them.
8-1, man.
Yeah.
Leaf, what again, this feels like they have prepared perfectly, Mike. I think that when we talked about that tape being there, this has been a really strong hold for BBL, but no other team had been able to maybe manage them so easily or kind of find solutions.
Well,
but this is what you expect from a quality team like G2.
Yeah, I come back to the same point. This isn't even a firepower discussion, which time and time again with BBL, it's can they actually just frag their way back into a few rounds, string something together, get the operator online for Lovers Rock. None of those factors already here in the opening rounds are going to be an issue for G2. In total control of the map, total control of the tempo, and for me, the Coinbase win condition coming out of this timeout for BBL needs to be around aggression, proactivity, take the fight to G2. And they can't allow this downtime to really build against them.
Yeah. I'm liking this. Pressure put to BBL. Do they have the ability to even elevate to the same degree we know that G2 can play at? And I think we've all been kind of waiting and watching to see if that would maybe happen with G2. It's been a bit shaky at times, but this feels very nicely prepared.
Operators out. Operators out for Lovers Rock.
4 play stack
Yeah.
today. Baby's on it again. This is looking like they have done their homework. G2 are absolutely in charge here. Once again, Rose forced to back away, forced to feel readable, and they are not getting the fights they want. They cannot activate, and this is purely because of how G2 are playing.
First time they go forward and actually challenge this early angle. Invested as well with bodies. Rose now slipping back to more traditional position for him. Lovers Rock down to 6 HP. They might just rewalk mid here, but Rose has been found. He's having real issues here in Santiago of holding down the A site.
And Leaf is just continuing to apply pressure to the wound, right? And these three, maybe at one point they would have loved maybe a bit of mid pressure to come in on that flank, something we've seen them have in the past. Here, you'll be lucky to save. This might be top 4 quality coming out from G2, and this could be the difference of the big boys for BBL. Yes, they had a great back and forth with some of the other teams. Hell, they took NRG to OT, map 3. They've already proven they can hang with the big boys, but this is now deep in tournaments. This is deep at an international where you can't keep getting away with the same ethos anymore. And with G2's ability to prep, it's just stunning.
I mean, normally we talk about an early timeout and it being for the next round. This is the buy round. This is what they've pieced together to try and find a response, and it's with very, very little resistance. G2 won the round in the first 25 seconds.
And it's not the first time. It is not the first time. Even though Baby Bay was positioning up with that op as well, it feels like they're reading how they wanted to bring that operator in potentially. That check on long, look at this.
Rock's not even in a position to try and deny the flash by turning it. Again, Rose caught off guard. Like I said, you've seen that a few times on Haven in terms of him being pivotal, anchoring down the A site. Slight overstep on the clone previously. Again falling here after the rotation. They've actually disconnected from that first engagement. T2 now, a 5-round lead. Krevin hasn't really been able to find space anywhere with what G2 have set up in this default. Lovers Rock still looking to get aggressive.
Decoy.
Rose over towards Suez here. Lovers Rock actually taking the TP.
Big tempo change, but Baby Bay in the right place again.
I mean, expect to see him here majority of rounds with a scope. Like I said, it's to deny Krevin, deny LaRock, potentially Lovers Rock on these walkouts down C-Long. And if they can control that, it takes away a lot of the options for aggression on the defense for BBL. Loiter here, though. Pin it down, and Leaf finds a response.
I mean, Leaf has just been on the money for me every single time. I've not seen him be this lethal in a minute, but Loiter again down on 50 HP. That spike's not even committing. Look at how they are manipulating BBL. Yeah, they've got a bit of space down C long, but the A site's open. They're just figuring that out with the Al drone. This is a different class. And again, Leaf already up on this jaw catch in the flank. It is perfection personified so far, and Leaf just teed up, man. This is just so easy for G2. They are a level above currently. As Lovers Rock, you'd just like to keep the gun if you can. Valen may not even let you. This is systematic domination. G2 looking like the big dogs today.
Absolutely flawless. G2 the ones to actually slip the net, take space away from BBL. Again, a great catch from Jorgamo. Again, the dart just not revealing. I think it was blocked by something, actually. It looked like maybe it was a little too far, but Leaf not revealed here.
Stand up and look at Roland, bro.
You're already here,
No,
yeah.
Okay, so this, look, I know it's been a hot topic of conversation, but if you're going to give it...
some.
Yeah, true. If you're going to give it, you've got to be ready to receive it. And if you start tilting when someone's standing up, giving it right back to you, hell, that's part of the game. This is why we love this. This is what you want to be seeing. Because do you actually have that capability to bounce back when you're starting to feel what it's like on the receiving end of it? And it's all good and well when it's smooth sailing. But for now, G2 creating stormy waters. Leaf again with a little test. I'm going to identify early Creven. Now, at this point, G2's options are still very open here.
A little bit weird here, noting Creven towards 8. See what G2's response is. Loiter will find some space. The view that Babyface not actually patrolling this side.
Okay.
I don't think Loiter can get onto the backside of the run it back, but Trent is still here.
He's found a little gap, hasn't he? But it's all about timing. And it's going to be a bullet to the side of the brain. Valen instantly collects it. There's finally a bit of activation from Lovers Rock, but in the meantime, G2 have eyed up this C site. This is where they want to be. This is where they're heading. Spike is already going there.
We'll have dimensional drift here to invest for the retake. G2 looking to push forward here.
I like this. There's the flash and Jorgamo rewarded. That's Laroc gone. And just getting the numbers on their side. These are just really nice fundamentals from G2 as well. And Jorgamo allowed to play it forward. Baby Bay on the 1-2 punch. And it's Lovers Rock on backside. It is gorgeous for G2. They're up. They're giving it right back. Look at that scoreline, 7-0. This has been BBL's stronghold. This has been their haven, Mike. And now it is left in pieces.
Again, Loiter just no idea of the timing, no idea of where G2 are positioned. Just on an island here. And again, BBL aren't expecting a second push out. Jorgamo's initial flash here to remove a body in the retake. And now, fortunately, BBL have to be on the receiving end of another round. You've got to question the mental now for a rookie roster to be up against this deficit. And the pressure building right in front of their eyes. I mean, the highest number of kills, 2 here for 3 members of BBL. Never seen them start this slow.
And it just compounds, doesn't it? You've got Leaf sitting on 10-3. Valen 9-1. Jaw 6-2. Hell, everyone's doing their job here. And they are up. They are giving it back. They are fired up. G2 are on the receiving end of a pretty brutal game. You know, so recently. So for them to be able to pick themselves up here, be just, I mean, incredible form of preparation. And then adding to boot, Leaf on top. I don't know if BBL have the capability to handle this.
Coming out of the timeout here, plenty of ults to rely upon, but again, it's not really come down to it. G2 able to find freebies across the map here. BBL going hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, but Jaw is right there. It's Creven on the reward, and Valen does the dodge. Gonna get away with his life, and oh! It's stylish now from G2. 3 standing as Rose. Wrong site. Wrong score. Right now, not looking like the right outcome, but he is creeping back over towards B.
Oh, I think he's spotted.
Players, he's got one instantaneous, man. This is a different beast they're dealing with today.
They get absolutely nothing off this set piece, G2. Again, have been positioned here time and time again, but because BBL haven't figured out exactly what's going on after that first 5 or 10 seconds of this default, I mean, Valen's able to reset here, catch Lover's Rock, trying to capitalize on the pressure as well. Again, it's 2 kills for Krevin, and that's about it.
And this has been a really quiet game across the board. Take a quick glance at it yourselves there. No one breaking above 3 kills. That's worrying signs.
Lover's Rock again. We're going to go down mid here. Rose, we'll get a confirmation towards lobby. Again, they haven't been able to get deep enough here to really pressure the back line of G2. Certainly going to be difficult here with Sheriffs and a Stinger. Krevin's still curious, but without contact being taken by anybody outside B here, well, might just catch it now on grass. Leaf actually wants to spot it first, though. Down to 40 HP. Krevin can't find anything on the other side.
Oh, okay. Lorok's got one there. But in the meantime, you look at what Jorgamo's up to. Still has a little bit of time on the ult to have a glance. Doesn't see anything down towards middle. In the meantime, Baby is controlling that backside, so they can ferry up that spike pretty comfortably here.
Oh, Baby nearly just catching on there, but it's a pre-take. Jorgamo's going to come out. He's got 4.
He almost had the 5, but again, it is there. G2 on an unstoppable march. Near on perfection in this half at 9-0. I'm seeing no fight back from BBL now.
I mean, this is rehearsed as well. Jorgamo's posted up here the second the contact comes in mid. He pops his ult, capitalizes on C. This is really, really well thought out by G2. Very little that BBL can do here in the last few rounds. Operator back in hand for Lover's Rock.
They're trying, BBL are trying! And that's the first sign of light that they've actually had. But it's not safe with Leaf still alive. 2 big kills answering right back. Still has his ult. They still have Lover's Rock here. Pathing through sewer. Lover's Rock trying to hold the gap between. Leaf not stopping yet and committing towards that CT side.
Lover's Rock just posted up on the TP here. Will get the freebie. Leaf will fall. Just Valen and Trent left. First real advantage situation we've seen for BBL. And it comes in round 10. Still a chance here, though. They're going to get close enough to A long. Lover's Rock still operator in hand, but G2 are up close and personal here.
Lover's Rock not going to get given a challenge. They want to secure that plant. The time on their side. Nightfall going to go down, reveal nothing towards heaven. As they slowly build back in. There's the paranoia. It's time to go. This could be the heartbreak. This could be the nail in the coffin. And Trent's got the hammer in hand. Valen on the 1-2. Kreven can't do it. Valen's there. G2 are untouchable right now.
Like I said, the first real advantage they've had, and it crumbles in a 2v3. Absolutely insane from Trent and Valen here. The push and pull is beautiful to watch.
Stunning fundamentals. They got him on the ropes.
Trailing by 10. BBL just, and again, almost an overheat in the previous round as well. Doubling down once more though, Larocque. Straight down A long.
But the big boys on the other side, Leaf's been absolutely monstrous this half. As already that mid-challenge or check has been found by G2.
We'll find a little bit of freedom towards Garage here. Lovers Rock has already repositioned towards site. Again, the confirmation here from LaRock going to be key in terms of nobody holding towards lobby. BBL should have a good idea of how G2 is set up right now. The trip's still not dealt with here, but I don't think Valen's been spotted. You see they're just waiting for BBL to show their hand. That might just be it, Leaf, to shut down Lovers Rock.
It's hard to not enjoy it, right? This guy is just getting so much freedom, finally brought to heel, but there's other bodies behind it. Bro's gonna catch Jaw in a little bit of a no-man land position, so they do again keep the numbers up. But this didn't stop G2 last round. They may not stop them now. Valen's still breathing, Trent's still alive, Baby Bay up. But Loiter's position should be solid, and it is. The other two trying to find space towards this B site. The numbers are gonna be really hard to fight against, but Trent was a miracle worker before. And they might get a consolation round at this point. First found for BBL.
I mean, you're praying on a miracle here to string together a second behind that. It's only really Kreven that prevents this from spiraling out of control again. You can see the approach here from G2. They want BBL to feed into some of these setups to just catch this defensive proactivity, the aggression. That is the cornerstone of how BBL approach Haven. Loiter and Lovers Rock will have ultimates here. On the other side, Jorgamo does have the running back.
Suppose Cubby to play from, pop flash in, spots out one, blinded, Jaw's gone well, but Lovers Rock answers back. It's a bloody battle down on A long as Rose tries to stand his ground. Jaw's got him dead to rights, and now a 3v2. Numbers up for G2 this time.
Loiter's already over towards ramp though. Is he actually going to walk this smoke? He is! What is he doing?
Oh, it's mistakes. You can see it, the frustration. And now, Kreven, you're not going to get this done. Burning alive as G2 look untouchable, Mike. This level of form is unfathomable to BBL. They don't know how the hell to handle this team as G2 looking like those title contenders again.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
¿Qué partido estamos teniendo? ¿Cómo comienza esto? Por favor, quiero que animemos un poco a los equipos. Comencemos. BBL, BBL, BBL. Muy bien, muy bien. Ahora, ¿qué tal si nos hacemos un ole, ole, ole, ole? De dos. Muy bien, ¿se van a dejar los fans de BBL? No lo puedo creer. De nuevo, BBL, BBL. Ahí van, ahí van.
I think even the crowd needs a little more to believe in here from BBL. One round, it's not going to inspire you. Jesus, they've got a gauntlet to go if they even want to make this competitive.
I mean, BBL just haven't lost a single defensive half of Haven. Now relying on basically the raw firepower to carry them through this second half, and there might not be much of one, Lauren.
With you on that. This
Absolute
looks
mountain to climb.
Yeah. And that's without talking about just the individuals that have come online for G2. Jorgamo, 16-7, late in that first half, starting to really pump up those numbers. Leaf, a threat from the start. Valen, solid as a rock, and the rest doing what is necessary. This has been a show of force from G2, and one that BBL will, I mean, probably sooner forget, but certainly remember their turn on the attack. But the bar has been set.
There, go, go, go.
Try and pop on the back of this immediately here. Valen able to get out though. No harm, no foul on the way in. BBL should be able to get themselves a comfortable plant. G2 already looking to wrap behind this. Tripwire to identify the flank. Rose still positioned pretty deep on C-Long. Again, there's no lurk to slow this down either. Nobody disconnected far enough to stop G2.
Yeah, right now, BBL surrounded. As it stands, G2 trying to get themselves to the right place to play this retake. 3-2 split through CT and Garage. And well, Jorgamo doesn't feel that phased by it all as G2 start as they mean to go on. Rose with a valiant attempt, but it's going to be 12 in a blink of an eye. This has been swift.
And nobody looking to get aggressive from BBL, even here in the confirmation of just one member of G2, sure, but again, the challenge in here, Jorgamo just giving a freebie on the second to Lover's Rock. Rose, unfortunately, is just too much to do for him to recover here. Already seeing something, a byproduct of that first half where BBL maybe slipping into the shell a little bit. Obviously going to see the investment here, but I mean, there's not many positives. So maybe LaRock to get something done with the Bucky on the way in here. Initial burst towards Garage. He's looking for these Sheriffs to find a pick somewhere. Leaf though with a judge inside this smoke. Revealed, but TP's out.
Okay, calm in approach for now. Valen, no playing just yet. LaRock getting closer. Holding the other side of that smoke as it drops. Oh, he lost sight for a second, but he comes out fine. BBL gonna find one back. Again, 4v4, that firepower is going to be brought into question here. G2 starting to apply a little bit more on towards the site. BBL digging in their heels now. Baby Bay does get the upgrade, but at what cost? There's Jaw, last one alive. This is a 1v4 needed. He wants to shut it down now, and I think they will at least extend play by a round.
Not even many upgrades to be found here, to be honest. A couple of SMGs for sure. See how the buy will settle here for BBL. Issue B. Again, I'm going to keep my eye on the full shields. I'm seeing Baby Bay toy with the idea of a scope. In terms of progress, I mean, Jogger already halfway. Yeah. Rose just one away from the Hunter's Fury as well. But it needs to be flawless from here on out. 10 rounds to find for BBL.
And it is a stark reminder of the quality we have here in Santiago. And oh, Leaf again, still going to be drawing blood. Look at him, 11 HP. He almost had him as well.
Trying to come through here, Valen. Probably happy to challenge this now, but we'll shy away into the smoke. Nobody following that through, so Valen will be able to get back onto the angle.
Oh, Valen, this could be filthy for you. Do they check? They do. Okay, nice heads-up work from Rose there. See them desperate to find a bit of safety and stability for themselves. Caution being aired, but they need that plant now.
Really here. Jorgamo a little bit of util. Let's have an upgrade. Baby Bait, 3 shots in the Headhunter. Do further damage, like I said, just chip away. Don't allow any safe purchases or fully safe purchases to go through because it has to be flawless in terms of the finances here for BBL early on in the half.
And I still don't think BBL are even out of the woods in this round just yet. There's the flash and there's a swing, and Jaw's going to get 1. Everyone going to find 2 as a reaction, and Trent falls. It's the 3rd for BBL.
Weapon here. Look at our chance here to take the fight to BBL. Already a ton of work done here to get the ultimate early enough to contest the first true buy round. In Lovers Rock, maybe toy with an operator here. On the other side though, BabyBay already got one in his hands.
Well, that's early.
He's going to be tasked with holding down C Long here. Lovers Rock looking as if he wants to go towards double doors to look for a pick.
Early interest from Trent, and it's Larocque to receive a lot of damage. Unconfirmed that the smoke was in play, but still, that could come back to haunt them later into this round. Lovers Rock trying to find someone to open this, and Leaf is probably the one I try and avoid, but a lovely pick there from him. Working the map, as you said, almost starting at double doors, then shifting over towards B.
Valen on off angle here in Sewers though. Does have Trent at the top of the ramp as well, but he's actually come away for a prowler.
It's caught on long. Valen happy to commit on this, really store in holding this sewer scale up. BBL, do they even think about it? Rose is going to try and pressure and clear through long. Valen still unchecked. They have got to be on the money with this. Loiter tries to challenge. Valen going to find him stunned up. He stands his ground. There is no fear from this G2 side. And with a scoreline like this, you can't blame them. They're having to put everything into it.
With a jump scare there on the way back, but Jorgeman's found Kreven.
Starting to look like this could be a bit of a death rattle back from BBL, but is there more to be found here? Rose trying to puff up the chest and be bold about it, but Flash, stop! Joe's got him dead!
That's a spike!
That's two now, mistakes being made. Larocque desperate to try and make up for it, digging deep himself. Culling the aggression in a 2v2. Needed now, you can see it, just those pixels. He tries to creep forward, doesn't want to give away anything. Playing together, shoulder to shoulder. Trent was masterful at this before. BabyBay doesn't get the shot, and they are holding on. Trent in the 1v2. Flash goes in, he stands his line. Lovers Rock puts him to bed. 4 for BBL. And they had to fight hard for 4.
I mean, just seeing Rose so desperate to punish the ultimate from Jorgemo. It throws the spike out on an island. This is such an insane recovery from Larocque and Lovers Rock. And that's with Larocque tagged up so low early on. The Hunter's Fury being posted just to force Valen out from Sewers. The desperation is starting to show. Can they stabilize off that Leaf? Gonna throw a Bucky in the mix here. Stinger for Valen as well.
Really man stack on C though. Don't know if they'll be able to dig that out early. I say 3, it's 4 basically. You look towards A, it's just Trent down long. Lovers Rock going to note Valen. Does that give away much, or do they do what they intended and continue towards the C side? BabyBay now on the line. BBL weighing up their options.
I don't think there was any confirmation of other players' whereabouts towards Garage, but 2 players here. Rose, and actually Lovers Rock will find BabyBay. What's a little, I'm ready for that.
Yep, I'm looking at middle as well though. We have pressure coming. Trent trying to buy some time. Gets cleared by Rose. Valen gonna hear this. They can pull a rotation or 2. That's gonna be a, oh! Okay, that's a big answer. I really thought Valen had that one dead to rights. What's up next for BBL? Leaf with an operator, Jaw with a sheriff. He's just gonna send it in. Okay, they're gonna keep it up. I'm down for it. If you want to be a villain at 4 to 12, more power to you. Leaf would love to try and keep this. BBL, again, it has to be flawless the entire time, Mike.
Did I spot that, by the way? Jorgemo mollied Lovers Rock, and he just burnt to death. I don't know if there's any damage initially on that peak, but Leaf does have the operator in hand. Probably going to try and do some damage if he, well, can get another angle, but
He's being hunted.
I was going to say they're hesitant to obviously force the issue here. Slip back into Garage here, and Loiter already pushing down long. They should know about this.
Yeah, that's 1, and there goes the operator. Okay, 3 alive. A couple of big ults to play with, but it does feel like a house of cards that could fall down at any moment, right? These are still very, very close rounds, and these were light investments coming up from G2. Now they're back on a good buy here. Another big challenge coming up for BBL.
Great catch from Loiter here as well. Valen obviously held in place by the trip to follow on from that. G2 call a timeout here as a couple more ultimates coming online. Gorgamo just 2 away from his second run it back already. Do have the dimensional drift and the divide. Can revert back to a retake if they want to try and put Baby Bay a little deeper somewhere, maybe find a pick, but 4 rounds here in a row for BBL. On the other side of that, actually, Lovers Rock does have his dimensional drift available. Just missing a couple more points here and there.
But again, this is also just a nice momentum break as well. G2 can afford to kind of just take their time on this. There isn't particularly a hurry. This is more just take a second, take a breather, touch base, figure out what's been going on here. As again, you don't want to open up that window of chance. Again, we know it is very fragile at this point for BBL, but regardless of that, you don't want to let them get that confidence. Breeze would be coming up next, of course, so for now, if they can keep them kind of as they are under the heel, that would be ideal. Let's see if there's something in mind here is just the get it done, get it over the line, give us a round.
BBL will stack up outside lobby here, whether or not this is just to try and put Lovers Rock on an early angle. Again, caught a bit of damage here initially. LaRock previously. There's 3 members of G2 here to control the space. Maybe it does have that operator here. Don't get a confirmation of the setup just yet. Reposition here, Leaf. Tucked into garage. Does have the dimensional drift to get right behind this A-site hit, if it comes to fruition.
It's kind of a powder keg waiting to go. Baby Bay's got a line, gonna have to back away. Still has Trent there by his side, and obviously Valen toward that CT area, but G2 aren't willing to fully commit to the rotation just yet. Still have enough players here. Lovers Rock will be able to identify quite a few bodies if he does go hunting. He's cleared towards that quad side, takes a look towards back sight, and he's going to see him, but Jorgamo finds him first. Now, Jor has to be careful not to get caught out on here, because look at where that spike's heading. Look at this TP as well. That could catch him here. Do they consider it? I think Jor does. Jor absolutely does keep it in mind. Loiter might be dead. He is! Jorgamo at the helm of decimating BBL here. Down to 3 now. Look at Desperate in this.
We'll be able to get onto site here. The scale up actually conceded by G2, but Leaf's still here.
I don't know how they're going to make it across safely. Okay, that's it. They just get the timing right, have a little bit of a posture up towards garage. Plants now in. It is a 3v5, though. They've got the divide. G2 have every single tool necessary to make this one hurt. Jaw, that's 3. He wants more. He might get some more here. Still on the hunt for it. Oh, Rose desperately tries to hold on. But G2 remembering who they are today, making BBL look mortal, proving they bleed like all the others.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna say this now because I want to speak to you guys real quick as we ease into the game, as we're setting up.
Yes, sir.
No matter what the score is, I need energy from Nate. I need locked-in dives from Alex, confident dives. Trent, I need confidence to your teammates. The way you speak to each other is the way we're gonna play, okay? Let's go, boys.
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Every moment, but don't let it slip away. I wanna lay here, now we can't escape it now. Feelings get on my body, stick to me like I'm honey, I need that love. Give me make it a throwback. You making it all bad. We always get down, you giving that as it. Moving with that Motown, living life so lavish. I'm kicking it old school. You wish you were so cool. I got that far out, I got that out of sight. I make it groovy, baby, we going all night.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Here with Josh RT of G2, dominant win on Haven. What is your evaluation of BBL on that map and how they played?
Honestly, I'm very, very impressed with BBL. When I watched them, I thought, man, this Rose guy, he has like great IGL calling, and I'm very, very like impressed about how they structured their team and all the pressures they apply. So it was a lot of overnight studying for me, not a lot of sleep, but I feel like I prepped the boys well to show them like what to expect, and I think we handled it well. Hopefully we keep it going. I know map 1 we usually do all right, but map 2 like sometimes we fall back. So I gotta make sure the boys are locked in.
Okay, well, one more thing, because the boys were extremely hyped up. We've never seen Leaf stand up so much. Is your plan to tell him to keep it going, you know, let him have it? Or, whoa, tone it down?
He had a great first half start. I think in the second half, I think it got into him a little bit too much. So as usual, I'll make sure like he tones it down a little bit, like make sure he's even more even-keeled.
Okay. All right, thank you, and good luck on Breeze.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. On the other side of that utter shellacking of BBL on Haven. A dominant showing here from G2, and we're not going to waste any time, Mimi Kukuka. We're going to dive straight into some of the more impactful moments in this game that kind of demonstrated just how much of a read G2 had and just how much the work for Josh overnight paid off.
Yeah, this is our Verizon iSpeed moment. It's a Telestrator IF prep. In the pre-show, if you were watching, we talked about how good this Cypher composition was for BBL in freeing up rotation in their defensive macro. And I want to show how Josh RT and the gang at G2 absolutely dismantled it. This is round 3, the bonus after G2 wins pistol. And you'll note it's the standard Cypher setup here with 2 trips in garage and towards C long. Let's look at how G2 deals with this. Initially, they're going to put some pressure over towards A lobby, showing a flash, a haunt, making it feel like there's something there. And at the start of this round, BBL is just playing a solo Sova who he'll react by going for the drone. While that's going on, check out how G2 is immediately stepping stepping into the next stage of their plan. Two players, the Fade and the Phoenix, are going back mid, and their job is going to be to destroy this tripwire and remove information from BBL's defense. Already one question created towards A. Now here comes the next question mark. A flash out into mid. They go and take space in garage. And check out this detail that only this kind of odd comp that G2 is doing can bring through. The Phoenix wall does utility damage. So they throw it in a position where as you watch that icon, look, it burns away. Down goes the Cypher Trip. There was a C's comboed to make sure Kreven didn't swing and pick that up. And all while that's happening, well, look over towards the A site. There was a rotation away from Rose, who felt like that was going to be more of an execute on the C side of the map. And now there's a question mark here, question mark in mid, question mark over towards A. BBL has lost the majority of the map. It's a free contact into A, and Baby Bay perfectly holds for Rose to swing for one of his 3 kills that map. As they walk in, it's now a post plant, and there's even more. Check out these players that got embedded up. They hear the rotates, they contact forward, and they absolutely eviscerate BBL. This 11-1 was brought because of prep, anti-stratting, and a perfect read from G2.
Mimi, come on, he had 4 kills, you know?
I'm sorry,
don't do it like
sorry,
that. Listen, he had 4. No, but listen, we had the expectations set for G2. We knew that they were going to be prepped, but they ticked every single one of the boxes, breaking the utility, making them over-rotate, the individuals popping off. And speaking about individuals, we need to talk about Jogemo and Leaf, especially about Jogemo. You saw it, you showed it there in the telestrator, but I think all throughout the map, all through and through, even in the last rounds where G2 was struggling to close this one out, it was Jogemo time and time again. And we can say the same about Leaf. The amount of space that they found, how controversial it was to go up against them, and all of the flashes that they were putting. We know that BBL likes taking on those duels, and all of them favor G2.
It does feel like also, because you have utility damage off the Blaze Wall, you don't need the shock darts to clear some of the Cypher utils. So it opens you up to bring the Fade in here alongside this already really impactful double flash setup.
Yeah, there's so much utility to bully players off lines, and I think that's really why this is great into double duelists. You see those A re-clear rounds, that was a big fixture for me. Flashes were excellent at shutting the duelists down, especially when it's combined with that Prowler. You got a little dog running at you, a flash coming for you, and we're talking a lot about the macro, about how good this prep was, but individually, I mean, how damn good was Jaw? 25 kills?
Cho didn't even need to play. That was insane. I think that he didn't even have duos with some of the players. And on the other side, right, let's speak a bit about BBL. We've expected Rose to, change a little bit things on the Colin and whatnot, but it really seems like everything just happened too fast for them to adapt. And the ideas that G2 kept bringing in did not make it any easier. We also have to talk about and draw some comparisons with Larocque, right? He did not have a good map, and it resembles a little bit about what happened against NRG.
Yeah, not what you're looking for BBL if you need someone to get back in the game. Now, my big question for BBL is, have you learned anything now? Let's hear what Coach Key had to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Key of BBL now. Coach, 11-1 first half on Haven, which was your pick. So why do you think the gap was so big in that first half?
That was the start like we did against NRG. We just didn't show up, and we have no brave to fight against them. But like we played NRG, hopefully it will be like this on the second map and the third map.
Slow start, but the boys are locked in and you guys are ready to go, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Okay, so Key of the opinion that this is exactly the same issue they had against NRG, and they just quote-unquote didn't turn up.
I disagree. I think that the key to map 1 was G2 watching the VODs, coming in with very strong specific preparation of how to dismantle BBL's defense, and BBL not changing enough to adapt. I think that's more core than just individual underperformances.
But I think it does hold the resemblances with NRG. Do you not remember that Pearl and how they were so sure about the composition and whatnot, and how they dismantled it? So I think that there is a point that Key has there. Now, can he find the same solution that he did against NRG? Speaking especially about Larocque, as we take a look at the agent select, another player that I think we highlighted a little bit in that highlight was Leaf. And I think that for me in this map, even starting on the attack, I really have high hopes for the performances that he's going to have. And for BBL, LaRock has to tune in again.
Yeah, it was a really great read map one from G2 of how they moved around the map on their attacking side. I'm expecting them to want to play similarly here. But Breeze is a different beast. It's a lot easier for the individuals like LaRock and Lovers Rock to get involved and win it that way. This is a great chance in my mind for BBL to get back into the series at what they're best at.
And do not forget what's at stake. We were speaking about BBL with the potential of making history, and it's not going to be an easy one to make.
All right, let's jump right back into the action after a quick map one. Pansy, HyperX, it's on you.
Well, this is the fun part, isn't it? Breeze now coming up next, and BBL with a brutal wake-up call of the difference of these sort of levels. You earn your legacy here. Santiago leaves nothing to be hidden, nothing to chance, as G2 have set the standard, and they've set it high.
Yeah, and I just want to come back to the, again, just to note, LaRock seems to be the king of map 2 for BBL. Talking about previous performances here, but you come to a map like Breeze, and there's just huge opportunities for a team to completely disregard timings, disregard macro, and just take the fight to you. G2 now, with the upper hand in this series, and the upper hand in terms of the mental game on the stage, I think there's a real likelihood here if Jorgamo and BBL just want to try and knock this out of the park.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Do they have that killer instinct to just put them down? BBL better be ready, because okay, been put to bed pretty quickly, but the trade's there for Leaf. So the floodgates to the site are open for now. BBL close enough by the broken wall, but the plant's going to be in. But look at Rose's position. Does he get the timing on this? He has managed to slip to window. Checked on by Valen. So there is layers to this. We are still in a 3v3.
Oh, BBL looking to get back behind this through mid.
Flanks on flanks.
Reposition towards that, and Lloyd is going to be caught here, BBL. A little bit of chip damage as well onto LaRock.
Doesn't need to do too much now. He can kind of let the others cook a bit here. Still utility on the plant to allow G2 to build time. LaRock with another tap. More utility put into play. Trent still happy to toy with him a touch. LaRock would love a fight. He's not getting the one he wants. His Lovers Rock now already in the round, but G2 have everything they need here. This should be done. G2 with a great start. Simplistic in approach and what you want to be seeing.
These early rounds key for BBL in terms of getting a couple of these players online. Already mentioned LaRock, but also Lovers Rock, a much slower map. And a couple of individual performances from him a little lacking. He's so crucial to their success. See any investment here from BBL. BBL toying with a scope, but be two Bulldogs brought into this. A couple of SMGs as well, so well-rounded purchase here for G2. Rose on the other side of this on A main. We have the drone, wall invested as well, so he decides to try and challenge here.
Be smooth sailing. They are just making it towards those doors now for the BBL side. G2 just going to get themselves set up into this close plant. Again, it is classics on the other side, so for G2 an opportunity to try and get on those ults farmed up here, and BBL, the one to be doing it. Are we getting a vintage Jorgamo performance today? I'm up for it, man.
Super crispy from Jorgamo on the Bulldog. BBL, unfortunately, gamble stack elsewhere on the map. Beautiful kills from BBL as well here, actually.
Didn't even catch that second one. Really lovely from Jor, though.
Let's go. All right, I'm back. I'm back in it, boys. I'm back in it.
Very comfortable start to build up a bit of a cushion here on the attack for G2. Jorgamo, BBL both halfway to ultimates already, very early on. What's the response here in the buy round for BBL?
And I feel like just momentum-wise, mentally, they need to kind of get a grip back into this game as well. Obviously, that first map, it's easy for us to kind of maybe reset mentally ourselves, but for the teams, this is just very oppressive to handle. G2 would love to continue that. Don't think that Aldron's going to quite clear the corner you would have liked, so Rose is going to be behind the curve on this as Jor now gets a step towards the site itself.
Catch Kevin as well, at least a glimpse of him. Leaf now backfill the space. That's another ball from Dort here.
Ooh, hold on. Loiter and Laurent still putting up a fight. Loiter does well. Rose in on the swing. Better. Much better. Fighting as 5 this time.
BBL happy to make these snappy decisions. Wasn't expecting a full commitment out of double doors here, but BBL still showing signs they're happy to be proactive. Not necessarily dwelling on that 13-5 on Haven. And again, a massive positive to see.
Yes.
See some of these players activate. And again, you don't want to see LaRock being a map 2 show from him. You see everybody step up here. BBL have any hopes of recovering this series.
G2 have shown depth, individual capability, preparation. Well, the list is pretty long. So BBL are going to have their work cut out here. Lovers Rock already trying to play through towards elbow. It would be Jorgamo on the other side, a bit deeper. I think he's just coming back around.
And it's these quieter rounds I want to see what BBL want to achieve. In terms of the bigger picture, at least here happy to respect the purchase. I mean, Leaf actually down on a Sheriff, but rifles across the board here for G2.
Deploying drone.
Already Lovers Rock taking a TP across this side. It's a good read from BBL. Don't be conscious of mid though. There's a lot of pressure coming through double doors.
My eyes are still on the rock for now. It's, as you said, depending on how much pressure these double doors players from G2 can actually apply. Loiter's done really well to help them out. Keep at least a bit of safety with LaRock, who's taking a bit of damage, but Baby, oh! Brutality from G2, powering through towards the site. Plants up, they've got nothing to stop it. Trent was waiting for a second to let him know. He hadn't even got the plant down yet.
This is a site that's stacked with 4 members of BBL, and it's only Jorgamo to fall. Creven, rifle in hand, left to wait this one out. Leaf not going to allow him such freedom. Creven just checking.
That smile.
That damn smile.
That damn smile. But still for G2, it is going to be grinning after that round. As you said, going into the stacked site that you kind of felt might have had a bit more fight back, and you got Baby Bay absolutely just punching them down. It's a scary prospect now because we know that G2 can walk into these bigger, heavier sites and come out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a clear difference in the fundamentals. G2 hit their stride on map 1. Like I said, it's why my eyes are on these slower rounds, maybe towards the macro ahead of some of these site executes. Loiter, I mean, a freebie, yeah, caught by Loiter there. Is beautiful from Trent.
Yo, LaRock, hit a shot.
Oh, it's elimination day today. You can just feel it. And now the buy's looking a little shoddy for BBL, but they have the operator. It's just Rose who's going to be suffering a bit here. Top mid. Try and make it work with what he can afford.
On the other side does have a scope as well. Not many light shields, but crucial here is LaRock doesn't fall immediately.
Oh!
He's good for 2.
He's hitting shots now, baby! That's 3! G2 gonna get their answer back, but in the kill feed. It's Leaf and Baby Bay to try and find a little bit of room to work. Good chip done. I think that's Creven down on 10. There's still a little bit of danger in this. Might have just closed the case now. Baby Bay up against 4.
Cutting through.
Showing a little bit of firepower in just that round previous. Hard to make it forward though. An initial challenge from Loiter. Get himself out of there, reset if he can. 40 seconds to play with, but yeah, they've had enough of that game. I guess that's what happens when you call out LaRock.
Certainly heard that. Curious if there is a response. LaRock now will have the Blade Storm on the back of that success. Initially here, able to just jiggle back and forth, and the catch on Jorgamo. Beautiful mid-slide. Elsewhere, I mean, Lovers Rock's 1 away from the dimensional drift. 2 more points for Loiter to get the pit.
And if you really think that G2 can't talk shit, just keep watching this game, man. They're ready for this one.
Oh, a catch on Leaf, actually.
Well, just on the leg, it looked like 13 HP is what Leaf gets to stay alive on, but still want to go for the pop here, G2. Building off the back of Baby Bay's ult, potentially. Looking at that next punch forward, that next pop towards this. Baby Bay, I mean, that's utility in hand. That's a bit of a miss on that one. And Loiter just turrets them down. It is a shutout.
Flawless hold from BBL on the back of the dimensional drift to try and open up this site. Amounts to absolutely nothing for G2. In some of these more crucial momentum building rounds for BBL, now going in their favor. Have the upper hand in terms of this next cycle of ults. The investment coming there for G2. All tied up, 3 apiece. Been a while since we said that.
Yeah. Okay.
Divide available Hunter's Fury here for G2.
A couple of win cons that might come in if it goes right, but no respect given. It's earned here today. Rose holds the line and he holds the double doors. Takes away Jaw, who looked like he wanted to pop there off the quick pressure. Tries to take a refight. Baby Bay puts him to bed. It's Loiter and Lovers Rock to try and hold those next lines, but they do try and make it through again. This is going to be bloody between these two. Baby Bay going to get a rifle at least. Gets on the site and gets found quickly.
BBL able to withstand this pressure. And a couple of players investing here for G2. Still, Rose showing the willingness to go forward, to set the tone, and try and win out in this mental battle. Down on the stage. Again, come to Breeze here. It's a map that suits BBL to really switch things up, go back towards playing very fast and loose, relying on some of this raw firepower the roster has. Just missing 1 point here for Creven on the neural theft, and it's a fully stacked ult cycle for BBL. No surprise to see G2 take a timeout here.
Off to Bergheim we go.
Yeah.
Damn.
Jorgemite looked like he was bopping to it there as well, actually.
But I do want to kind of talk about what we heard during kind of, I guess, the wrap of map 1. Josh kind of saying how much of that was in the homework of map 1. I guess if you know this veto is coming up, you can kind of
I mean, that's confidence in the prep there. You can just go, yeah, they're a good team, but, you know, we just prepped really well, and, I mean, they couldn't do anything. They're a great team, but not against us when we prepare.
So, I kind of love seeing that, though. And again, it was absolutely worth the lack of sleep that man got to get map 1.
He looks like he hasn't slept in days.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to eliminations, I guess, right? You got to get that prep done quick. But you're right, it's the ults now starting to sit and settle into play for BBL. You can kind of see the change around here, that momentum swing that's come in. But G2 are very in the fight, willing to be quite aggressive on this, still taking a lot of kind of chances, I guess you could say. And I do want to see if that tempo changes now we come out of this timeout.
I think the approach is clear from G2 today in terms of puffing up the chest, showing they're willing to brawl, but having the macro to back it up as well. Stun here will prevent Lovers Rock getting onto the deeper angle, but still going to post up here. Damage done just yet, but a catch from Lovers Rock won't connect.
Nice layering, though, on the util as well, kind of keeping Jugamo unable to kind of hunt that down. BBL feeling a bit of that pressure starting to build towards B, but I'm not seeing that full commitment yet. Nice clear on the utility, so again, the checklist just being worked down by G2 here. They don't have to hurry it, still about a minute. Jugamo starting to rebuild back by elbow, checking in towards Rose, who is going to need a bit of support if they do continue on that pathing. I think Lovers Rock can still get eyes on if necessary, as the pit just going to go down towards 8. A late round investment here.
He sets Larocque in motion, potentially to explore towards mid, double doors. G2 still looking for something to set their sights on. Dimensional Drift invested here from Lovers Rock, with the Hunter's Fury to try and follow up, but way off on the placement initially.
Yeah, not looking that sharp on it, actually. Lovers Rock is going to have to commit here, too. This is getting a bit sketchy. LaRock still solid on the hold. Fired up, ready to go. And he goes back for thirds. This man's hungry. As Valen just has to face it. LaRock's on the hunt. He is sending message after message. For 13 seconds, Valen would love to deny that bit of confidence. With nothing to lose, LaRock would love him to be buried as he is. Back up now as BBL starting to look scary.
LaRock trying to hide the smile on his face. Valen, stark contrast here. No play from Lovers Rock again, committing to the TP, knowing there's space to play into. Down towards Beach. Again, I'm curious if that's going to be the approach. Now coming out of the timeout for G2 is just, again, reverting back to kind of what worked on Haven, which was waiting for BBL to pounce forwards. Get much of an opportunity. It's a huge investment for BBL. Coming out with just the Blade Storm. It does put G2 back onto an awkward bite. Couple of pistols, couple of stingers.
But G2 did have quite a nice amount of success towards the A side of the map when they kind of, I guess, split through door a bit, had that nice punch to it. A little late on the util, allows Jorgamo freedom, and he isolates Rose. He's got to know there's another player here. They know that Loiter's nearby. Jorgamo would, ideally find him, and G2 again, threading the needle. LaRock, though, 5 HP. This is a bit of a tall task, yeah, G2. Showing them how it's done on this one, going back to what was working before.
Dismantling this A site hold. Get themselves into a post plant here. Lovers Rock and Krevin have to try and recover this.
Cross is lethal, though. And there is the kind of eventual wrap that's coming through on middle. Krevin's going to find Baby Bay. Trent is only going to get one, so it's down to a 1v2. This is difficult, but not impossible. Lovers Rock, though, has a look towards Valen, but he hasn't caught the timing on Leaf, who was that eventuality for a Mastercard thrifty turn. G2 once again showing they still have options on A.
Insane round to pull off. The BBL slight misreading in the early setup here, and unfortunately Rose going forward once more. Try and greet G2 on the way in. Unfortunately, Loiter just slips into the gap. Backside of that Viper's wall. Big swing round for G2.
Yeah, it was huge.
Response here found after 4 rounds in a row for BBL. Still trailing by 1. Baby Bay now with an operator in hand. Be noted early on. G2 very quickly drift back over towards the B site. BBL probably trying to position to catch the pivot back into mid. But with Krevin on an island, I don't think that's coming.
No, waiting for that TP timing as well. There we go, taken now, joined in towards middle. G2 not clearing, okay there, clearing at least that front approach. Still got a bit of safety for Krevin to play into. This is a much different pace coming out from G2 here, very slow and steady, but still very focused towards B. They're going to see the operators here, they're going to hear the operators here, but do they find Krevin? Yes, they do. So they've got full idea of what's in front of them. Jorgamo now should be able to work forward. I think he's got a great idea of where that Cypher tried to hide to, as Jorgamo now takes side control. Rose, unexpected but adjusted to. Jorgamo, great diligence. Till then, head removed. Valen catching the back line. Loiter gone. This is great stuff. LaRock wants to go, though. He wants in, and he's just been let off the leash. Clears back sight, but G2 do not want to let this one slip. And now all on LaRock in a 1v4. Near on impossible as Trent ensures it. Safety at the end, but G2 now showing diligence on both sides.
Especially with that pace change in the Thrifty, you can see BBL reading into that. And it's unclear exactly what the approach is here for G2 coming out of the timeout, but at least here have stopped that momentum, forced the timeout for BBL. Consider their approach, and the money's still sitting okay for BBL. Really seeing an operator.
Keep looking at me. The second one.
Leaf still egging them on. G2 on the brink of having both duelist ultimates here. The last 2 rounds. LaRock leading the charge here for BBL. They desperately need to make a stand here on this map too. And only going to have the neural theft to work with. Like I said, a massive investment on that previous round.
Yeah, opened up quite a few chances for G2 now to kind of regain the scoreline and control on the half. The fact they were able to build back with 2 just now and the way they've done it, it should put a little bit of fear in BBL. They've been broken on that A side, broken on B. They haven't really been able to get LaRock there early enough to find impact again. Look, he gets there eventually and he does do some damage, but by this point I feel like G2 have kind of suffocated some of that build of momentum that BBL might have been banking on.
Could be LaRock. Well, initially here, LaRock going to be the first point of contact towards A. Does now have Loiter to provide some support. Again, is the answer for BBL to prioritize towards mid. behind some of these A-site hits is a massive gap between Rose and his ability to really provide much support. Look how identified here early on. Switch up of positions for Walker, but he still looks as if he wants to challenge.
Revealing area.
Has drawn Rose over towards that A side quite early now, leaving top mid available. Obviously G2 unaware of that just yet. And a clear difference in pace.
And what does the drone spot though? Absolutely nothing. Other than that initial tag onto Jorg with the recon. BBL forced to figure things out as they go here. Valancourt down to 10 HP. Rock able to keep them at bay for the time being, but this pressure in mid is starting to mount. And nobody here to catch it now. Rose is repositioned towards B site.
There we go. Can they withstand the pressure, the vice grip that's building towards the A side? LaRock looks under the gun, you can see it. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, and really only Loiter able to put a body back on this. Once again, G2 have the say in this. Look at the position from Baby Bay. Still able to control towards middle, still able to get away with what they want. And this, well, it looks simplistic, it looks stylish, and it looks absolutely on the money for G2 now. As Scriven in a 1v3 has to try and break this crossfire that is solid as a rock. G2 have the solution.
It was a whittle away at BBL in these slower rounds. Fortunately, LaRock, I mean, he looks ready for this, but the reposition here because of the stun just forces him a little off balance. Again, Baby Bay just completely unconsidered. Posted up with the operator towards mid. Last round, still going to see a buy here from BBL. Able to muster together as best they can. Still an operator in hand for Lovers Rock, which is a huge positive. Baby Bay does have that dimensional drift available here.
This mid-pressure G2 have found what they wanted. This was the way that they've been pressuring towards A, putting Rose on the back foot, keeping Lovers Rock a little humbled deeper on the sights. See LaRock trying to be patient about this, but he found no footing in that prior round. And again, that want to be involved, that want.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see BBL going a little more proactive on the back of Creven. He's not feeling the pressure and his utility's not dealt with early on.
This time, looking like they're leaning to the other side of the map here. As G2 once again show this diligence.
Who's next?
They will look to get a sniff out of what's going on towards B. A solid confirmation here. Great catch from Lovers Rock.
Oh!
A second as well.
That second, sensational. As G2 trying to scale forward, it's Trent to find a bit of work in middle potentially here to play off of. Catching Rose is not a bad shout here. Loiter now noted. But it doesn't feel easy with these numbers, even a 3v4. They don't have that comfort on a side just yet. They're trying to be in a foot race towards the A side of the map here. Loiter does get back towards that deeper side, and the cross should be treacherous. It is. Leaf unable to make it through. And a little bit of a resurgence from BBL here as Valen in a 1v4. It is a lovely shutout here. 6-6, Mike. This is a much better display from both teams.
Great response found here, but to come out all settled up at 6-6 is a huge positive for G2 in terms of BBL's early intention here. We'll have to see if that carries across to the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Andrés Bello, ¿los veo por ahí? Muy bien. A ver, los chicos de la Universidad UNIAC. Ahí está, muy bien, algunos por ahí, ok. De la Universidad de Talca. ¿Dónde? ¿Universidad de Talca? Ok. De la Universidad SEC. Allá. Los veo. De la Universidad Filisterrae. Oh, y bastantes. Muy bien. Y de la Universidad del Desarrollo, ¿dónde están? Muy bien. Estamos muy bien. Bueno, la estamos pasando muy bien. El partido está increíble, la serie también. Vamos a ver qué va a pasar. Pero yo sí quiero escucharlos. Santiago, griten con el alma. Vamos a ver, quiero ver quién va a ganar porque como que el público está mitad y mitad. ¿Dónde están los fans de BBL?
Now with a little more to cheer for. BBL side putting up a much better show here, Mike, but G2 are not out of this game. They've shown that they still have a great mentality for this one. They still have map 1 in the pocket, but the side switch now. You can see how they handle the approach from BBL.
And really, eyes now go towards LaRock in terms of his ability to be the driving force for BBL on the attacking side. You can already see the intention here for BBL isn't to shy away. A much slower, tempered approach to the defense overall, but here, certainly want to see them get off to a flying start. There's a hope of taking us to Abyss. Pause here to invest the wall. Still allow progress towards main. Actually getting ahead of that. LaRock will catch a headshot and a follow-up from Trent.
And again, G2's preparation for these pistols seems absolutely on the money. Trent sitting nice and deep on this, and look at this. He's barely seen him, and he's basically been their downfall, start to end. Trent has been a brute force to handle. 2v3, spike down in a bit of an awkward spot.
They could wrap spawn here. I mean, there's still a TP from Baby Bay to prevent that. Loiter down to 40, yeah. I think they know they've got a bit of space to play into with that sound cue towards mid. It's getting weird here in the pistol. Anybody checking back towards... No, they're not going to go through Nest. Oh. Maybe checking back towards top mid from G2. Just waiting here for BBL to make a move. Are they going to leave Kreven inserted here?
Left.
That could be huge. An open plant towards mid.
Be the play, and G2 giving them quite a lot of room on this as well, not really reacting just yet.
Bit of respect shown actually, yeah, by G2. And Kreven is still in a position to backstab this, but G2 prioritizing the flank.
Penny's going to drop. He'll be probably seen by Loiter, who's down on 40 though. Pretty sure he was on one of the receiving end of those shock darts coming up from Trent. 3 players now encroaching fast. You have to see Kreven getting over here. Great shot from Loiter. Baby Bay gone, and a reposition gets away safely. There's a little bit of a fire on this one, trying to draw eyes as Kreven trying to be allowed to be played in as that backline threat, but a 1v2. Jorgamo and Valen have done the hard work here. And oh, he's taken him off the defuse, not got the half yet. He tried to go for the target on this one. And that's close, but they've got it! G2 making it back in time with barely a second to spare.
The smokes that deny Kreven's late position here isolates Loiter towards sight. A crucial catch here from Trent. LaRock just ever so slightly ahead of the curve. And even with that kill from Loiter to slow things down, G2 still find the pistol here in the second half. Kreven throw a Sheriff in the mix here. G2's by happy to just probably tuck into sight, play these closer angles. Puts BBL into a desperate play. I don't think there's any confirmation here. I didn't see a ping on the back of the drone, but BBL very quickly regroup outside B. TP going to get sent in here by Lovers Rock, and see how close Baby Bay's playing.
Baby BBL's probably careful not to get overwhelmed. Does take the way out of there, exchanging space with the Rock, but as it stands, it doesn't feel too threatening just yet. G2 might be unsure if they are still fully committing to this with 50 seconds. Looking at the adjustment, Rose has been able to slip up onto site as well. Surely they've got to be aware there's a chance someone's made it here. BBL on a bold position, but I guess he's got Leaf by his side as well. He gets to tuck it to the corner and take away the threat. A shot in the dark, and it's rewarded towards Lovers Rock. Able to just reposition around. Nice timing for Valorant. Even though it felt a little bit dangerous, the positions are great here. Good control shown by Jaw. As now LaRock. Okay, nice shot. I mean,
is that a classic?
Apparently so. Jorgamo, 14 seconds. I mean, he went down swinging for LaRock there, but G2 finding a nice second, building a cushion now.
Yeah, great composure on the B side from G2. And just not even really confirming the retreat back from site, but that pressure in mid doesn't amount to much in the form of success or a kill towards side that makes it any easier for them. And Rock just caught there on the spam. Lovers Rock pick up a scope here early on. There's only 2 light shields on the side of G2. Trent and Leaf, the 2 targets we'll try and look for. The orb here, and Jorgamo looking to get involved very quickly. Rose might get caught off here. Looking to go right on the end of the orb retrieval. Should be in Leaf now. Spotted out. Trying to put BBL a little deeper.
But I quite like this discipline from G2. They're playing just aggressive enough to keep BBL not feeling any sort of ease, but not overextending, not giving away picks.
Oh,
God. Timing on that.
I don't think this drone's getting all the way in.
Oh, Leaf. This could be nasty work for him. Still able to keep space on the site, and LaRock is going to find BBL. Leaf gets traded, and BBL get at least access towards the site for now. Closest player by is going to be Trent. Jorgamo not too far, and Valen just making that rotate now. Again, this is going to be bonus time for G2. So damage would be lovely. Lovers Rock is down on that 14 HP. And LaRock's doing fine. Catching Jorgamo, not feeling any of that pressure, really. Oh, the timing for Trent here could be, well, shoulda, woulda, coulda. LaRock's going to get 3 and get himself 5 back up. BBL not out of it yet.
Absolutely not. The response found early enough here. Denying the bonus. Let's see, coming out of that, seeing a couple of Guardians in hand for G2. Leaf allowed to, it's another situation where they're just waiting for G2 to swing out. And G2 are tucking in, playing much deeper on the site. Leaf trying to make the Bucky work for him. Yeah, actually reverting away from the purchase. I think initially saw 2 or 3 hinted.
Wow. Yeah. Sheriffs and Stingers again for G2. Trent and BBL the ones to be down on that. And another attempt to draw the eyes of Valen or Jaw. It feels like BBL is starting to get a little bit of a beat on what G2 like to do on this. Now, that's one thing to know what they want to do. It's another to handle it. Trent, those shock darts were absolutely unbelievable last time. This time around, maybe a little bit of chip on Rose, potentially, but mostly the fact that actually G2 have a good couple of footholds on this site is giving me pause for thought. BBL keeping a nice line here. Lovers Rock needs to be careful not to get caught out. He does have help, but they're trying to close in. Jorgamo not going to get the shot he wanted, leaving Rose alone to his own devices. Good flash. Couldn't shut down the kill, though, as BBL keeps security here. 5 standing so far. I'm sure LaRock would love to keep that rifle.
Yeah, absolutely. Down to 2 HP. They can maintain 5 alive here. A flawless round to tie things up would be huge for BBL. Leaf spotted here. Died out, Rose. He's just chomping at the bit, man.
I mean, Leaf's kind of nice with this, though, but he can't get it all. So takes down Rose. But again, 8 to 8, tied all even. And I like what we're seeing from BBL in the form of kind of finding out how G2 like to react to things.
Yeah,
but
yeah, we're seeing a little better in terms of the approach here. I said G2 happy to slow things down a little later once BBL make progress towards site. Trying to be a little bit slippery, but conscious of potentially any aggression on the side of G2 to capitalize on that quieter start to some of these rounds. Only the neural theft available for BBL here, but good progress elsewhere across the board, actually.
Operators in. BabyBay's going to have that in hand. And it's pacey. It's looking like a tempo shift coming out from BBL straight towards the A side. BabyBay is here. Balan's got his side. Going to be traded in on. BabyBay's going to land, and he does. Trent, lovely support as well. This is synergy in action from G2. Maybe BBL thought they had a bit of an easier access point. It's not the case at all. The buy finally in place for G2 has totally turned the tail of this round. The plant's in, but a 2v4 is a lot to ask for.
Yeah, the op prevents them from really getting aggressive here, so they're huddled into sight.
Yeah, trying to find a corner to play from. BabyBay's having none of it. Rozier, last man alive, back to the wall, G2. Boss standing, punching back up on the scoreline, putting themselves on 9.
Little theft investment comes. LaRock one away from the Blade Storm. Lovers Rock one away from Dimensional Drift. So a good opportunity here for BBL to recover. The operator is causing too many issues here in terms of scaling any further forwards.
Nice, Trent. Let's go, Trent. Go.
The pace change handled very well by G2. You have a Hunter's Fury in the divide of their own. Leaf just one away from a pit. It all comes down to spy around here. It's going to throw BBL off kilter ever so slightly, but LaRock does have the Blade Storm to counterbalance that.
Yeah, and I'm interested in this timeout if it is how to handle that operator now in play. This is BBL's timeout. Maybe just kind of how they want to approach the map from this point onwards, because I feel like there was room to play for G2 in the opening couple of rounds. Now we've seen that buy start to kick in. Now we're seeing those ults on the horizon as well. This has to be a very well thought out re-look at this from BBL if they want to stay in this fight.
Really actually coming out of that early exchange. G2 with an upper hand, considering the buy behind this. Again, I'm just curious now, especially with the operator. BabyBay's happy to go a little deeper in towards mid. Again, just heavy anchor these sites. I said if BBL can get themselves to a post plant, a pit would be huge to their success. Rose not been on point with the Hunter's Fury today. If we can find a catch, that will be also crucial to their success. And Spike not going to be committed here, so an early probe potentially towards A main. Just to catch a pick here, and looks like Joggerman and BabyBay might be getting aggressive towards top mid, as I mentioned.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's going to be a very early check for Kreven on the other side if they do decide to go that deep, but...
I mean, they can just leave him there.
Potentially.
BBL will retrieve the orb outside A, and we've got to argue now, going to make inroads towards the B site. 3 members of G2 this side of the map. They won't going to have an opportunity through elbow to get any sort of split going towards B, but Dimensional Drift is popped here and might just force Vanna deep enough.
This could be great positioning for G2. Just nearby. Kreven going to be spotted as well. That was the eye over from Jorgamo, but still, Pit's going to come down, so trying to find some security and safety on the site. But surrounded nevertheless, we start. BabyBay with a belting shot on Kreven. Backline now open, and Trent posting it forward. LaRock on the swing, gonna take down one. Loiter in unison, but it's down to Rose and LaRock. Trent beheads Rose. LaRock left in a 1v3 as G2's capability starting to really come online here. The fuse toyed with LaRock trying to get in closer. Too many targets, and G2 too buttoned up, too perfect, too in control.
And BabyBay goes forwards on that play to catch Kreven in the lurk. It's just beautiful to watch G2's understanding of BBL's tendencies. Even here, it's so well invested for BBL to be able to stick the landing on this post plant.
I'm so locked in, bro. Oh my God.
I mean, he's absolutely right.
He actually is.
Kreven even knows he has an opportunity to slip away from the drone, but he's spotted. And then he's just kind of barreling back towards window.
Again, I have to just give credit to Baby Bay here. He is having a exceptionally impactful performance. We've seen his lows in some of the previous games where he's just not really come online, but this time he is very, very present in this.
Cutting through.
And another question to be asked of him. If they do continue on this pathing towards the B site, LaRock does have ult, able to, I guess, round out this purchase. There we go, operator noted. He is tucked in the corner, and how long does he stand? Confidence does get quelled, but Valen security in the back of the site again, still holding his ground, unaffected and unfazed. G2 once again looking solid in this, and BBL desperate for options, and desperation is giving them nothing. Jorgmo now on the site. G2 looking lethal today. 4v2, and BBL just trying to clutch at straws here.
We get the plant down comfortably now. Baby Bay still looking for angles with the operator. BBL will call a freeze here, but really many feasible options for them. They need to catch this. Reposition back into bank grip. It's not looking this way.
Oh, they are just being run around here. Baby Bay, relax now, calm down. Krevin, you got 2 more to locate, though. You might know about Trent. I don't know if he knows about Leaf, and with 13 seconds, it makes no odds. 11 rounds for G2 now, within touching distance of sending these rookies all the way home.
Fly is going to be a little awkward for them here as well. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I did catch that. Lovers Rock stepping into the snake bite, catching. I'm not sure if it actually had an impact. They're so eager to dig out Valen.
Are you lost?
Valen, who was crucial previously in terms of anchoring sites and basically just going even as best he can. Stalls out so much time for G2 to reposition.
Okay, set up now, postured up, shouldered up. Maybe they playing from those double doors. Jorgmo just going to be backing away. He was there in support early on. BBL would love to locate this, but Baby Bay's being pretty tricky at the moment to pin down. Portal is done. Have to send this one out, and he's got to be careful he doesn't get punished on this. I think he's got a little bit of play now. Aldrone just to ensure that he knows they are just around that corner.
BBL spread pretty thin here. Again, G2 playing deep enough to mitigate that early pressure. They might regroup towards mid. Jorgmo's on the other side of double doors.
Yep.
Baby Bay towards top mid. This could be walking into a trap.
Yeah, this could be the downfall of BBL. Let's see. Can they isolate? Can they find anyone to pick apart here? 3-2 split coming in. Jorgmo deciding he wants to look towards that A main approach, but here comes that pressure. Jorgmo trying to be tricky with it himself, trying to be hard to pin down. Melts Loiter and goes back in for more. Valen tries to hold the line, but BBL explode on the site. Plant next on the cards. Trent's been nasty with this, and he's not stopping either. Continues that presence, allowing Leaf now to come alongside him. 2 kills already for Trent. Rose on the site, Lovers Rock watching the cross for that Guardian. Is it going to be enough here?
Holding on here, Rose going to be forced, oh, not forced out by the snake bite.
There's still room to play. Still room to try and hold on! But with Trent in this level of form, there is little to be done as Lovers Rock desperate to do it. The connection not good enough. And Trent is out for blood. 4 big kills. G2 making it up to 12.
And the connection just not landing with the Guardian there. But a beautiful push and pull in this 2v2.
Oh, it's glorious from Trent.
Just magical. Krevin again, he's looked so antsy in some of these situations. When we're talking about the desperation for BBL to rely on that raw mechanical skill they have, is their demise once more.
All of those hopes now pin on this round. Gotta make it happen. This is the caliber. This is the quality. As Jorgmo already takes away 1, BBL down to 4 as they try and power forward. Problem is you got Baby Bay in the way. Standing, guard can't land it, dips away. Next layer Leaf goes down. They still have a chance at this one. Jorgmo not going to find Lovers Rock here. This is looking rough around the edges. BBL desperate for a plant, desperate for something to go on their side.
Reuter positioned very deep towards the Roken wall here. Gets spammed out. There's still a man advantage for G2. Jorgamo going to be revealed. The Northef goes in. All the info now playing into BBL's hands.
Well, Jorgamo, this man a cut above the rest. He knows what it takes to be great as LaRock has to backpedal away. And the site starting to fall apart. It could be all 5 for Jorgamo as LaRock desperate to hold on, desperate to dig deeper, to do whatever it takes to stay alive. 6 bullets, Baby B, the one to break them down to pieces. G2 sentence BBL to silence in Santiago.
G2 demonstrating the value of their preparation today in map 1 and then coming out happy to go blow for blow with BBL and standing tall, again bringing their A game in terms of the trash talk on the stage, in terms of in the server as well. BBL left licking their wounds here.
And a fun prospect for the future. For BBL, love them, hate them. You certainly paid attention to them. But on the other side for G2, it was a show of force, a show of quality, and a hard opponent to meet in these moments. Elimination games really do put you under the brightest spotlights here. Today, BBL will be taking that long road home.
Absolutely, something just not clicking for BBL here. Again, you could argue it's the playoffs curse and coming in cold, but certainly not the case today in terms of this series. G2 buttoned up in terms of their approach. About the most comfortable performance we've seen from them as well. We're talking about some of the individuals standing up for G2. This one, everybody stepping up to the plate, doing what was necessary for them to get this win today.
They start to look like a big game team there. As said, made to chase titles, to push top 4s, top 3s, ideally into finals, and we saw it from every individual on this team today. As you can see, we will be having that Verizon post-match interview for you as ready as soon as possible. For G2, it's got to feel fantastic. You walked into Haven, I thought that could have been a trap, not the case at all. They were prepped, they were ready, and they were firing on all cylinders today.
Santiago, una vez más para G2! And they have eliminated BBL. Trent, how are you today? So I want to talk to you. You guys knew that BBL was coming with that firepower, and you just eliminated them with more firepower. How are you feeling right now since you've eliminated them, and also you guys are going through that lower bracket?
Feeling very good. That was a very good momentum win for us. They said they were better than All Americas. Didn't show up today. Unfortunate. But yeah, feeling great.
Y bueno, básicamente conversando un poquito de lo que había sido esta partida, cómo se estaba sintiendo después de haber eliminado también a BBL. Dijo que habían comentado los chicos de BBL que ellos eran mejor que Américas, pero aparentemente el día de hoy no lo pudieron hacer aquí, así que obviamente se está sintiendo increíble. So now you guys were standing up since round 1. The energy was amazing and the atmosphere you have going on in G2, it's absolutely great. I just want to know, you guys played 6 matches by now. How do you keep that stamina up? How do you go into your hotel, just reset that mental? How do you guys do that to be in the best form possible every day?
You can't dwell on the past. I mean, we lost yesterday, but if we keep thinking about it so much, especially on the match day, we're not going to play to our best. So we know that we just have to reset, go next, and give all of our energy 110% today. And yeah, we're standing up from round 1 because they're just talking a lot. They're standing up too, so we give it right back to them.
And that's perfect. And it worked out because they were absolutely intimidated by you guys. Y ahora hablando un poquito también de lo que es ese reset de mental, sabiendo que han jugado ya 6 partidas, que el cansancio se sigue acumulando, pero ellos se siguen viendo muy, muy bien. Dice que lo ideal es no pensar en el pasado, que todo bien, que perdieron, pero que finalmente ese reseteo de volver y de poder empezar desde cero simplemente es lo mejor. Y se estuvieron parando porque sí, los de BBL estaban gritando bastante y estaban intentando ahí hacer algo, pero estos chicos finalmente los acaban venciendo. Now, Trent, for my last question, you have been so important closing rounds, clutching for your team, and you have been so consistent. How have you seen your personal growth throughout this tournament by now?
I feel very calm right now. I feel like my stress is very low. I've been very careful on it in my health. And I don't know, I'm up there, and in every situation, I just feel like I can win it. My confidence is at an all-time high. And I know that everyone up here is nervous. They want to beat me. So I'm using that fire, and I'm just playing calm and making them make the move, and I'm feeling it.
Definitely, you demonstrated that in the stage. Y ahora hablando un poquito también de la constancia que él ha estado llevando durante todo el campeonato y cómo ha visto su crecimiento también durante todo lo que ha sido esta Master. Dice que se siente muy, muy calmo, que finalmente la misión de los otros es ganarle a él. Entonces el hecho de que él se pueda mantener con esa calma simplemente lo hace muchísimo mejor. Trent, thank you very much for this interview. And we are going to our next match. Who's going to be the next eliminated? PRX or All Gamers? We'll get there.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the VALORANT Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they're gonna get better. Flashes in, and down goes Light.
Greetings for G2 from Ecuador. We are traveling for hours. ¿Cómo era? Cheering for you, G2, G2.
Please, G2, win for my grandmother.
Let's go, Valin, let's go. You are the best IGL in the world, bro. Vamos.
Hey, baby bae. How you been in Chile, man? Tráete mote con huesillo. Love you.
I love you, Yagamon, I love you.
Let's go, Valin.
Welcome to Santiago, G2.
Let's go, Trent. Let's go, Leap. Let's go, G2.
Go G2. Go to the finals. Win it for us. Thank you.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back to day 10 here at Masters Santiago. We had EMEA and the Americas share the stage, and now it's time for China and Pacific to take a turn. It's all gamers versus PRX. Mimi Kukuka, we had low expectations of all gamers coming into their previous game. They surpassed them by an order of magnitude, I would say. Very impressed to see them bounce back when it counts.
Yeah, it was an absolute incredible turnaround. Even in that series, map 1 looked dreadful, dreary from all gamers. They come out on dominate on map 2, look cooked again map 3, only to show us this incredible comeback to get their first global win.
I think that even right off the bat, even though they didn't get the first win on map 1, we did see a change in the perspective and especially the attitude that they were showing on stage. The ability also to bounce back on the second one, we started believing, and on the other side, we saw Gentlemates that started getting too overconfident and ended up not getting much.
I think we got to see that skill expression, the individuals really step up on Gentlemates. Now, after their first match against G2, it felt like all gamers were just here to make up the numbers, but I tell you what, after this sussy first map against Gentlemates, we saw something click after Pearl as we headed over to Split and then on to Bind. Now, I don't want to dumb this just down to their individual shooting properly. So is there any deeper that we can dig? Maybe look at the macro, maybe look at some of the intangibles here for all gamers that came online.
Yeah, I think that especially for the second map, first of all, the confidence was back. And I think that they reminded what made their map strong and what things they could bring onto the table that actually went onto their favor. Reminded what they were doing back in China.
But I think what those things were playing with a ton of confidence, having their individuals in form, and just constantly fighting. I don't think there was some secret macro flip that switched in their heads. I think instead, they realized after losing map 1 that elimination's on the line. They have nothing to lose. They might as well just full send it, and they started double satcheling on every retake, playing hyper aggressive. The individuals got hot, they got confident, and that brought them back into this series. It's how they won in China, it's how they won that match.
But I don't think the Pro was necessarily terrible, but I do think that because of the overconfidence that Gentlemates had, they were put in positions, like Gentlemates were doing things that you normally wouldn't see and pushing in places that you only a team that is incredibly, like, not even considering you in the same tier would do against you. So I think that was the perspective. For the second one, I think that Kira was absolutely insane, and it started bringing everybody back online. Francis also as well.
It takes 2 teams for one team to win 11 rounds in a row. So I think you do have to acknowledge that there was some choking, some misplay, some underperformance from mates. This wasn't just a complete masterclass from AG, but credit to them because they absolutely turned it around and they looked like themselves.
You see, it was giving some credit, but us at the analyst desk here were a little cautious about how many accolades we want to throw in AG's way for now. However, let's go listen into Fangir reflecting on AG's run of the event so far in a HyperX player moment.
Hello guys, my name is Fangir. I'm playing Valorant on the duo list for all gamers. We was playing against G2, 2 maps, we lose without any chance. What was happening, like, it was our first match on the global stage. Santiago crowd was really next level because they like screaming, you hear everything, you feel this energy, you're just shaking, and it's feel amazing, yeah.
Convergent paths there to see if they could just catch those players.
Oh, it's gonna be Fangir, push it all the way out.
Of course, everybody was cheering for G2. If I was in fan, I was also wanna cheer for G2. They're amazing, yeah. For me, interesting player will be Valen, for sure. He's really insane agile, and at the same time he's shooting the next level. I'm pushing mid, and the Valen just controlling me and give me 1 tap instantly. Thank you guys for cheering us. See you next match.
See, Fangir just acknowledges that he's being pushed to level up his game. The whole of all gamers are, and it's a question of how far can they go. Now, things started slow in that series against Gentlemates, but if there was a turning point, it was probably somewhere around, I don't know, Kira getting an ace in the pistol round on splits?
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty obvious turning point from them. Kira looked the worst of all gamers when they played their opening
all the
match.
gamers?
Of all the gamers, yeah. He was making a lot of individual mistakes. He looked very shaky when they played on split, but he immediately turned it around on this map. I want a lot in particular his movement on this race. I think he looks really good with that double satchel pathing, knowing exactly where to land himself to isolate these fights, and just having the confidence to fight into multiple players at once.
Was insane.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. It's so rare to see a Rocket get that many.
And do not forget, here is also a look at the numbers, but do not forget that here is also IGL in this team. It's been a long time. I know that we have players like Forsaken on the other side that will play a little bit of everything and also call some of the shots, but I think that especially from that map 1 to map 2, he brought all the confidence that was needed. He proved to the rest of the team that they could do it.
I want to take a step deeper into this all-gamers mentality, especially today, now knowing what opponent stands in their way. So let's cross to Shrimp with a bit of a chat with Jen Lee.
Jen here with Shrimp of AG and Echo for some translation. Now, Shrimp, last match, you guys looked like yourselves and you played like yourselves. Are you going to keep that going today?
你看到有人在哭对吧？而我们今天会把每一场比赛都当做最后一场比赛来打。
You said people cry, right? And we were gonna play every single match as it's our last one.
Okay, so you're going to make more people cry today?
你会让更多人哭吗？今天？
What are we taking away from that? Outside of the distinct lack of Labubu's on the backpack.
The right Kirby's, no? I saw a couple of Kirby's. Kirby?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Is that the type of
No, that's the
little
big
guy
one,
that
no?
was dangling? Okay. I don't know the etymology of the different little guys, but I will say is that I think this matchup, stylistically, you might think All Gamers is a team that likes chaos. They like to brawl, they want to bring the fight to you. PRX is the same. That could mean there's an advantage for them to get in. I don't think so. And my main reason for saying that is because I think PRX are the best team in this tournament at absorbing aggression and in very chaotic rounds, still setting up crossfires, playing together. Even in this loss against NRG, I think they showed that prowess.
I want to talk about this bind comp because it was a little spicy, almost a throwback to like that Gecko Harbor cringe post-plant era of like 2023.
Sure.
I remember like Leviathan with Aspas playing it pretty extensively.
They played something similar, you know, on the set of PRX. I think that they've experimented a lot.
But it doesn't quite get them across the line here. NRG seem like they're able to adapt or at least throw their minds back to a time where they had to deal with this comp.
See, here's the thing. I see the intention. The problem is that NRG also saw it from the beginning. You have to understand the strengths that it has. First of all, a lot of utility on the attack. Like, literally, there's a lot of little animals coming at you. There's everything from Sky, everything from Gecko, and especially the changes to Harbor. This cove can be an absolute nuisance and a pain in the ass to go up against because you have to break it. Like, so many things will make it easy for you to get the spike down and then to defend it. But NRG, I thought, understood when they had to use the utility to counter it and when to use the bullets.
You were in comms, Bayo. You were listening into what the players were talking about in that match. What was the I guess the takeaway?
Without giving a lot away, well, one, a lot of praising, like they were very hyping each other out. I think that Mara had incredible plays that were, some of them were on the fly, they were incredible, but yeah, they were very aware of like the space they were given and when to use the utility, not right at the beginning, but also more to counter it.
Yeah, looking at that game, I see it as PRX taking a risk going into a rematch, right? They see their opponent leave that bind open, they have a new comp, they expect something different themselves, but they lose in a close game of adaptation. It went to overtime that first map, it was just as close in the second map. This very easily could be a PRX already looking ahead to day 3. I don't look at that and think that they failed in their approach of trying new compositions.
Totally.
I think they took a risk against the team that currently looks like the best team in the tournament, and it just barely didn't pay off.
Something was also looking like he was back to business in that game against NRG. Even on that bind game, so many util-based kills, but even earlier on, right, like pick out the scope weapon and just being that threat in the server we kind of know him to be.
I think that especially this outlier highlight that we were seeing on Pearl kept things incredibly even. But as we're saying, with the changes to Gecko, the fact that you can retrieve some more of the utility, that it lasts a bit longer, I think that for history, he's been one of the best Geckos that we've had.
Yeah.
Not the times to get out the operator, but I think that all in all, he continues the narrative that we were having of something in the Swiss stage, a little bit shaky, but here in playoffs, he's delivering.
Especially in this game that was so close, I think where his impact was coming was punishing NRG when they were going for bonus round buys or when they were kind of normally wanting to go for that half armor that we know them for. They had to keep forcing their economy to buy full with how much he was abusing that outlaw, which meant that it was a lot easier for PRX to snowball some of those advantages and actually reset NRG to a full eco, which so often they just don't have to eco.
Yeah, there are a number of teams that have been picking up those outlaws early and punishing NRG for that
Yeah.
tendency, and obviously PRX able to as well. Someone we haven't talked about yet, which is crazy, is Jing. They caught up earlier with Jen Lee, so let's hear what he had to say.
Jen here with Jing of PRX. Jing, Alex talked about how tough the scrims were against all gamers, but when lights are on, you guys always show up. So same story today?
Yeah, I think like we have a lot of experience, so hopefully that experience will be put to good use today and we will come up on top today.
Okay. Good vibes?
Good vibes, and yeah, we will not cry today.
Oh, okay, that's good. Smile.
No crying. That's what I like to hear in my video game. Fantastic. Hopefully the emotions are much more positive instead. Now, let's jump into the map feeder, because I'm curious, are we going to see that bind once again picked or left in rotation and floated? Let's find out.
Hey everybody, we're going to start map selection. PRX, since you fell into the lower bracket later, you have the right of choice. Are you Team A or Team B?
Team B.
All right, PRX, Team B. AG is Team A. Okay, AG, what's your first ban?
We ban Heaven.
Ban Haven. Okay, PRX, what's your first ban?
Abyss.
Abyss. Okay, AG, what's your first pick?
We choose Crown.
Corrode.
Yeah, Crown.
Okay, Corrode. PRX, your side on Corrode?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, PRX, your map 2 pick?
Pick Pearl.
Pearl. Okay, AG, your side on Pearl?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, AG, your next ban?
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. Okay, PRX, your next ban?
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. Last map is Split. AG, what's your side on Split?
Defense.
Defense.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a recap, we have map 1 is Corrode with PRX on defense, map 2 is Pearl with AG on defense, map 3 is Split with AG on defense. Good luck, everybody.
Okay, this is a really interesting map, Vito. The Corrode pick from AG. We haven't seen that since they were back in their home region.
Yeah.
And obviously, Pearl for, PRX, I get it, but they have not been successful on that map so far here.
I think the context on Pearl is that it was against NRG in both those games, both times very close. I still think they're a really great Pearl team and better than AG there. But AG not picking the split, which they favored so much, surprises me.
Listen, I think that they're going to gather as much experience as they can from the international stage. Corrode can be such a surprise, and I do not think that there is a universe where PRX would imagine them to be picking on that map. Only one showing, and not that very good of a composition, and not a comfortable one for them. So let's see.
If we're lucky, we're going to end up on Split at the end of this series. This is all gamers. This is their last chance with the whole region's hopes on their shoulders. And PRX, who don't care for narratives, they don't care for fairy tales, they don't care for happy endings. They're here to hold W and click heads. Let's bring them onto the stage.
La esperanza de todo China. All Gamers. Sosteniendo al Pacífico en sus hombros.
If gameplay is a language, then PRX are the most fluent linguists you'll ever see. Pure instinct, pure momentum. These guys are out here to cement a dynasty and standing in their way. It's the upstart, surprise prospects out of China. We've seen the good, the bad, the ugly from all gamers. The question is, which one do we get today?
This is the most familiar position for PaperX to be in. A win today puts them in their 8th top 4 at a global tournament in Valorant. They've been one of the most consistent squads with a consistent style that have been here forever. They face against an All-Gamers who is so fresh, so new to this. Only 2 Chinese teams have made it into the top 4 before. One just coming last year, Wolves, on that incredible run. But that was the tournament where PaperX won. An opportunity for them to shut them down and get another chance for a trophy.
And at the end of the day, All-Gamers came into this tournament as the first seed of China. Yes, there was a disappointing first showing that we saw coming in from them, but they've been getting better and better, learning from every second that they spend on that stage. Now, we've said it in the past, the first time that you go against PaperX, it's a different experience, but the approach that we're seeing from the Chinese squad might change things around, and actually, if they bring in the same attitude that they ended up bringing against mates, they can fare up and square up to them.
There's a huge difference in perspective of what happened with China, what happened with All-Gamers this event, based off how they perform here. If they lose, get stomped by PaperX today, the reflection will be mates choked an 8-2 lead, All-Gamers got an upset, and there was nothing more to write home about. If they really want to ledge themselves in the history books and make something for their region in this tournament, they have to perform today. They have to show that they can compete against the top dogs.
The dissenting voices about the strength of that China region have been loud. They have been multitudinous. However, All-Gamers have a chance to silence them in one fell swoop here today. Their opponents fell to the world champions. Fair enough, NRG are quite the outfit, but I know PRX, that's not acceptable to them. I fear for any table or drywall installation within a 5-mile radius of Alex after that result yesterday, and the same as today. He will be expecting nothing short of perfection from his team.
Yeah, and we have to think about the maps, right? We have to talk about the grounds that we're going to be seeing terrain today, with Corrode being that first map. As we're saying, for AG, it is a surprise that they pick it because they only played it once back in the region. But at the end of the day, if you want to surprise, play something that you haven't played in the tournament already, and that has to be Corrode. You do have some showings on how PaperX likes to play this map, and probably we expect kind of some changes in the composition. Would you say, Mimi?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do change it up. They were playing the NRG Champions comp here with the KO, Sova, Solo Duelist Waylay. It's a great comp on the map, but most teams have still moved towards the double duelist instead, putting the Yoru into that KO slot and switching it up a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction that they take it here.
Yeah, again, we're seeing these double controller variants pop up a heck of a lot on Corrode.
Ooh, I got a spoiler.
Little chamber lock there.
Yes.
What? Okay. Wouldn't be the craziest thing. We'll dive into that now, as we're going to have some agents at the very least hovered. All-Gamers going to lock this comp away pretty quick. Fangir is going to be on the chamber. Give me the lowdown.
I think that the chamber was really bad against the old PaperX comp, where they had a million flashes running that Phoenix. Against this edition that we first saw PaperX debut against NRG, it is a lot better, I feel like. There's not a lot of tools besides that fade and that Waylay to actually push him off the line. So I think this is a solid choice of change for All-Gamers.
If anyone knows how to keep things calm and collected when PaperX are going crazy, I can't even say that with a straight face. It's Sikilios and Paper Thin. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Uber. Here we go into another bout, another team to be eliminated today. Will it be the departure of a region with All-Gamers making their exit, or will it be PaperX cutting down the Pacific Remainders in half?
It's a great question. I mean, you have to have some fear here as PaperX, because AG showed that they have the gumption to really push teams to the limit, to take some big wins. And these are teams who are familiar with each other through scrims over in Asia. So there's going to be some ideas that they understand of each other's play styles, of each other's nature. But for PaperX, they finally are out of America's jail. Let's see if they can make the most of it.
Hit the try their hands at a different region. Falling shy to the hands of NRG. AG, though, looking to continue, as Mimi was saying, prove that it was not just lightning in a bottle, prove that it was not just a fluke. To prove that they are the first seed and they demand and command respect. There's contact going to be coming in. Fangir able to find a kill immediately. Something's going to be taken down. AU1 with 2 nice reply kills, however, keeps them in with a player advantage. And now it is just suddenly Forsaken left alive. Great opening volley as AG well set to close out this opening pistol on Corrode.
Not going to count Forsaken out yet, but definitely has his work cut out for him. Has the Sheriff, though. Shots ring out, but GRQ is good for it.
And he is. Finds himself his first kill. And this is another one that I want to zoom in on a little bit. GRQ, we've seen him bouncing around. He's been playing that Waylay. He's been playing the OMEN as well as the Brimstone, but he hasn't been on the smokes. It's been a bit more lacking by comparison. How does he fare now showing the neon?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, that's for sure. And if he can, you know, kind of keep that pace up, show us some good stuff, and you get Kira, you get Fangir, you get Shrimp popping off behind him. Speaking of, look at the Shrimp spray, but I think this is going to be a comp that PRX are familiar with. This is what RRQ ran against them when they faced off in the lower finals, best of 5, but they did drop to it. So it is a comp that I think, you know, AG, wise to bring out here. If you can get some good stuff out of Fangir on that chamber, kind of replicate some of what Jemkin's able to create with that agent, real mismatches in mid in particular, I think you've got yourself a pretty decent chance here with this change-up. A lot of different buys. Kira's the only one with the full rifle. A couple of Spectres, Marshall, and AU1 just going to stick with the Bandit.
That's one Bandit and a Sheriff on the other side.
Oh.
Going to play this very quietly, though. There's contact about to happen over at A Hall, and that's going to be AU1 getting the best of Divine. Bandit put to use, doesn't even suffer a lick of damage. Now the rotations will begin. Something unable to spot anything in and around that mid position, and now AU1 going to continue to push forward, trying to get into a flank spot, intercept some of these rotations, get a couple more kills and ult charge. Looks like PRX will just go full 4-player cluster down through B main, rewrap, cross through mid. They will be fighting Fengir here, Marshall in hand. To overwhelm him, they will be able to do so. Forsaken finds the kill, but now AU1 peeking out top mid, finds himself a third. Clean headshots ringing through, looking for a little bit more. If he can get it, he can! Right there on the cusp of that ace will be denied by Jing, but AG will not be denied the round.
All right, doing what you need to do here, keeping the big guns into the next round for AG, the 2 Spectres and the Phantom. So going to be able to swing a little bit more into the economy for this bonus. He has looked great on that gun. He is a natural at the Bandit. Putting it to great use there. That first headshot on the Divide, close range, where it's going to be best. And he wanted one more.
Can't be too upset.
There.
Don't let the lack of an ace be the thing that crumbles you mentally. Rally back into this now, has that Phantom in hand.
Whoops. That C's didn't go where you meant it to there, Shrimp.
Ain't nothing but a thing. We'll just keep on going.
He's had a few struggles with some of the util.
All good.
They couldn't bait out the wall, though.
No, it does still stand. By just poking and prodding. Looks like that wall will maintain its structural integrity for quite some time now. As AG backpedal away from this A main location. Pivot into mid, but no one from PRX watching this. Everybody widely just situated on the sites themselves.
A little bit concerning to see some of these util mishaps early. One of the things that definitely plagued AG in their first match against G2. Saw a lot of miscues that cost them a little bit. Kind of led to some costly rounds. Now there you go. Finally going to get that wall popped. That's going to keep a couple extra players over on the other side of the map.
The blind up into the relay as well. GRQ storming forward, able to swap the weapons around, but for a brief little moment, Forsaken does take his head off. Looking for a little bit more pixel angle. Has to back away. Plan now getting ready to come through, and it's going to be a multiplayer phase forward here to try to displace Forsaken. Kira will be the one to do it. Damage something on the 2, but Kira able to find a buy now. Suddenly, this bonus conversion is looking all but guaranteed for AG. Paranoia out, Jing cannot find it. That leaves now just something still a world away. Still searching for any kind of late lurk around mid, will not find it, just has to tuck in. Hold on to this weapon. AG gonna have themselves a 3-0 start on Corrode.
Yeah, and they're going hunting already. Something gonna have his work cut out for him here, potentially. They're gonna be coming at him relatively soon. Fengir.
Getting down towards the attacker spawn. Seems like not really assessing this connector position, so we'll be able to retain that Vandal after all. That is still a very rocky start. Kira getting the binoculars out, looking for PRX, because right now they're not showing up on this map.
Yeah, I mean, PRX is pretty static in this round. They're holding kind of some positions that are pretty easy to read. You get completely nailed by different pieces of utility there as Envy. Just get wiped out. Kira picking up right where he left off the other day. Looking for, where are my opponents at? Where'd they go? He knocked them out. Got the bonus, got the third, and PRX already needs to take a timeout. Probably needs to talk about how they want to approach this map a little bit more. I think a little bit more mid-control, being a little bit more kind of fluid on the map. It's probably something you're considering here already. But see Alex not super angry or anything, but just trying to get the boys situated. Again, they've seen this comp, they kind of know what it does, but it's another thing to execute against a team that you haven't seen play it before, that is bringing it out for the first time here, and how, you know, their stylistic differentiation compared to what you saw against RRQ is going to fare.
Well, that's all the time remaining in the Coinbase win condition. Alex leaving the players to their own devices once again. We saw how aggressive he was with the timeout calls just yesterday. Felt the need to try to commit those very early on, especially on Bind.
Both him and Bonkar.
Yeah. There's a lot of proactivity.
Well, yeah.
He wants to be able to relax a little bit more for the part of the rest of this half.
Well, and Bonkar talked about it in the post-match interview, that it's about assessing the composition and what they're trying to, you know, establish with it. And that's why when you see a new comp that you're not used to with a team, you might be more prone to call an earlier timeout. Something skirting the edge, gets the first. Wow, what a shot on the Fengear.
Fengear dead. AU1 bringing out a couple shots, so we'll keep that interest drummed up on that side of the map. Kira now going for timing. Just misses the window to be able to get a punish there onto Jing. So now player advantage to PRX.
This is what I like to see from PRX. Take a little bit of map control. You've got long A, you've got mid. So you're going to put some pressure on the Forsaken on the Viper, but he's got a little bit extra help with the Vice util there. So they can play a little bit of stall, maybe force a mid-rotate, so catch him off guard around this corner.
Triple stack into mid, Envy. Trying to play them in. There's another smoke, just going to be cycled forward. Here now with one of his own, considering it over towards Yard. Meanwhile, AU1 willed away at down to 7 health. Something still untouched there, as he's going to be able to finish the job. Finds the headshot. Now 2 players the advantage. The backpedal PRX have already displaced out of mid. Space going to be rescaled by AG as Envy goes for the jump peek, spots him out. Paranoia going to be sent the relay bolt, not going to get to catch the Prowler there. Trying to slow them down, but GRQ still sliding forward, is able to find the elimination on the enemy fade. Forsaken tucked here, center sight. Moving. Swaying this out, but he's being corralled from both sides. And should be dead to rights, and he'll just be able to get the one shot there on the GRQ, but cannot find the kill. So now a 3v3, but weapons are recovered.
10 seconds left.
Firepower now in the hands of PRX to try to get this one over the line, but GRQ, the quick peek, the quick shutdown, something now dead. Looking for the shot, and Divide just doesn't find the timing. Now all on Jing. Finds the first, Kira. Dead top shed. 56. Paranoia is the corner. It's uncertain where he's at, and as he jiggles out the TP forward, GRQ will find him. A 4K to get the 4th round win. AG denying a Thrifty.
This is a great round from AG. They're able to dissect the early aggression macro that PRX shows off of their timeout. And because they're able to displace the 2 players who had pushed up to the very front of mid-bottom, and they hear those footsteps because they have to run back. There might have been some util or something, but they're able to then know they saw something one on the long A, they see 2 in mid, they know that that means B is the weak side, and they could try to punish that, and that's exactly what they do. Really smart on the fly thinking.
Fengear just hoping for that jump peek, and won't manage to pull the trigger on it, so something can breathe a sigh of relief. Stays alive at least for a bit longer in the round.
PRX really committing more resources to mid and continuing to follow up on those ideas they talked about in the timeout. And taking this down, Prowler not going to get a spot on anybody. Try to refill that space.
Something just swinging forward. Very fast refract. Get himself back out to safety. AG still assessing where they want to go. Just tuck away, re-rotate back across towards the B site, with 3 players waiting from PRX. All that Vice util still situated. There's a Prowler. Gonna be cleared out. Trying to disguise this operator even further. Something just sending out that saturate, trying to slow them up on this approach. Jing at the same time, TPing over. Joins on this side of the map, 35 seconds remaining. AG gonna have to start making a go of this one sooner rather than later. Already too late to try to rotate towards that A side of the map. Time very well could just get away from them here, but now the executive's ready to come through. Flash to try to slow them up, the re-swing in, Divide not able to find a kill. Jing gonna be taken down, but not before he's finding Shrimp. E1 now fallen, something alone at backside, comes away with 2. Frantically tries to readjust the spray. With 10 seconds remaining, the plant will come in. Fengir into the 1v1. The Vandal in hand, does he anticipate this arrival from Forsaken? Still working his way in around the back, trying to assess it. Fengir has every which way to try to check. He's gonna have to try to lock on. Forsaken will be able to find him. Damn narrow margins, but PRX will get themselves on the board in round 5.
Yeah, and it just took a pretty good read here from PRX. They don't find any contact at long A, so they're gonna lean over to the other side of the map. My God, Fengir, that was some great shooting. Pulling out that headhunter, but oh man. Nasty work to get in there, just guessing wrong on the timing. A tough position to be in. And Forsaken gets a much needed win through, but you're gonna have a bunch of ults to consider here. AG is quite a bit at their disposal. You do have the convergent path, says PRX. So a little bit of stall, a little bit of anti-exec if they want. Fengir pops his ult. Need to buy a gun. Everybody just going to be trying to take some mid control, and they're going to be successful in doing so. A lean towards A.
Paranoia burned there by Jing. Trying to set up something on that peek out into B main. Nothing spotted now. The exec getting ready to come through, but Envy will find one. Shrimp going to be eliminated. Spotted on the GRQ. Will get that C's out of hand as the overdrive is going to be popped the slide into Divide, able to find his first kill. GRQ will get cut down mid-slide. Re-peeks for a little bit more, though. U1 able to humble him. He's just poking and prodding, looking for that kill. Not quite able to land it. Spike still being brought forward, though. AG have widely been stopped in their tracks.
They have a little bit of time to rethink this approach if they want. Something's going to be trying to thwart that attempt if possible. Fengir. Nice.
Good for the kill. Still 2 players nearby, but brings it into that 3v3. Nightfall gonna go across. The pit gonna be invested in Jing. Not ready for that angle. Fengir scoops up the Phantom, utilizes it against PRX, and now there's a pit in play. What are you meant to do from here? It's just there on the outside. Something, this is his spot. He has won so many rounds on the global stage from this very position, but he's just a hair off finding the Viper. Now the push out in AU1. Instantaneous with the punish. And be able to find the kill, but the time is dwindling. Would have to make a go of it, would have to start defusing right here, right now. Scoops up the Phantom. We'll have to just run away with this one. AG not allowing for PRX to find any consecutive round wins. They'll move up 5-1.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of an overstep from Divide when he goes for that counter swing in towards A-Link. Kind of maybe just feeling himself a little bit too much here. You get that early kill advantage with Envy getting the freebie through the smoke, and this opens up a little bit extra space for Fengir. And Jing just guessing where his opponents might be and guesses incorrectly, and just kind of some individual moments for PRX that just are not the best. And Alex not thrilled, but he is
not angry.
Not angry.
Not sure if that's more concerning or less. For now, Paranoia out just to dissuade this push forward from GRQ. 4-player stack here outside of B, but it's going to be a silent little drift away as Shrimp sending out that Prowler. I don't think AG is going to really look to try to play into this side of the map anymore. That being said, C's over the top. Swing out, Forsaken, loses his life immediately. Refract going to be taken by something. Jump peaks, looking for a little bit more here is GRQ, but Envy will be able to cut him down. The Hinder now connecting. The Hawk going to be cleared out. Fengir at the same time able to find something. As the rest of AG comes swooping around out from mid. It's spike needing to be recovered, but NB shutting them down. On for a second ace here at Masters Santiago. Can he find it? He cannot. Jing will take the kill, but I don't think they're too concerned about that. It's a Mastercard thrifty for PRX.
Okay, well, they're able to kind of gamble correctly here, and you know, even with the information to clear the haunt, AG still wants to challenge it. And I guess I kind of get it, but Envy just in a perfect position with this Phantom to do some damage, playing off of his teammates. Woohoo, that second one there. Beautiful. But now I think we're going to see a pause here from AG. Maybe trying to get ahead of this. Don't let PRX get any momentum. Make sure that, hey, our game has been trying to work the map. That's been working really well. We've been finding their weak side most of the rounds, to be honest. I can only think of 2 where they didn't. They still ended up winning one of them. But just got to be a little bit more thoughtful there. Don't try to challenge PRX, because the Des talked about it. If you want to brawl,
yeah,
they're one of the best in the business.
Yeah, I think the question is win condition here for AG off the back of this timeout. Just don't let PRX heat up.
Yeah.
Let's keep icing them. Let's keep playing our game. Let's keep rotating around the map, having this push and pull, and avoid falling into some of those potential traps. And that one was just Envy going crazy, which can happen at the drop of a hat.
Sure. He's had a couple aces this year, so no doubt that Envy can be a game changer. Anybody on PRX can be, of course, but yeah, definitely don't want to let them accelerate. You're going to be a little bit weakish on the cash here as AG for the first time. Engir just going to rock the Headhunter, it looks like. Wants up and over to try to tee up something, but nobody home this time. An immediate change of ideas. Big group up towards mid. Envy anticipating this Prowler.
Looks like they want to do potentially that same crunch into the B side from mid, but will back away.
They haven't seen anything, and to them that means it's probably an A weak side, and they're going to try to set up a bit of a crunch here. So Forsaken and Jing, longtime duo.
Forsaken going to be taken down after he finds GRQ. Jing on the swing out, trying to confirm that kill. It's taking a little bit longer than he would have liked, but eventually he is able to confirm it now. Virgin Pass going to be invested, I believe, only catching on to AU1. The rest of the players able to avoid this. Smokes are going to be cycled through. Swing out, and AU1 going to get caught up, something able to collect his head. 4v2, just Kira and Shrimp remaining. Both of them so instrumental in their series win over Mates. Can they find their footing here? So the smoke will fall. Kira going to be good for the one, and Shrimp will just be overwhelmed. PRX not allowing for that timeout call to find value. They will continue to try to run this one back now. A deficit of just 2 rounds.
Really nice disciplined play here from Jing. Not giving up too much. A little bit shaky on the first attempted spray on Fengir, but he gets it under control in the long run. It's amazing. Forsaken even gets one there. He's getting swarmed by 3 different players.
He's playing on like 300 MS there. A while to register.
But then, you know, use that convergent pass to buy you some space for the retake. You only had 1 piece of util to worry about there after something gets his first kill. That was the C's. You're really patient, spamming that box that gave Jing some problems earlier, so already seeing problems being corrected in the heat of the moment for PRX in the middle of the match.
Flash out, looking for a crunch. The haunt reveal. Gets there onto GRQ, but doesn't get taken down. Does manage to survive. Is now the wall going to be baited out. They're sticking around. Triple stack, though, from PRX, assessing how they want to stand in position, but that blind does absolutely monstrous work for them. They clean up. He's primed for the taking. Still just lingering back through that mid connector. Not quite getting caught there by AU1. Forsaken has his work cut out for him. Get forward onto the side, gain some space. That pit could come into play. Now just the lob in on the snake bite. As Jing pushes forward, looking for a target. Drop down. The shots starting to fly. Still the poison orb in hand, but these smokes have allowed for Fengir to completely reposition. The pit considered for a moment. So the haunt gets cleared. Jump peek back across the opposite side, and Bangier's just playing a ring around the rosy from Forsaken. Eventually he's able to find him, but now he is all alone. Sees not to connect, turns back, and AU1 will catch him completely off guard. Grabs up the gun, will not be able to escape, but AG get up to 6.
Even though it's not a thrifty, technically it definitely feels like one with the weak buy that AG brings in here. Beautiful paranoia, beautiful setup to counter this 3-man hold that PRX is trying to go for. That one needs to be rethought a little bit. You're just, with that spacing, you're just given too much opportunity for something like a paranoia to just knock you out of the round.
Now the frustration starting to build. The pain smile's gone. Pit going to be invested from the outset. Something going to be riding through this. Let's see if he can catch somebody off guard, and Kira might just be playing right into this one.
Oh, it's just
but no,
smart.
He hears the footsteps. He hears them rotating out. Will not be able to find a kill here on either side. Meanwhile, AU1 takes out the Vi. Just peeking from behind the box at A main.
Vi's been having a tough go of it. 1 and 8. We're the lone time sentinel, and you don't have that wall for that extra bit of safety, so you gotta start clearing some of that space with the util. Envy sends out one of his prowlers to confirm some presence, but AG is gonna use that opportunity to make a rotate, but hasn't changed much in the formation other than a creep up from something.
Is this going to be a yard split, or did they just push up mid and try to cut across into B? Swing on the corner, and GRQ is able to find something. And now, yeah, they fancy their odds of being able to just push forward, circumnavigate this pit. Taken tucked away, now peeking out. Eventually is able to find the kill. It gets revealed, and Pengier can easily collect that elimination.
30 seconds left.
He across from Jing arriving in heaven, but it is smoked off for the moment, so it doesn't have an angle. It's a safe plant for Shrimp. Peek out, and oh man, Shrimp. Woo! Absolutely destroys him in Envy. No other recourse, just has to stay tucked away. Back on the opposite side of the map, AG getting up to 7, guaranteeing a lead. With a chance to stretch this one even further, could be looking at a 9-3 half.
Yeah, and this is one of those rounds that we saw early on where they're working the map. They're pushing and pulling a bit. It helps that you get that first opening kill. See if they can track Envy down here at all. A little bit extra time. Envy gonna tuck into the corner.
Chase is in for it, but there's 2 targets there. Fengier will deny him carrying over the weapon. PRX in dire straits. Economy once again going to be shaken up.
But yeah, the way that they tee up this crunch with how much space that you're able to get on the other side of that Viper's pit, you're able to hear one rotating away, you know, with Kira being able to kind of check on what's going on the main side of that Viper's pit. They're able to set up that crunch nicely, and a great haunt there to follow up to make sure that Forsaken doesn't have any escape. Even though he gets one, it's labored. Trying to spam.
Shots out, force away that tour de force.
Don't do so. I mean, PRX has already gotten 1 week by to go. Gonna find another. They're making really fast rotates. With just a little bit of mid presence. You know, a lot of the mid hits have been mid to B. This time though, do have that wall there from Devi. So that'll at least stall things out a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really slow them down. Let's see if they just want to accelerate off the back of that, or it's maybe a bait.
Pop this, and so far, PRX still remaining stagnant on B. Devi, usually so very reliable when it comes down to having that sheriff in hand, but as mentioned, it's been a very rough start of this map for him. Flash out, confirming presence, rotations now getting started. The Nightball gonna go cross. He's able to tuck into the corner, I believe, just barely. No, does get caught by it, in fact. Thought he had a tiny little pocket to play into, but ends up losing his audio, and GRQ makes sure that he loses his life. Hero looking for the catch in mid, put some damage down onto Envy, and now Tour de Force held it on the angle, but something still able to drift across that, but the re-peek is gonna be good. Fengier shuts him down. Spam out now, a 3v5. Their own Nightfall available, but likely to look to invest that here. And now you've got the flank coming in. Kira scaling all the way up the top mid. Paranoia is going to be big. They just can't push deep enough off of that to really finally punish it. Now Fengir again. Gaining side is able to find the one. Jing here on the side comes up with 3. Would be an ace clutch, and AU1 will not allow him to take that extra step. AG up to 8.
This is just incredible stuff from AG. They are being so thoughtful on the map, so smart, constantly putting PRX in bad positions, constantly tricking them into thinking that they're doing one thing when they're doing another. And this time, you know, a lot of times they've popped the wall and then taken a little bit more time or gone to the other side. This time they pop the wall and just take a pause, and then poor Device all on his own gets nightfalled, and it's just curtains. Jing makes a go of it there, but it's just too little too late.
And now it's going to be a double op setup. Fengir and Kira both having those snipers. Up towards the box. Smoke going to be blooming. Zinvi slowly sliding forward here around the corner. The Prowler going to go out, and Fengir still finds the shot. Woo! Still takes care of something, and now Shrimp looking to be played in, and AU1 joins the fray. 2v2 suddenly. Jing able to find those eliminations. Forsaken trying to get him gathered over on this side of the map. The paranoia is there, and Forsaken's just absolutely blinded up. Thought maybe if he didn't pull the trigger, maybe they wouldn't notice him. But he's just out into the open, and now Jing sprinting his way over. Going for that mid connector, it would seem. Spike still not yet planted. What does AG want to do?
Thinking for a minute they might try to rotate through spawn or something weird, but
they have their own Omen ult. They could do this if they think that Jing's gotten far enough away from the A site.
He throws a smoke over there towards Link to try to sell that he's coming from that direction.
30 seconds left.
I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference here. He's still figuring out where the hell they went.
The plant to now come in. He's rechecking. He's rethinking this, thinking maybe it ended up on A, but now here's the plant coming through. And this buys so much extra time for AG. TP is back towards that defender spawn area, checking around, trying to spot him out. Nothing going to be seen. As he gets tucked into that mid connector, this really narrows down the potential options. Now they have the info. Dropping down into the side, tapping, watching that push coming through the relay. Bull, however, is going to be connecting. He's expecting that swing from up above. Kira doesn't need to get involved. The GRQ will finish it off, and AG lock up a 9-3 half.
Man, they look great on this comp. They are so thoughtful about this map. Fengir was absolutely nuts on the chamber 2. Exactly what you needed here as AG.
They are heated up nice and early here. RAG, PRX still looking shaky. Can they rally back? Can they find the opening? Pistol try to jumpstart the second half. We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back and about to go into the second half of Corrode, our opening map in this elimination series between PRX and All Gamers. At the moment, all the gamers have been gaming. PRX, very much less so. Just 3 rounds accrued from the defending side. Now swapping over onto the attack. this is just going to be another example of PRX leaning back into that single duelist and then not finding success. Obviously, brought out this composition earlier on in the tournament, was able to make a go of it, had success there. But right now, it looks like they are struggling.
Yeah, it just feels like they're out of sync. They're not able to read the map well. On some of the rounds where they're able to get some control, but they do well. But even then, they were still bested in a couple of those by AG. And AG, I have to just give them so much credit. Every round, so different. Using conditioning against their opponents. All these great little things that they're doing. Now, who knows how attack-sided this map is going to be for these two teams, but PRX got to get it started here on this pistol, and paranoia of your duelist there. Probably intentional. You do see that because you can see to the edge of that position.
Trademark cleared, but Fengir going to be that first hurdle. Decides to back away. Prowler should have gotten that split second of contact there for Envy, but it was unnoticed, and Fengir again finding an opening shot with that headhunter.
What spacing he had there. That was beautiful. They're going to be coming from everywhere here on this retake.
This is going to be a very uphill battle for PRX. Down a player. Some early damage on AU1. So looking for the walk down through towards A main. GRQ going to be picked apart. AU1 now dead. Shrimp gone as well. Suddenly, it is just Fengir and Kira. Still 5 bullets remaining in this headhunter. Kira forward into the smoke, able to find a buy, but Forsaken turns around, shuts down the enemy chamber. PRX looking good. Will be able to close out the pistol, bringing the deficit down to 5 rounds.
Yeah, they're able to just decide to group up. Hey, we're a man down. They're probably going to try to split the map a little bit. Let's start cutting those players off with numbers. That's what they do. It's a big win there for Forsaken. And then they see those bullet tracers flying through the toxic screen. They're able to answer that. That's just good teamwork from PRX. You're going to need a lot more of that. And Forsaken at least is smiling and laughing. Hopefully that is a good sign for PRX.
Given the way that AG's been playing, they could wipe the smiles off their faces very quickly. GRQ trying to make a play with a frenzy, but something will be able to sit him down. Quick little headshot from the Ghost. Just a grab of the orb, trying to get the convergent paths up. That's at halfway.
They're just going to slow the pace down here. Look to see if AG doesn't get a little over aggressive, but they're actually the ones trying to bait. They're not going to push the issue. It's going to spam some shots through there to see if they could get PRX to fall for that aggressive position that Kira had taken at the choke.
They're going to be scratching their heads. I mean, obviously they've scrimmed against PRX plenty in the past. You've got to be wondering, man,
how they don't play like this.
Yeah, a minute remaining in this one. They haven't ran at us yet.
This isn't right.
It's only a matter of time. So they start to run out of it. And Forsaken will be able to find Kira. Beacon from that mid connector. Something with another AU1 dead on the floor. Should be a very clean anti-eco from PRX, who can afford up to 3 deaths realistically in this round. They're going to be looking to go for 0. Fengir, headhunter, trying to align those shots. Can't quite make it happen. And Forsaken gets on the line. Back in from mid. It's going to be flawless. PRX up to 5. Still 4 to go if they want to tie it.
Okay. Maybe there's some hope here for PRX. You get this bonus, then I'll be a believer again. Like the paranoia there to follow up just in case. There's more layers to that push out. Just GRQ. Everybody just doing their job here. Checking their angles. Finding their kills. That's very efficient. And again, it seems like PRX, a lot of their game plan here is to just play together, play for trades. It works for them. That's where they're at their best. They're just gonna rock it in here. Interesting setup of the trademark there.
It's just going to go dashing in, see if he can spot anything out, but quick refracts back over to safety. Be avoiding the 3-player stack at least for now, but already some considerations being had for AG. As you see AU1 with a pivot over across towards mid. Haunt out onto B main might make AG think that PRX are going for this full pivot, but they do have 2 players very far forward at A main.
No, it's a great pause and change of direction that they take here. It has bought the extra player rotation. AU1 has abandoned B site. This was a really nice call from PRX.
Shouldn't take too much longer though for them to really get a sense of this, but if PRX are able to get in, get a plant in that time, this could be AG losing out on the round. Swing of the corner though, Shrimp is able to find one, something going to be taken down. Shrimp himself, though, fallen to 3 health, does have the regen armor. He'll tuck back away, and Jing intercepts Fengir. And Rendezvous back, now gets caught, weapon gonna be swapped over. Taking instead, playing forward, gets the spot out, AU1 gonna be noted. Jing just rotates back down, trying to double stack that angle, lock them out of the sight. Finds the one, bounds his way up the stairs, looks for a little bit more, and will have it, Jing. 3 kills in his hands. Looking for a little bit more. Kira and Shrimp are heading for the hill, sprinting their way back towards A. PRX gonna find the bonus conversion.
I mean, Jing just toes the line between brilliance and stupidity. And this is great. I mean, it works out. He gets 3 kills, but some of those moments where I was just like, oh boy, you're flirting with disaster there, bud. Where you're peeking out by yourself against, you know, a player who might have the advantage at you, but he's winning it. And he's 18-11. I'm not questioning it. That is the PRX way. And when he's on, and he is on this map for sure. So the bonus converted. And okay, now I'm a believer again. But I love the way he gets up into heaven quick, catches Fengir off guard. That's beautiful stuff right on its own. GRQ there, maybe expecting that Jing would fall back and he could change positions or something, but Jing was just going for those kills the whole way, and he just barely got that Vandal upgraded before his opponents got there. He's an outlaw for something. Kind of a scuff by here, but everybody's one-tapped regardless. A couple rifles and something gets Fengir in the head.
Yep. Has him dead to rights. Solid cleanup kill. GRQ now. Ooh, yep, I was gonna say he's been spotted and he's been tagged up to all hell. 14 health remaining now. Even with a neon movement, good luck getting value off a slide. Just take 1 bullet to have him dead. High-low setup around the corner here at B main.
You're anticipating this, you could clear it pretty easy with your util. The paranoia, you gotta
have a haunt. Good to send that one on, but it's gonna be something swooping forward, and Shrimp will be able to find the punish. Exit cannot be had though from AU1, and Shrimp is gonna be good for a second before Divide takes him down. 3 players still alive. Envy low on health. It's a window perhaps, but GRQ's now been found and Forsaken. Clip him with a headshot just through the corner. Kira now trying to pull off a miracle. Forsaken tucked. Forsaken hits. 7-9. Another buy. Come in here for AG, but PRX, they are storming their way back in, and AG might have to be considering that second timeout call somewhat soon.
Yeah, I really think they should just take it right now, because if you can get... I just love it. I just love the confidence from something. Just never afraid to take those shots. Great on Shrimp to get a couple there, but yeah, I mean, a little bit more diligence for PRX. Probably something they're going to learn from to clear that angle, but you can maybe at least get a piece of util out of that in future rounds as AG. Like you mentioned, could have used a haunt or something. They're going to press quick. Fengir trying to counter. Has TP set up, but Tortaken has him.
Fengir again, dead in mid. Wall falls Forsaken, just able to find him there. Operator now gone. This convergent path's going to be invested. TP away from that one from Kira. Does manage to get out towards safety. Smoke cycle forward, GRQ there around the corner. Gonna be a yard side corner plan for Envy. Making this as difficult as humanly possible for AG. They really need Shrimp to try to break through to find this kill on a Forsaken. I just got so many reinforcements, so many players around him. Thorns now cycled in, buying time, denying the scale forward. Another smoke layered in from Jing. There's something ready for the potential backstab. Keeps it quiet for now, swoops out, finds AU1. Shrimp already position noted. Will not be able to find a damn thing. 4 players still alive, 8-9. PRX, 1 away from tying this up.
I mean, in some ways, this is kind of AG getting a little taste of their own medicine after what they were able to do against mates on Vine. They were able to string so many rounds together in a row when the map flipped.
And they had a perfect half.
Yeah, they had a perfect half, and that's where PRX is looking to go. And I mean, you've kept these ult cycles really suppressed for AG. You can't get in to like the tour de force even for this round. You're not there yet.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to eco. That's huge for PRX.
is also sometimes when PRX get a little bit sloppy. See if they can avoid that here. Jing just bouncing around up on the boxes here, trying to peek anybody in mid. Fengir dialing the angle, but Devi collects himself the outlaw. We know how damn clean he could be with those snipers. Shrimp out into the open, will be able to find one. Jing gonna be taken down. They would love to recover this weapon. We've got 2 players guarding it. As Forsaken will be able to find Shrimp. They do not read this flank from behind, so Kira maybe with an opportunity. Grabs up that Phantom. He's gonna be scaling in very quickly. I don't think they were expecting this at all. With Devi dead, that wall from behind is not there, and yeah, he's able to peek in. He finds Envy. AU1 gets another! And there's the Mastercard Thrifty. That's exactly what I was talking about. Sometimes that overconfidence, losing track of players' positions, and not considering all possibilities.
It's a great read from the IGL. And another bandit hold for AU1. Just give the kid that gun. He is filthy with it. And you have that paranoia there too as Kira to follow it up, but it's that he's that extra layer because they're tucked in on both sides of bottom mid. And PRX only gets one and they don't see anything else, so they think, okay, it's done. Just kind of not really realizing the possibilities there.
Now the door is open. Fengir does have that operator. Granted, he's been shut down these last several rounds. Ooh, something fracting out of there. The operator's online, and even if he loses it here, we'll have the tour de force into the next round. Ultimates starting to get cycled up here for AG. This is a very dangerous time for PRX to have dropped that Thrifty.
Yeah. Really, really not what they wanted, but if they can get into a post plan here, you have the Viper's Pit. They have something cute thought up. They're trying to sell a little bit of a fake on the other side of the map. The Prowler's not very deep. Nobody even hears it on AG, so they can just keep leaning in, but they're going to push out.
Head gonna be spotted something. Able to find the one. And Ching now joining in the fight. Takes down Shrimp as well. Pit gets popped. Now the pivot comes in. PRX working their way back across towards that A side of the map. But no, the walkout. And now they can just nightfall through. See, there's nobody else forward on the site. Just walk their way into B. That is a costly mistake here from AU1. Thought that he was gonna be able to find the timing again, but PRX this time, they look back, they note it, and they dispatch him. Given that you have this operator, even with that tour de force available, you just want to hold on to it, you want to save. PRX once again, getting within touching distance.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those fool me once situations. I am impressed with PRX today at some of the adjustments they're making round to round, where they're kind of realizing their mistakes and trying to correct them. Not on the first half as much, but definitely here on the second half, where kind of remembering the tendencies of their opponent.
This would have to be one hell of a shot from something. Fengir will be able to retain the operator. Critical that they hold on to those 2 weapons. A couple other players here on the team hurting as far as the money is concerned. Should be able to scatter out a buy, but AG not able to advance past that 10-round mark quite just yet.
Oh, we're gonna see this from AU1's perspective. Oh, just thinking, he's remembering what something did earlier where he tucked into that back corner off of the pit. Tried to check that first and paid the price. Great discipline being shown, and now AG has to go for their second timeout before PRX does, so gonna be put to the test now. See what the adjustments they want to make are. I think a little bit more mid-pressure would be nice. You're gonna have that operator kind of cover some of that space. Nobody on PRX has opted to go into it just yet. I mean, that should give you pretty solid control over it. Yes, there's a lot of controllers in the map that can kind of make that a little bit uncomfortable, but I think that's where they were at their best, getting those reads on PRX rotations. Don't try to brawl them, try to outthink them. That's how a lot of teams are finding success against PRX. Outmaneuver them, catch them where they least expect you. Teams like NRG are really good at that.
Just the Nightfall, one away from an overdrive as well. For AG try to utilize. They, of course, do have operator in the hands of Fengir, but needs to get set up in a position to be able to profit from it. HyperX off the back of the timeout. Call from AG. Stacking onto this side of the map. See if Fengir can shut them down.
Looks like another A split. Trademark will be there though. Do a little bit of.
Oh, he's going for the tour de force as well.
Oh wow.
He's just gonna double stack it. What's that? Master firing speed here. Be able to react to the flood of PRX should they come sprinting at him. Goodbye, sliding forward just on the corner. Prowler getting the check. Paranoia across as well. AU1 having to tuck back. Is once again a smoke going to be cycled into their face. The Thorn's now set up and a pit in place. Something tucked away. Connector position. Trying to see if he can intercept, and he might just have Kira falling right into his lap. Is he aware of this at all? Silent drop down, and he is. Something very much off on that spray. Kira able to collect the kill, but Fengir now going to be taken down. Shrimp dead as well. Elimination onto the Omen, slide forward. GRQ able to find the one. The pit going to be dropped. AU1. ADS in. Divide dead, and now it's all on Envy. The time, however, is gone, and Envy still holds his own. Cleans up the 3K, and we are tied up 10-10.
Oh boy, about as close as it gets there. Looked like there was an opportunity for AG, and I cannot believe they almost get through there.
But now there's no op. I get wanting to have the tour de force, so you can shoot a little bit faster, shut them down a little bit quicker. And now you don't have either of those. So the money just will not be there to afford it. You might not be able to get one online for the whole rest of this map at this point.
I didn't quite get it either.
He just dinked him.
He did.
GRQ down to 48. There's the regen armor at least. That's a hell of a reply from something.
Kind of curious if maybe HyperX would think about an op of their own at some point to try something a little bit different.
I'm surprised that Devi has not gone for, the attack outlaw.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Got the economic shakeup there.
Right.
It's only Kira with the full armor.
That's a good point. Well, they do have the Neon ult and the Fade ult here to kind of counter whatever HyperX wants to do. HyperX just with the Steel Garden to at least remove the guns potentially on the execute. Looks like this is going to be the site.
Thorns locked in. Fengir not going to be scouted by that Prowler. TP forward right into his open arms. Fengir able to find two. U1 has fallen, but the Nightfall goes across, and Shrimp able to mark the remaining players as that spike is now stranded in no man's land. We'll look to try to recover this one. But the forces of AG, they are getting stacked up. All four remaining players now in position. Paranoia going to be sent, something trying to back away, but it's a bit too late for that. Shrimp is able to find him. They just have to abandon this one. AG are going to be regaining the lead by one as Envy able to find a kill, able to make this a bit more costly for them. Every elimination fairly critical given the economy at the moment. AG regain the lead by a single round. PRX completely held in their tracks there. Fengir just goes completely unnoticed.
It's just, again, those little things sometimes for PRX that they aren't mentally aware of. You see it time and time again where they get caught in those positions where somebody's tucked in a corner in a weird spot that maybe they're not expecting. But I mean, Forsaken was living in that spot a lot on the other side of the map. Just wasn't ready for it. And that shuts the round down. That's it. And then you can just kind of trade util out as AG because PRX expended a bit to try to get the take to go. So they throw the saturate, you throw the relay bolt. They throw something else, you throw paranoia, and it's just round done and dusted.
Well, now much healthier buy for AG as they look to take this up to map point. The PRX looking to tie us once again. Just that Steel Garden online for the moment. Envy and something two away from their ultimates. Be critical trying to get this map over the line. It has been hard fought. It's been a very good attacker side for them. They have all that effort go in and have this slip away from them. Could be brutal, potentially unrecoverable for PRX. One final timeout call from Alex. Let's see if he can deny AG from getting up to 12.
And this is a pivotal round here in terms of keeping the economies in check. Don't want to let that operator get back into Fangir's hands to give him another chance. Trying to lock you out. Got to get some value out of Devi's ult potentially. They're just playing way far back. They're expecting some kind of quick hit off of the Neon. You know, GRQ is sitting on that ult. They thought maybe he might go for it. PRX this time still going in towards that B site. This time AU1 a little bit off into the corner. GRQ right in that hut. It's all just a bait.
Same exact spot. They're not going to go pushing into the B site this time. Meanwhile, decent scale down. A little peek out from that yard side from Kira. Not noting anything here in mid. Outside of that Prowler. Does not get any contact.
That Prowler does, so that's not going to pull anybody over. That's going to keep the strong side over here on B. Here's that Steel Garden.
Overdrives there. GRQ, that's why he's the one playing down in this position. Paranoia goes out. He gets blinded up, but they are held at bay. It's a grab of the orb, and now an exit Devi. Going to go on a late linger, it would seem. It's Kira
they're making so much noise.
Within this audio range. Smoke falling there at B main. Devi trying to scale in behind them potentially. Make some noise. It does cause them to turn back, but he's actually calling the spike back over. It's 20 seconds remaining. This could be absolutely devastating. This could be everything for AG to try to close out the map. Clear the thorns, the snake bite lobbed in, but they have to start pushing, and GRQ manages to find two. The spike's still down to the floor. Ching frantically trying to recover, but AU1 finds the kill, the plant. I think it's too late now, it absolutely is. Shrimp cleans up the remainders. He tells them to sit the hell down as AG get up to map point.
I think this is kind of a sound cue mistake from PRX. They're making so much noise while they're trying to go for the rotate that it doesn't fool anybody on AG. They're too aware of what you're trying to do. And you know, the Steel Garden there can be countered with the Neon ult, so that's gonna go to waste. Every little piece in place there for AG allows them to shut PRX down, and they're one away from taking their map pick of Corrode.
Shrimp more than happy
My ultimate is ready.
to dish out this trash talk. It was a force to be reckoned with in the series versus mates, and now he is giving it to PRX across the stage as well. Nightfall, the convergent paths online for PRX. Needing 2 rounds to take this now into overtime, and Trademark to be around the corner, and Fangir up top of the box, ready to swing. Let's see smokes do dissipate. Kira going to be caught, a haunt reveal, and Kira taken down, Forsaken. Will find that kill. Fangir still trying to hold his own. He's going to be good for one, but Indy eventually will flush him out. The Nightfall now invested over towards the defender's side. No one's home to get caught by it. 4v3 is the spike now in play. Jing playing on that whole side. GRQ needing to be the tip of the spears. AU1. One hell of a shot to hit. Jing now dead. That splits the attention to PRX. GRQ tries to buy himself some space. Scaling forward, the C's around the corner. Envy eliminated. Something in Devi now having to do it all. Devi finding one, something getting the other. Shrimp, however, has been a god! The 3K to pull up the Red Bull clutch and get AG the map win!
They just keep going. AG has found their confidence. They found their groove here in Santiago.
What a banger of a start. PRX rally back, but not enough. AG plant their feet, and they take map 1. Now, we get ready to go to Pearl to see if AG can make this a 2-0, or if this will go the distance.
The important thing is, we talked about yesterday, try and think a little bit, okay? Like what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And like, PMO, positive mental. No wait, no, sorry.
That's piss me off, no?
Yeah, that's pissed me off. That's pissed me off.
PMO.
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off.
I'll piss you off, huh?
Actually, I don't mind. To be fair, actually, when you guys piss me off, usually it's like in between. You know, like you're playing well, but like.
So you're raging because you like it, is it?
No, I'm raging because the first thing you guys choose to do is nuts, but you'll pull it out.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
As a competitive shooter, sound design in Valorant is centered around ensuring competitive integrity above all else. As sound designers, we need critical information to stay clear, even in chaotic moments. So a lot of the challenge in sound design is not just about making a sound, it's about making the right sound. That's why for agent abilities, we use sounds to punctuate what you're experiencing so that feedback starts the moment you equip an ability. When you equip Clove's Metal, it starts with a lower-pitched thudding sound that almost sounds like a poof. That's the instant feedback you get for pushing the button. Then, we let you know the moment it becomes castable by using a rubbery impact sound with energy, bells, and chimes when the orb settles in Clove's hand.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya y va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya y va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with ED101 of All Gamers and Echo for some translation. Now, Coach, strong start for All Gamers. Just quickly, how were you guys able to control and dictate the pace of the game against PRX?
想问到教练的就是，今天真的对于 AG 来说是一个非常非常美妙的开局。面对到 PRX 的时候，你们是怎样去掌控全局的节奏的？
其实因为我们打训练赛也打过这张地图嘛，其实相互之间可是对于这张地图怎么去运作，相互之间算是了解一些。然后我们也知道他们大概去怎么防守，怎么联动。我们要做的就是前期尽量不能让他们拖到我们的人，然后我们去慢慢控制地图控制，然后呢去找他们维斯的这种强的位置，这种关键的这种他们的道具嘛，然后把这个道具破坏以后，他们的防守压力就会上来，然后最终我们要沟通好，对吧？打好补枪，然后主要是最后打那一波一定要沟通好，精英康泰还是爆弹，然后最终我觉得补好枪，然后残局选好位，应该就达到我们的预期了。
Basically speaking, because we play a lot scrim with PRX, especially Kuro this map, so we're kind of familiar with each other. And I think for us, I think in the beginning of the round, we should just bait the utility from PRX, or we shouldn't let PRX get some free kill from us. And we should get more information to find maybe which side the Vice are. So yeah, basically it's pretty easy for us to predict what PRX is doing. And also I think it's really important for us to do a better contact or execution or bait each other. So yeah, that's why we win map 1.
Okay, so strong fundamentals, figuring out where Vice was, and familiarity against opponents. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you so much and good luck.
All gamers certainly weren't giving away free kills in the early rounds against PRX. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for the Pacific number 3 seed. Very aggressive play here from PRX. Even with a Vice composition, we're watching this team play ahead of all that utility that they should be using to slow the game down.
Seriously, that first half from the Vi was something else. Yes, they were there. He's completely right. You saw them baiting the Vice wall, just trying to use it. He swaps onto the other side of the map. But how many times did he play again ahead of his utility? So many of the skills, the Vi was not online. The second half, a little bit better.
Look, there's a Razorvine doing nothing because he's dead.
Yes, 3 first deaths for him on the defensive side. I think this is a total miscue from PRX in their approach to playing this composition. They kept going for these aggressive rounds on defense, and I'll give all the credit to all gamers. I think they did an excellent job of punishing that aggression. Their individuals were in incredible form this match. Kira was hitting every paranoia, and the team was following up off of it well. It was lovely punish from them, but you can't ignore that there was huge mistakes from PRX in their micro and in their approach that even opened the door to all gamers winning this map.
Let's have a look. I mean, when Kakuka switches to Spanish and yells at the screen, you know that she's not happy with something, that's for sure. Let's have a look at our HyperX reflex moment of the match. This is Envy here in round number 7.
Yeah, exactly. We just picked up one of the rounds. Yes, PRX ended up turning things around, but they needed to do this kind of PRX things, this eco getting a little bit aggressive and just playing off of this individual plays. We also saw Jing having incredible moments on the second half, but again, as a whole, the amount of mistakes that they were making on top of each other, seriously, I have here. Jing wants to win. Dabai doesn't seem to care. Forsaken lurks. It's good. They get to hit A and play great post plants. But after they swap the wall, yeah, good thorns.
She's crashing out. She's crashing.
I was trying because they were bringing it back, and I was like, honestly, all gamers deserve to win
it's
this
map. It's the fakest comeback
They
I've ever
deserve
seen.
to win this map.
Yeah, after the really great first half that they showed. When I heard the narrative that Alex was saying they were losing to this team in scrims, that they didn't beat all gamers in scrims ever, I was like, okay, man. They're going to go up on stage. They're going to stomp all gamers. It's going to be okay. The mates thing was a one-off. And then, oh my God, they got outshot in every round by all gamers, and they looked disastrous against this team. It is crazy what we're watching right now. But this is a position where all gamers can eliminate PRX now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it would be a ridiculous feather in their cap, so to speak. Let's hear though what Alex has to say ahead of map 2. We've made sure we kept him in a straitjacket so he doesn't swing.
He'll be calmer. It's fine.
Here with Alex of PRX. Alex, Corrode went AG's way, but different tempo or pace of the game from you guys. Do you think it was because of the composition that you guys were running that required you to wait for a bit, body check for info, or was it more because of the familiarity against AG that kind of had you second guessing?
Yeah, I think familiarity is part of it, but I think we were way too careful. I think they're just really, really afraid of being opt, and I think that we'll do better next game.
Thank you and good luck.
does feel like that attack side for PRX was really stalled out by the util of All Gamers, and they're running into sites with no info with like 20 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, the Viper Wall gave them some advantages, but I really like to hear from Alex that they didn't want to find on the operator, because one of the other highlights, Barakira, that he played amazing. Same for Shrimp. Like, those entries were made so easy thanks to them, but also Fangir played incredibly well. All of that bait in the utility and gather the information is not as easy if you don't have someone else locking the other side of the map, and that was his doing completely.
Yeah, we go to Pearl now as the next map in this series. This is one of the maps that All Gamers did not look great. They got stomped by mates here. But I don't want to write it off for them because they looked quite good regionally. And I still feel like more of that loss against mates wasn't just that they had a complete incorrect approach to the map, but more so that they were choking, playing poorly individually, still swinging on their own. That was still the All Gamers that showed up and was shaking at the international tournament. I don't think that'll be indicative of how they're going to play this time against PRX.
This is, however, another PRX map where they play the Vice.
Yes.
Now, will Divide be able to resist the temptation to hold W and go forward? Can he play more to that stall util focus?
The thing is, like, on the attack, it was great. Like, he knew all that, he was hitting all the lineups for the Thorns. Do not get me wrong, All Gamers, like, adapted to it and started breaking it. It's the defense that, but you know what? On the attack, it's a different type of thing. We also have a.
It's also another new comp for PRX. They're changing again. They're keeping that Vice, but they're going back to a double duelist, Bea.
Yeah, back to a double duelist, this time without the chamber, just keep swapping things around. Yeah, absolutely. But giving another type of pace to this composition now with Jink also adding on the Neon. On the first map, he made things very close.
We need to put this in context now. All Gamers, this is supposed to be the tournament where China did nothing. There was discussion after map 1 of Mates that they could have the worst tournament run ever. They've turned that around. They've beaten Mates. They're up a map against PRX, and they have a chance now to eliminate the squad that has been the mainstay in top 4.
That's right, the Juggernauts PRX are teetering on the edge of the abyss, and All Gamers are poised to give them one last shove. Let's jump back into the game. Over to you, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, another swap of the comp here on Pearl. PRX's map pick going onto the Neon, something that Jing has played in the past, but hasn't played for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't play it very often. You get to see it very, very infrequently from him. So, you know, typically he's going to be playing Raze or Phoenix. We got to see a little bit of Jet in Pacific as well, but I'm curious about this. It is going to be another kind of gamble here.
And worth noting that it's also, again, a swap. Just the one part for AG. It's GRQ sticking with the Neon. Previously, when they played this map, saw it from them versus Mates. They got clapped. He was playing that waylay, and he wasn't able to really provide that much support. I love that he is swapping over onto this Neon. He looks way more steady, way more impactful with this pick. This is for all the marbles now. PRX putting confidence on their Pearl, a map that they have not been leaning into much so far this year. They need this to be the staging ground. The start of a reverse sweep here. It's Devi. Left his own devices, recalling that flash and getting caught up as Shrimp is able to collect that kill. Pivot back through, full 5-player approach from this stair side. Bolt not going to catch anything, but for now, they will find the rest of this site unoccupied. Backside plant and PRX going to continue to try to fight forward. Fight forward, they shall. Fangir going to get caught.
Go, go, go.
More work to be done, though. They're going to be coming at you from a couple different angles, but with their flank out through Secret, maybe PRX can hold the line, and that's a great shot from Envy.
No, it really is. GRQ dead. Envy does get traded by AU1, but Shrimp is gone as well, so now all that main pressure has been alleviated, and it's just the double approach from Secret. The jump forward Forsaken, able to find the one. Jing gets the other. PRX will close out the opening pistol.
It still feels a little shaky for PRX, though, doesn't it? I mean, with Divide getting caught, trying to recall utility, you know, that was a quick dissipate on that Astra smoke. You got to be aware that they're maybe going to try to keep clearing that space, but all's well that ends well. They take really nice positioning, get that one kill before the the retake can even really ferment. And they're able to come through and get the win. So PRX, still some life, still some firepower. This round they're looking to maybe spread the map a little bit. Trying to go for some just kind of information gathering.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Forsaken going to be eating a little bit of damage. Envy, ooh, nearly dead, but Jing to the rescue. He'll be able to just pick up 2 quick kills, now finds himself the 3rd. Seems like he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber a bit here with this Neon. His shooting across that first map was probably the most consistent thing for PRX, and he's looking to maintain that here on the Neon.
He's just dancing a little bit.
He's playing anti-flash against the Killjoy.
With something already on site.
Devi trying to find himself this kill and will be able to do so. On the board nice and early. Compared to what we were seeing, that's going to be a flawless anti-eco. PRX, a solid start.
I will say that when PRX is being a little silly and you hear them singing in their comms and things like that, that's when they're actually at their best. So maybe Jing actually just trying to, get people laughing, get them rallied, get the mental back in check after that tough first map. 5-0 start though, fantastic. Be fast tracking his ult along with Envy. Now you're looking at full rifle buy.
Oh, and a crunch play here into A main. Jing sliding back across, looking for the kill there on the GRQ. Does get a decent amount of damage strafing across those thorns.
But this is nice. This change up in composition, you can already see some of the ideas on how you can disrespect some of the utility to take that long A control that was giving them trouble against NRG. Even with the Phoenix there, they couldn't really fully establish. Granted, there was a Tejo in the mix.
Devi once again has to do a hell of a lot. Will be able to find the kill before getting taken down. Another Prowler out into A main, ensuring that has been evacuated. So now AG with a solid read, understanding that PRX is going to be leaning in towards this B side, but they're going for the pivot again. Starting to drift away back. We'll just be leaving Forsaken alone. Tucked away in that Sylvan spot. See if he can find that impact.
This is what you need to see from PRX. Work the map a little bit. AG is getting a read on it now.
Yep, Kira has managed to flush him out, and nothing else going to be spotted. So now the forces can rotate over towards A. The 3v4. Weapons going to be swapped around, getting rid of that Marshall.
30 seconds left.
Looks like something going to be watching all the way around the back. Let's see if that scale forward does come through from the enemy Astra.
Threw a fake TP on the other side of this and try to bait some util, it feels like.
Drone over the top, nothing at dugout. The spot maybe on to both there at Secret, but now the jump coming in and something able to find the turn. Kira going to be taken down. Something gets it back into a 3v3. Meanwhile, Jing trying to go on this flanking push. Something out from stairs. Unable to find that elimination. Envy at the same time going to be taken out. It's a tap of the fuse. Jing now striking, finding the one, but now finds himself all alone. The swing in and Fengir will be able to shut him down. No bonus conversion, but decent damage found from PRX.
But honestly, I like this round from PRX, even though it doesn't go their way. AG does a really good job of reading things themselves, but they're actually toying with the map. They're toying with expectations. They're putting players in unexpected positions. But AG just does a really good job of reading all of that pretty well throughout the entirety of it. A few mishaps here and there, but it was close to being a bonus conversion. And again, they're coming from different angles. Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, there are 2 judges here. Kira as well.
Into that.
Yeah. Something has that outlaw, though. And that's going to be most players other than AU1 and Shrimp dead to it in one shot. Let's see if him and GRQ end up butting heads. But GRQ...
No real reason for him to try to push, so
exactly.
I don't think something's going to get rewarded here.
You wouldn't think so. But they're starting to send some reinforcements up there. Shrimp joining him.
Now out the check. Does manage to get the connection. Here's the outlaw. We'll just leave GRQ planted in behind the box at the same time. 4-player scale in towards Art now. Fengir maybe about to take that first contact. He's peeking in at the stairs. Be split on the opposite side. Trying to find anything over at main. Something looking for that target. Shrimp going to be taken low. Fengir playing forward. Pulls down M1. Gets the kill on the Devi.
30 seconds left.
Backs away into the smoke, and once again the pivot is going to be called here. PRX now sprinting over for the time and starting to dwindle. 23 seconds remaining. Jing trying to lead the charge with 3 health on this Neon. Just about anything will eliminate him. So now AU1 pressured out, but locks over the headshot. Forsaken dead. Something able to find just the 1 kill, and Envy
Down B.
just sat here, a vandal in hand, and doesn't quite confirm the kill on Kira. Shock Dart to be lobbed in, and Fangir fearlessly swoops in, gets the 3K, and gets AG tied up 2-2.
They are really on it today. They are really sharp again. PRX tries to go for the quick pivot, but again, AG matches the time on the clock. You know that they don't have any choice. If they commit to that pivot, you can get there too. Sharp shooting from Fangir. They are really locked in. Yeah, it's tough. But AG is just really feeling it.
I see him saying how many times, clearly a repeat error or repeat misread, whatever it may be. Alex not happy that he's still dealing with it, that he's still witnessing it here on his screen. Manos to try to delay. Fast lane going to be set up. Jing now seized at the stairs.
Oh, beautiful.
And this slows down the approach with that overdrive. It's now gone. I don't know, find a reset. Spike being brought across. Divide going for the plant. Certainly off on it, so not going to be caught by the wallbang shots. Well, finding the blind. Divide setting up a flash. Will get cleared out. Now the lockdown going to be invested. AG, they do not want to allow PRX back into this, and they shall not. Flawless as the defuse comes in. AG will gain the lead.
I mean, they have just great protocols built in to slow down this Neon, but I think also you probably ripped the overdrive a little bit early here as Jing, anticipating that maybe somebody would be in art, but they're just playing back, and they threw everything at that. There was a seize, there was a relay bolt, the nanos as well at the end of the stairs. I mean, they were so ready for that, and PRX just walked right into a trap. It's starting to get shaky. This is a big buy for PRX on this attack side. They are going to be very low on the economy if they can't get this one to go. Hunter's Fury there. Fangir has his ult. A couple things to consider. Something one away, as well as Kira.
Quick clear of the dart. Jing bounding forward. GRQ able to turn back. Finds the shutdown there. Will be a trade. Drone gets a tag. Sees the exit. They now know. Fangir jumped all the way back across the opposite side of the map. But with Shrimp going down, the site for now is wide open. PRX though still need to cross their T's and dot their I's with this one. Take their time, make sure they don't get caught off guard, but that is a big kill to be found as Fangir will fall.
Might not even have to invest into these ults, although
U1 gets back into a winnable position. Yes, they will commit. It's Forsaken going to be noted on that flank. And U1 just that shorty in hand. Trying to watch from every which angle. Feeling out, popping, Forsaken, able to spot him out, down to 45. Joined in though by Kira, who's able to find the kill. Swings out to his dome. Turn on the setup, and the re-swing out, Divide. A 3K for him to tie it up 3-3. A big round from a player that was otherwise absent on Corrode.
Well, it's just nice that you have enough space between you and Jing that you could trade that kill onto GRQ. Oh, a spot of the feet there for Envy. And he can just spray Fangir down. Fangir thought he might be able to get ahead of that and tuck in, but Envy was a step ahead. Vi needs to come alive for PRX. That Corrode was woeful for him. And he's having a much better go of it here. 5-4, and you're able to keep a couple of those big ults through all that for PRX. Still have the Dimensional Drift, still have the Hunter's Fury.
Now you have the op. Fangir tucking back around the corner. There's the peek from Jing. He will get picked apart. Just rescales back over. Something now. Dimensional Drift sprinting down. Clear out of the turret, but there's still so much utility here. Makes his exit. Should have heard some of those footsteps. It's now Spike being brought forward. Alarm bot just going to be cleared out, and that's all of the util on the site now dealt with. No deep flank to come in. Envy pull back, get onto a deep angle. Try to utilize this Hunter's Fury, but for now it's going to be the Cosmic Divide coming in. No, and just opens up with this one aggressively. Looking for a target, but coming up empty-handed. Just the one tag here onto Shrimp, but GRQ going to be shut down. Something able to find the kill. Stops him with the overdrive. It's the peek back in. Fangir tuck it into that corner. Comes away with another elimination now, and it's down to something. Tap at the defuse, the Cosmic Divide, falling, something! Whoa. Hits the transfer! Gets the 4K, and he is on his feet! A massive Red Bull clutch to get PRX back into the lead.
Okay. Goodness. I love the way Figure played that round, but
oh yeah,
something outdid him in the end, and that's a little unfortunate. He only had 6 HP, so it's just one bullet there. It was all something needed. Gets the headshot, gets the transfer just in the nick of time.
And if Figure has any more health,
yep,
that round is his. His efforts rewarded. It's something. One smiling at the end of that round. See if that can continue, though.
Oh my God. It's just madness as always.
Sees the exit. Late lob in on that recon. Will be cleared out, and this does allow for AG to maintain chokehold on A main.
They've got all of the map under their control, so you're gonna have to just try to pick and prod here as PRX, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to work their way through mid. They're kind of pulling in, you know, AG expecting them to go through B, the B link area, but actually they're just gonna go all the way in towards Fengir.
You heard that jiggle peek. Ooh. He's able to find a quick kill. Divide dead. Immediately out to safety.
He wiped his hand off after that. I don't blame him. That was a slick shot.
AU1 tucked into the corner, the drone over the top. Don't believe it's gotten the spot. Gas lane is there, but AU1 can absolutely catch them off guard. As pop flash in, it's something no, a little bit too wise to it. Forsaken, however, going to be intercepted, and still, it's a player advantage for all gamers. Now, the arrival from the back, GRQ on that flank. Striking, finding Jing. Spike in play, but something dead. It is just Invi trying to hold his own in a 1v4, and he's just going to be overwhelmed. Just like that from a big hero play round for PRX to regain the lead. They very quickly get snuffed out as AG tied up once again.
And it's just because AG is able to establish so much map control early. Getting long A, getting Fengir posted up deep at that position where you could just get the one and done and TP out, that they're able to just come from every angle at you, win some 1v1s, and then there's just nothing you can do there as Invi. I mean, brilliant stuff today from AG. PRX needs to find answers. Needs to get a little bit more consistency. Let's see what they want to do. Looked like maybe early on I felt like there was some okay ideas for PRX on this weaker buy. To dig a little bit deeper, something does grab the Outlaw. 2 players, 1 shot to it, in fact. Both of the duelists, actually, which would include GRQs in the vicinity, but seems to be playing this safe. So at least for PRX now, you're going to reestablish some map control here. Just a matter of what are you going to be able to do. Look at all that util that you're going to have to deal with.
Let's continuously stack this site.
Yeah.
PRX continue to try to play into it. It's a minefield on the way in.
Something doesn't have a TP, so it's going to have to be pretty good here.
Sends out the first shot, doesn't manage to connect it. GRQ still alive with 3 players on that side of the map. Gate Crash does not take Fengir back towards this B site. Is Invi. Big opening kill. AU1 getting frazzled, turning over towards that back hall's exit. Gets caught, it's Divide. Able to find the quick shot. Weapons now scooped up in PRX. Looking to get this one over the line. There's the spot out. There's the judge from Jing. Fengir around the corner. 2 shells left, and 1 is good enough. It's going to be a Mastercard Thrifty. And PRX continuing to fight. But do they continue this pendulum swing?
Well, it's a good adjustment for PRX this round. Get a little bit of A main control. That forces AG to have to re-clear this space, and when that happens, that's when they turn on the Jets and go for the B site, and they're able to hit some nasty sheriff shots along the way. So better macro ideas this round. Yeah, that one's got to be a little bit frustrating because it was starting to feel like maybe you could start turning the tide here. Maybe you could start generating a little bit of snowball, but now you're on the eco back foot. Oh.
All right. Oh, and something just does something like that. It's much more than you could really do.
No.
Quick kill into the exit, and once again looking and leaning towards this B site. Drawn with a spot and the ping on to Fengir. Gonna look to rescale and maybe catch them off guard. Does have that gate crash, but the shot ends up going wide. Now makes his exit, but already AG getting themselves in a position to try to counteract this. It's GRQ. His way around Hall, sliding forward. That stinger in hand. Shrimp trying to just line up something with that Sheriff. Doesn't manage to make a go of it. It seems like for AG, a Mastercard Thrifty just not in the cards. Not for this round. Jing one away from his ult. Same forward of I. He's gonna look to play in and see who can pick it up, and it's gonna be Jing. Flawless round for PRX. They win back-to-back and maintain the lead.
Yeah, they're really starting to feel it now. The Sharps are looking sharp, and they're just accelerating when they need to, finding their kills. I don't know, starting to look like the PRX that you expect coming into a global event. Woo, Jing! That is what you need. You need Jing to get going.
Telling Shrimp that he wants to teach him how to shoot the Sheriff. Timeout call here from AG. See if they can rescue these last 2 rounds, make it a 6-6 score at the half. PRX will be able to run away with the remainder of this. Take a look at the Coinbase win condition. Let's see. Economically, there's certainly some ups and downs at the moment for all gamers, but there will be that operator back into the mix for Fengear.
Kind of curious if maybe that's something that PRX is thinking about too, as a counter op here for something. Now he's just going to go for the Vandal, but they had the economy that they could have invested into it if they felt like it. Yeah, absolutely going to be talking about how you want to post up, probably how you want to reestablish some map control. Are they going to go back to kind of that sort of default they have where Fengear pushes up long B and you let Shrimp and GRQ try to control long A? But what I'm seeing on the map is just a spread formation here for the most part. Maybe looking to play a little bit cautious, want to try to take in mid, expecting that that's going to be the direction that PRX want to go, and they're right. It's going to come down to some good util and shooting potentially.
Peeking in the mid, Forsaken around that corner at Shop. Swings out, would be his demise. Instead it's going to be the peak, however. Towards window, and Forsaken a bit too late to try to find that punish. Gate crash out to safety, and Jing now dead on the floor. Kira scaling forward, Forsaken on the other side of the smoke, pushes into it to his demise. As AG setting up the traps very nicely. Already with a 2-player advantage. To make sure they have a solid economy going into the last round of the half.
Taking that back. Heart destroyed.
Feels like it was just a hard read.
Just the double face back in, and Kira gonna be good for a third. Something now. Would have to be an ace clutch. Seems like they have a strong suspicion about where he just jumped back with that gate crash too. Shrimp around the corner, swing out, and he has him dead to rights. Rough with the Sheriff, but very clean with the Vandal. AG, 1 away from tying this up at the half. Still have the dimensional drift, still have that operator, but PRX coming into this one with 4 ults.
Yeah, this one kind of feels like it has to go for PRX the way the map's been going, but this is just a good read. It just coming out of the timeout, the way that AG lines up, it's like they know what PRX is doing before PRX does. This is just good preparation. They're right where they want to be to shut down this kind of slow mid push that PRX is trying to establish. Now they're just going to double down.
A similar setup, dimensional drift going forward to Kira again. Striving forward, finds Divide. The overdrive from Jing's going to be able to come away with the kill. Swarms his way into A. It's an otherwise empty site. Something on that peak. A critical kill to be found. Does nearly get traded out, but manages to keep himself in the fight. Spike now being brought forward. Still here in the hands of Forsaken. Taking their time with this one. Wants to set up some of these nebulas, I suppose. Meanwhile, Fengear's going to go chasing in. Cosmic Divide going to be called out, and PRX, they're going to go for another pivot. Missed the window, and they're respecting this so heavily. Meanwhile, Kira is able to find something. And now they have to push back into A, and AG are in the perfect position to try to defend this. Swing into the window, though. Minbeat will be able to outdo the enemy Astra.
Great read. Now that Cosmic Divide kind of works against you a bit.
Yeah, given all that quiet.
Yep.
They think that this is a pivot coming through, so they have to split.
Now they don't know.
Edgar has to go crazy with his operator.
30 seconds left.
As the shorty, the jump into the smoke, and Jing struck down. Looking for the plant, and what is that? Oh, he's just destroyed them, he's demolished them! Forsaken has this now brought into a 1v1. 11 seconds remaining, has to commit for the plant. Shrimp around the corner, sees a haunt still available for him. Forsaken just no damn idea where he could be. Slides across towards stairs, the angle about to be gained. Gets himself tucked. And Shrimp hits it again! Gives him a wave goodbye! As the defuse will come through and AG lock this up 6-6.
A hell of a back and forth, but man, AG still looking great, still looking strong, and they have handled what PRX is dealing here on Pearl.
They are not backing down, and they are looking brilliant. PRX up against the ropes, corralled into the corner. Let's see if they can get the pistol when we come back after the halftime break.
Qué bien la estamos pasando, amigos. Bueno, vamos a dividir a la audiencia, ya lo saben, como lo hicimos ahora más tempranito. De acá hacia mi izquierda, me ven por allá, ¿cierto? Me ven, ok. Son Alfa. Y de acá a mi derecha son Omega. ¡Ojo! Vamos a medir. ¿Quién hace más ruido? ¿Listo? ¿Dónde están los Alfa? No está mal. No está mal. ¿Y dónde están los Omega? Ya casi llegamos, ya casi llegamos. Quiero escucharlos otra vez. ¿Está bien, David? ¿Está bien? ¿Dónde están los Alfa? Casi llegamos, casi llegamos. ¿Y dónde están los Omega?
I'll tell you what, you would not be getting this energy, this electricity from an audience if you were paying them. The crowd here in Santiago, truly a cut above the rest. Some of the most passionate that we have seen around the world.
Oh, they're just amazing. I mean, every day there's so much energy here. It's just great, and those last 3 days are going to be absolutely wild.
Oh, yeah. Both of these teams wanting to make that appearance in front of this crowd again, not wanting to be sent home. There's only one more spot in the top 4 available. And right now, all gamers have their eyes on the prize. They have the upper hand.
3-2 split. It's a deep bit of gathering over at Long A for info. They don't see anything, so PRX immediately TPs over. It's their strong side here.
Here's the high-low, and it's broken. Svengear able to find one, but Divine and NB fighting back. Both duelists now down for all gamers. They're going to be rethinking this push on a B. Just a bit, but they got some noise. Look to rescale forward.
There.
NB drifts across, gets himself behind screen. AU1 going to look to try to lead the charge here. Clear the haunt there from having a shot on the Divine. Takes him down to 17, and AU1 narrowly able to tuck into the corner. No shocks available, obviously, given the Sheriff's in hand, so NB not able to set up for the easy kill at the same time. This deep lurk from Kira. Seems like it might just be noted. Forsaken's just gonna go rotating back, but has to know what space he's given up. Has to know that they could have lurked to this position.
30 seconds left.
Check around Waterfall, nothing seen yet. PRX gambling their way into the correct side of the map. Nebula now popped, the spike planted. Shrimp getting onto this angle. Have they let any credence to this? No, they have not. Divide able to strike. Kira now turning in, has been spotted, dealt with something. Finds the kill, and it's just AU1. Able to find the first. Several players so very low, can get the one taps to something. Is holding on. The defuse goes through, and PRX, they find another pistol. They regain the lead by 1.
This is another round where you're seeing some good awareness from PRX in terms of where Kira could have gone. Kira's been lurking all over the map the whole day, and they're thinking about it from the get-go. You know, Forsaken is really trying to get a read on his counterpart here, and something is watching Flowers the whole way. And that keeps PRX very much alive in this map, in this series, in this tournament. See if they can hang on. You do have AU1 with the Bandit, Fangir with the Ghost, Shorty for GRQ, so could be some problems.
Slide out, Forsaken dead. Here's the judge now, handed over, Fangir. Gonna be scooping that up and Divine for the moment. Still alone, something sprinting as fast as he can, trying to get in a position to peel off some of this pressure. The flash comes in, Divine gonna be good for that kill. Something finds a follow-up, but Fangir still able to strike, but cannot escape. Just can take it down for now. This is comfortable territory for PRX, but if they lose anybody else, that damage is really going to be felt. Spike on the floor, watched by Envy. Swing out.
Enemy remaining.
And steadies that Spectre spray eventually to clean up the Killjoy. Swoop out and Jing, good for it. 3 players surviving. Holding on to some of that key weaponry here. PRX, once again, get themselves that anti-eco win.
Small steps forward, but in the right direction. Other than this is just kind of, you know, shotgun versus shotgun, and you're going to favor the Neon every time in that situation. Ooh, nice little flick down from something. Jing's really good with the Bulldog, man. He is always seeming to find tons of value with it. He's going to keep it into this next round. Couple players. Going to be one tap to that Outlaw here on Shrimp, so going to get that full armor into your Duelist at the very least. AU1 just dealing with something right off the rip.
Just couldn't get a clean shot through. Only puts him to 49.
Bot coming back.
Going now down on the other side. Well collected though, Forsaken. Trying to see if they swinging out towards B main.
Yeah, they're looking for follow-up layers of aggression. Again, PRX, widely notorious for being impatient. And that's something that, you know, I'm sure AG was watching yesterday with NRG. This is how a lot of the rounds start, where they're just holding angles, looking for you to see what you do at the extremities, seeing what you do in mid, looking for a counterplay, you know, off of their own protocols. That's how they get these first kills. That's how they kind of put PRX on the back foot. See if they can hold the line.
They've slotted things in correctly here. 3 players towards B to try to hold off this pressure being applied. Swoop in the corner, relay bolt gonna be dodged. Forsaken able to find one, AU1 eliminated. As Jing does manage to find Shrimp before falling to Fangir's hands. Forsaken repeat, Kira now eliminated. 2 players left alive, now just the one. Fangir trying to make a go of it, but he cannot. PRX find the bonus conversion. They're now up by 3.
I mean, I think this is just patience versus patience, and finally PRX is going to be the team that's able to outweight their opponents just enough, and they're able to fast rotate over to that B side and guess correctly on the direction that AG is going to want to end up in and make those chokes just an absolute nightmare. Do some early damage. That allows that Outlaw to get those one taps onto those players that are coming through. Huge for PRX that they get that bonus.
Kick back economically now, RAG. Bit of a militia purchase here. Stingers, 2 sheriffs, and otherwise bandits in hand. Orb grab, goes over to Fangir, gives him that dimensional drift. Don't expect to see it in this round. getting it secured for the future. Obviously, quite important for him. Drift across, Envy. Gonna be traded on some damage, but it's gonna be Jing taken down. Just find the UR to buy now, scaling forward, comes away with the kill on the GRQ. Looks for a little bit more, AU1 dead. Stabai, just massacred 3. Jing the only casualty, PRX up to double digits, looking to make a go of this. 3 more to go to take this over to Split.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna get a timeout here from AG because they're being pretty one-dimensional all of a sudden, and PRX is getting into the positions they need to, so now you've got to kind of find those timings where, okay, you wait, maybe you want to wait a little bit at the beginning of the round, but then you have to start exploring the extremities, start forcing PRX's hands a little bit. This poor guy, his cortisol levels just have to be through the roof.
I know we had the vet come to the studio to take care of, our lovely dog friend, who luckily was reunited with his owner.
Oh, now
can we get a medic to come check on Alex?
I think we could.
He might need it.
Yeah, I absolutely think he does.
Let's take a look here at the Coinbase win condition, see what AG is going to be working with.
I want to make sure we're noting where the AEDs are in this building.
Yes.
Yeah, important stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, like what I was talking about, just being patient but a little proactive. Like it's, measured aggression where you're trying to get some info, trying to clear some space. That round, it just, obviously it was an eco, so they just went for something. PRX is there, whatever. But I think overall, AG, some of the things that you saw in Corrode that were really good was them toying with utility, baiting some utility out, using that conditioning against PRX. You're going to need a lot more of that here. PRX is starting to find their groove, and that is not something you want to let happen. PRX are notorious for coming out on a map, looking terrible, and then just figuring it out and running you over in the next 2.
Or looking great and then looking terrible in between and then winning it.
Also that.
Shout out to them versus Liquid back in Toronto. Still lives rent-free in my head, but the Dimensional Drift at the ready here for Fengear. Clone to go forward, clear out that Vice wall. Some of that utility and instill some doubt into PRX.
Yeah, they've got an alarm bot here. That Kira does get the spot anyway with his body, so Jing tries to push out, can't find a kill. Drone to re-clear, does catch spot onto Fengear there. So PRX actually thinking that this is gonna end up B off of that info because Forsaken can just keep holding here. Yeah, sure, there's a Prowler, but there's no follow-up. Yeah, there's an Astra, but he's not hearing or seeing anything else. Although they're rotating up that. Oh my God, it might have worked.
Backpedal here from Device, just trying to reposition so he doesn't get scouted by this, but we'll hear the exit. Further teleport's gonna be taken. Something sending out a couple shots. Meanwhile, potential timing here in the mid as Jing swings around the back, is able to find GRQ. Now the Steel Garden gonna be invested, and that interrupts the plant on the spike. AG held at bay. This Envy jumps up over the top of the box, looking for that punish, but Shrimp. Oh no, he just straight back into it with a vision. Envy now finds 2! And it feels like AG completely losing track of everything here. Forced away, and Kira now to try to hold on to his gun. Duckstail turns around and will keep this in hand. Mark Jing trying to run him down, but PRX not allowing for the timeout call to deliver results. They get up to 11.
This almost works for AG in a way, but the funny thing is because of Dimensional Drift, PRX is actually happy to just play Flood Retake. They have the Steel Garden. They're able to disrupt that plant. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Shrimp there just kind of loses his awareness of his space.
I think EU1's trying to, he's trying to swing, he's trying to get the trade to the fight, but had to have known where you're getting shot from. Should have been able to spot him. Meanwhile, fight over A main, and Fengear does manage to come out on top. Jing eliminated. Solid early kill for AG. We need 5 in a row to tie this back up.
That one certainly should make things really challenging here for PRX to try to get a read on what this round is going to look like. The only thing now that you have going in your favor is that it's a weaker buy.
That might not mean too much if they're able to get into the site.
Right.
For now, it's going to be Envy to try to hold the line. Too far forward to use a Hunter's Fury. So once that pressure starts coming in, He is going to have his work cut out for him. There's the spot.
Wow.
It's the headshot to put Fengir down to 10, but Fengir still gets the elimination. Something tucked in, stunned up, does manage to fight back, but he himself so damn low and now finished off. 4 players still surviving. Weapons going to be recovered. AG, this would be a massive thrifty. Divine Forsaken trying to deny. Kill on 1. Grab well going to be avoided. Forsaken right in the wall. Cannot stay alive. The concuss coming down, and Shrimp bouncing back after the previous round. Cleans up 3 in AG. They close the gap. They hang in there. They deny that map point away from PRX.
It just shows you how important control over this part of the map is, because you can get a weaker buy to go, and it helps when Fengir's doing that. Absolutely going nuts on 2 tight angle shots that he has to shoot through some walls and gets the wind. But you get those wins, and it just opens up so much space for you, puts PRX in positions where then they start throwing themselves one by one into the meat grinder. They kind of lose their mental.
They want this control again. Just haunt into that forward cubby at A main. Doesn't reveal anybody on the site. But clear of the Prowler.
Shrimp's got his Nightfall. Maybe they might make a go of that, but I think they're going to try to, well, I thought for a second they might try to establish some presence through art, but I think they're just going to go for the Nightfall here.
Turn to the flash, should be looking for the reset of the aim, but it's going to be Fengir coming away with 2. Divine.
Spike down A.
Able to try to equalize the 1. Just a TP over to safety. The spike now recovered.
Thorns activated.
3v3, but what is the call here from AG? Looks like it's going to be a silent cutaway. Trying to work over towards that B side of the map where they weren't really able to explore much. Kira Wagley has just been sat in club.
This is so scary because you're going to have to re-clear. Good news is there isn't a ton of info for Forsaken there either.
But AU1, he gets the plant. That'll give him the lockdown. And obviously Invi is out of the equation, so you don't have to worry about that Hunter's Fury.
30 seconds left.
Shots now ringing out. Players of PRX slowly looking to get into position. Forsaken able to find the first. Swing out of the smoke. Gets tagged, gets bogged, and AU1 gets on top of him. The kill now found the lockdown. Invested, the plant coming through.
Spike planted.
Something could back away, but also needs to try to recover another weapon. Likely can do so during the dimensional drift, which you have to suspect he's going to be committing. Stefan not peeking, would have found a timing on AU1. Tuck to the corner, the reposition. Minor damage gonna be suffered. Goes for the exit, the shorty, able to collect it. Swing out, Kira, unable to find a buy. Puts him low, but cannot sit him down. PRX will get themselves up to map point. AG need 5 in a row.
Yeah, love the decision making here from Devi to go for the long lurk, recognizing what you were talking about, that lockdown was gonna be in place and that they weren't gonna be able to flood from the B tower side, so why not go for some? Fengir is absolutely crazy today. For what it's worth, he is absolutely on it, but love that. You get a little bit of attack and damage, knowing that they're gonna be weak to that shorty, go for the something special. They're able to finish it out, so PRX looking to take us to split.
And the buy is gonna be a little bit messy. The Singer there with the overdrive as well. The back pocket for GRQ, has been having a rough go of it this time around on the Neon. Fengir, 1 off that dimensional drift. The overdrive now in play with the Thorns. Keep him locked away. Just running down the clock as he's gonna need to try to find a reset, but he won't be able to find one, I don't believe. The slide out, Forsaken holding his own, the Hunter's Fury. Crashing in off the flank, but Widely doesn't find much of anything there. Here with 1, Jing tucking back. Tagged low, the shorty from Kira at range, unable to find it. It's Jing, okay, it's Chaos incarnate. But he cleans it up. And 13-7 is the scoreline as PRX will send us the distance. They take us to split.
Absolute madness. A map 3, do or die coming up.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back, everybody, down to the floor here at the Espacio Riesco. I could barely hear myself think most of the time, but it appears PRX have regained that ability after what I have to say was a pretty muddy map uphill.
Where do we want to start? I think that the fact that AG started off on that, on that defense, putting up a very big fight. I think that those openers that they were finding, yes, were supposed to have the impact that they actually didn't find. PRX doing a lot of what they did against G2, just regrouping and getting up all that strength. I think that Jinx looked very, very comfortable on that Neon.
Yeah, PRX really lives for the team fight. I think this compositional change leans into the brawl, and it didn't look perfect in that first half. I think they were still leaning into some of the mistakes of map one, of just failing on the fundamentals. But once we changed sides, got to their own defense, it looked way better. This is PRX that I think doubled down on just focusing on playing together, not giving away dumb fights, and they locked into actually closed that map out pretty dominantly once we got to the switch.
I think also that we saw a lot of the chaos the PRX absolutely lost on some of those retakes. There were so many situations where seriously, if it would have been any other team, they wouldn't have won.
I mean, we're going to talk about Fangir here, 331
Absolutely.
ACS over the course of their map. Still not enough, though, for all gamers.
As I'm saying, finding the opener in many of the defense rounds, also in the attack, like Men was trying all through and through. For IMGRQ, we cannot say the same.
Yeah, it was really Fangir or nothing for all gamers this map. It felt like the rest of the team just couldn't get online. I mean, to GRQ's credit, he was going in and creating space, but it was never anything more than that, and it was basically a multi-kill round from Fangir, or it was not happening. This map to me showed the depth that you would have expected when you looked at this matchup ahead of time, where there are peaks for all gamers, there are individuals that can be excellent, but PRX is that full package where everyone can step up and close out a map.
I think we also saw a different side of the vibe, you know? Like, he was back, like, I think that his utility had much more value on this one, and he was feeling better himself. I think that all through and through, he just likes the map more. I think that you can feel that.
Yeah, really. I mean, I kind of foreshadowed it on the desk coming in thinking, oh, okay, we just saw him be playing ahead of his utility constantly, not making use of it to slow down these double dive comps, but feels like Devi more comfortable here. I'm quite sure Coach got in his ear as well. Those 3 first deaths on Kuro, definitely a glaring issue for PRX, something that they've been able to sort of fix up, but I think we've got to double back, Mimi, and say Fangir really stood out for this team. One of the key pieces, but it's clear as good as he's been, just Fangear won't cut the mustard here.
If we're looking ahead to map 3 of this series, I think you have to look to Fangear to not only continue this performance, but that to lead to his teammates stepping up alongside him and showing more than just the individualism. But it has to stay at this level if he wants any chance against PRX.
After watching map 1, I think there's a lot of us that are cheering for All Gamers, just seeing what they can do and how they can make a team as renowned as PRX shake the way that they did. For Split, we expect a lot of the shenanigans. It's a map incredibly comfortable for the side of PRX, but we can also say the same for All Gamers.
It's supposed to be their best map, right? Obviously, they've not won it here yet, though.
This is where I think they can look at that map, say, okay, they changed comp on us, they're good at this Pearl, that's all right. We're going to the map where we dominated in China, where we've beaten international competition already this tournament. This should be the confidence zone for All Gamers, playing the double duelist with Kira back on the Rays. They look great in how they're team fighting. They're very aggressive. This is their best chance to actually close this series out.
Now, I misspoke, but they actually, I think, looked quite good on this map, rather, against Gentlemates, right? That was a map they were able to find some degree of success on. What do you want to see translate over from that Split performance?
The ace. The ace from Kira on round 1. That is exactly how we want to start this map. Seriously, I think that we can all agree that this is for PRX to lose. Now they have the momentum back. That Pearl was looking too good for them, and as we're saying, they have so many reps on this map on Split, and obviously all bangers and on Split.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is the fast flood retakes that were so successful the last time they played Split. I like the way that they put an emphasis on holding on to Heaven control in both these sites and using that raise as their quick rotator to double satchel out, flood into these sites, and really thrive to get quickly into the team fights.
They are playing this double dive style, rather, on Split, right? Is there any way, like PRX, can they slow this down? They don't play the Vice on this map. We've seen some teams dabble with it, NRG, I want to say.
For PRX, to me, it's about going in the fights, and if you are confident in just having that full comeback and reverse sweeping this best of 3, again, you are PRX, you have the individuals to do it. Jing is super on point today. When we see him on the race, on this map, it can be a completely different thing. And for the side of All Gamers, I actually want to see them play reactive again. I want Kira to maybe have one of those rounds that is going to swap things around, but to me, seriously, I want them to be a bit more passive because PRX can be incredibly overwhelming.
Yeah, I agree. I think you want to, especially on their attack side, let PRX make the move a little bit, but I still want to see decisiveness in the mid-round. I think where some of the rounds started to go wrong on their attack side on Pearl was when they were kind of waiting for too long with that patience, and then they had very low information when they were actually choosing to execute. I think it's about taking early space, pausing for the reaction, and then making a decision off it. You can't completely sit back and let PRX play how they want.
I'd like them to make some mistakes. I think that PRX have to consider the stakes of this map because this could be their last one here in Santiago for them.
I mean, looking back on PRX here, obviously many of their fans don't want the journey to end here. What do you think is the bare minimum to be satisfied with this PRX outfit here in Santiago?
Winning.
That's
winning? I think, no, making it to top 4 at least, winning this match and going forward. That's what the fans expect. If PRX lose here to this upstart All Gamers team, it will be a massive disappointment. They have high expectations, they have to live up.
Here you have it, folks. The stage is set for one final decider map between All Gamers and PRX, and who better to take us back in than Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Uber. Here we go, a map 3, only bangers on Split. And we have it teed up as the final map. PRX persevering through that Pearl. But AG looked absolutely astounding versus mates on this map. It was a 13-4 affair. Kira was so damn clean on that raise. Can he replicate that performance? Guide AG closer to a top 4 finish, their first ever global event, or will PRX snuff out the flame?
I mean, it's going to be a tough ask. This is a great map for both of these teams, but like the desk was talking about, the way that AG sets up for their flood retakes, sets for their stalls onto your executes is so, so good. So you have to disrupt that. I think you're looking at what G2 was able to do to disrupt these things. And there's a huge stack in mid. Spike in the hands of Forsaken on the Omen. They're going for a push out.
The swing, the spot on something, able to hold his own, does lose his life. Though is GRQ. Comes away with 2, and Jing dead as well over on that Ramen side. Be immediately rerouted, but Divine lurking forward. He's just walked his way for free into this A site. 2v4 in the post plant. PRX has their work cut out for them. Tap just looking to try to see if he gets a peek. Meanwhile, Divine leaning forward. 2 HP on the enemy. Omen finds the headshot. It's the bite. Look at the disrespect that one. Does find some damage. Envy given a decent shout. A winnable opportunity. Shrimp likely to be the final most difficult hurdle. Pixel angle found, and Shrimp finds the timing. Wrapping into elbow. Loses the spike for a brief little moment there, but will be able to find the defuse. Checking around for another weapon perhaps as well. But AG taking that first step.
Just a great read again, off the rip. They're overstacking the numbers, and there's an extra player there on that high-low that Jing isn't ready for when he goes for his counter swing. It's a really nice proactivity early from AG. My eyes definitely go into those 2 raises overall. You know, Jing widely regarded as maybe the best to ever play Raze, going up against the upstart Kira. He's going to be grabbing 4 Spectres and a shotgun for AG here, but 3 Sheriffs being bought up for PRX. They want to rumble.
They always do. Be pushing out of the smoke though. Kira cutting over to the side. Now peeks in, is able to find a buy. Blast pack lobbed in. Pain shell at the ready. Going to be exchanged here on either side. Tries to escape, and Jing does manage to find the kill. Damage going to be suffered, but can be a weapon scooped up as Fengear just trying to hold them off. But blind shots through that Viper wall. Managed to take him a little bit lower.
This is just going to be a full rotate from PRX. Are they going to? Looks like they're going to leave Forsaken there. Try to sell this a bit more. So far, AG reading. PRX is just going to re-hit A. Something, be tasked to clear a little bit of space. Forsaken making noise, clearing the dog.
But nothing else seen. Has done well, though, to keep them locked in on this side of the map. Now the smoke cycled in towards Heaven. So the drift down across towards screens. GRQ at the moment alone, but Forsaken now has been found. Eliminated. Paranoia going across, something not caught by that, however. Wow. Does manage to find that kill. Gets it into a 3v3. Weaponry, as well as the health, very much advantage to the side of AG. Fengear diving forward. Ends up giving his life just for the 1 kill. Something rewrapping all the way back through around towards this B Heaven position. Might go completely on red. Flash towards backside. Confirms no presence there. Jing just tucked away behind the box. Something now striking. Finds the first. Shrimp holding it. Gets it to half. Pulls off of it now. Swaps the weapon over. Just trying to get a little bit more ammunition. And something is not buying it. Waiting for his timing. Sees him on it. And the defuse is just going to be held. Oh, the round just barely getting away from PRX.
I don't think
gives him a shrug.
I don't think something quite realized that it had already been held to half. But still tons of damage done here for PRX. Go into their anti-bonus, which isn't going to look like much for AG.
It's as good as it gets without the round win, but they absolutely should have been able to have that.
Yes.
And just a slight little misread, misjudgment. It's something more than happy to give it right back to him across the stage. I have to suspect that these guys are pretty good friends, given how much they do scrim. Well, there's that vengeance.
He's already jawing at him. He's giving it to him after that 1 kill. It's unbelievable.
And the crowd is erupted with chants of something. Meanwhile, Divine takes that outlaw into his own hands. He's able to find Fengear. PRX looking to get themselves on the board pretty cleanly here, maybe even flawlessly, unless AG can find some punish.
Yeah, they had a couple bandits and a sheriff behind this, but looks like they're just going to wait this out patiently. Forsaken's going to go for the lurk this time. He's going all the way around to B Heaven.
I might be thinking that he's going to find them stacked up, trying to die to the spike. And some noise being made, trying to see if they get that peek out. And Forsaken, not going to be able to find anything here. Three remaining players from AG will be allowed to go down to the spike. As PRX deny that bonus conversion after all the damage dealt in the previous round. Will find themselves online here around 3.
Well, and we're finally starting to see something come alive here as the year wears on. And those sniper shots are where he is at his best. When he starts hitting those, just sees the shoulder and immediately gives it back to Shrimp, who had just barely bested him in the previous round. Wow, just a barrel stuff there from Devi on the diving Fengir. That's round over. Yeah.
A Nightfall online for Envy. You have the secrets for Shrimp.
A little bit ahead in most of the ult cycles as PRX, just barely. So this could be a good round to get some of those into play.
He's got that outlaw. Both players over here in heaven. The one susceptible goes for the jump peek out. And you're the spot onto Jing. Wall falling, and Envy able to immediately find the punish. Waylay now eliminated. Allows for a much faster approach, not having to worry about those saturates as Jing's pushing forward. Shrimp gonna be flushed out. Kira does manage to trade one back. The U1 has to backpedal away the spam. Back up into heaven, takes him to 27.
It's not what you want to have happen. Let AG take some heaven control. So now you're gonna have to scramble on the site to brawl this out. No more blast packs though for Kira. Just the paint shells to try to clear some space. Envy's gonna try to tuck into the corner. Devi trying to tee him up.
Staring towards heaven, Paranoia gonna be sent. Envy just frantically spraying and praying and being rewarded. Will end up falling to the paint shells. This is GRQ now pushing his way forward, but it's a high-low setup around the corner that he cannot break. AU1 knows that he's outdone. Just 27 health, has to back away. PRX win the follow-up, and they tie it up at 2-2.
And it's just really around that highlights how important those first kills are over on the extremities of the map. With PRX having 2 players watching for when the toxic screen drops, and it's just one for AG, and Envy instantly eliminates the problem. He doesn't even make a noise. Fengir's just crouched, trying to hold the angle.
Great turn of the flash there from Jing as well.
Yeah. And it's something we want to keep track of, that Raise of Furies battle. How in the world do you get that one, Envy? Nasty. Devi goes swinging out. Knows that there was another there. So far, even Envy knows he got a little lucky on that one.
I'll find you.
But again, you're getting into these ult cycles now. Jing one away from the showstopper. Envy still sitting on the Nightfall. Spot check there, gonna see GRQ. Trying to punish it. PRX try to brute force their way in.
Just one shot to the leg of Jing. Cycling in that smoke. Something trying to catch somebody in mid. U1 planted very far forward. There's the first shot. Kira now down. Devi gets the better of him.
What a read.
It's damn clean. PRX starting to hit their shots. Just a peek from Fengir. Does manage to find Devi in the end. Bringing up that enemy Viper. Not falling for the clone, but GRQ down to 1 HP and eventually going to be found. Something with the kill, and PRX.
I have the spike.
The spike now in hand again. To get this plant across and get themselves into the lead. Shrimp. Yeah, that Vandal recovered now, immediately back on the floor. Peek out. Fengir, another solid shot. Not quite ready, however, as Jing just tracks him down with that shorty.
Yeah, it's just really good map awareness from PRX this time. Reading the whole way that there's going to be a push out. Oh, he gets the spot under the hand. And then Devi there to make sure, just to double check. And a great seize, reading that TP off of GRQ perfectly to eliminate him. Really good mental awareness. I was talking to Fengir a little bit behind the stage, and he says they're still a little shaky. You know, they're new to this stage. They're still having a little bit of trouble. Even though they've been finding some success, you know, they felt like the weight has been lifted off their shoulders a bit. Still though, going up against a team like PRX, it's tough. This time PRX wants to clear this heaven.
Showstopper out, lobs it in, and that's gonna be Kira dead on the floor. Something is being the heat-seeking system for that missile. Flash over towards backside. Forsaken going to be taking down Fengir, able to find Jing as well. And this round starts getting away from PRX. Suddenly a 2v3. Invi trying to assess where this guy has gotten to. The Seeker's going to be coming in, but Invi finds the perfect timing. Swoops in, finds the kill. Nightfall now a crossover towards Heaven and screens. Paranoia going to be expended. Something just holding down that M1, gets counter-sprayed a bit. It's GRQ riding the Raptor, drops down to the cubby. The C's at the ready, Invi getting the catch, getting the spray down, and getting the finisher as well. Something trying to usher them onto their feet. And smiles on the other side of the stage. I imagine that there's some frustration behind that as well. PRX now up by 2 rounds.
Still love the macro ideas here from PRX. Obviously the combo with the ult, very effective, but it's clearing that heaven space that is so crucial to the way AG plays this map. And yeah, it's... Yeah.
I love that Invi learned. He reached for that headset immediately and he's like, oh, nope,
wait,
gotta keep that on.
I'm gonna get fined.
Don't want to get in trouble now. Boombot cleared. Paranoia going to be sent in. Fengir trying to find something.
Back in a flash.
This is a little bit of damage on the Jing once again as the Prowler going to be chasing forward. Quick refractor around the corner. Taken. Spain Shell's not going to be able to find too much value. Delay tactics are there in Nevi. Opting to just back away. Meanwhile, he's in the site.
He's stuck in the site.
Okay. He is trapped. The rest of PRX now going to go on a attempt here. The Saving Private Ryan style mission. Showstopper point blank is able to find the one. The jump in the corner, but Devi out from Garage. Able to spare his blushes, but it's a solid 2 taps from Fengir. And Shrimp now just making his way out of the sewer. He'll be playing into a pit. Just that bandit in hand. As the silent drop sees a weapon across the way.
Use the flashes to do a little checking inside the smoke.
Trying to send it around the back, but as he pushes forward, he will die. 4K for Devi. PRX continuing to rack up these wins, continuing to look excellent on this attack. And that is going to be a timeout call now for AG.
Yeah, I mean, the defender side, they're usually so sturdy, but PRX is kind of picking them apart one by one and putting them onto ecos time and time again. And that gives them just such huge advantages where they can go for the extremities, where they can go for these death ball plays and make them work. And now I'd like to see PRX dig back into maybe trying to generate some mid pressure, clear those heavens a little bit more. Now that you're going into a bye against your opponent, you know, they use that showstopper in that last round too. That's a huge piece taken away from your opponents, especially in a round that AG lost there. That's devastating. They went for it on that eco, feeling the pressure. So now I think you're opening up the ability to keep putting them off their game, force them into play styles they don't want to do. And that's something that has worked for other teams against AG here.
Just 8 seconds left. Coaches to talk before we get out of this Coinbase win condition. Curious to see what they bring to the table here. Love to see them try to get that operator online, but looks like they will be able to have it.
Going glass cannon?
Yeah, Shrimp going to be passing this one over, and Fengir can't afford at least a half armor.
Half, okay.
It could have gone for full, but he's going to try to just keep a bit of money behind this. Is this going to be enough to try to catch PRX off guard? Should be tracking the economy of the opponents and knowing that this is a possibility.
For sure, and look at, when we get into the map here, you're going to see that it's actually AG wanting to contest B main, but PRX is just heavy A all the way. We've already got control. AU1 in the ropes, try to do
the Raptor.
Yeah, but he got spotted.
Boombot and the paint shells. Both sent in the paint for Forsaken. Oh! Annihilates Fengir. Goodbye, operator. Goodbye, Waylay.
Oh, no.
Oh, and it might just be goodbye, AG. If they continue like this. Swing in, GRQ. Will manage to find a kill on a Forsaken. The plant now comes in. The 2v4, the operator down. They see the ping there. Could just back away and try to save that. Especially now that he's been spotted. Kira can just tuck back, maybe try to get some exit kills, build up towards another showstopper, try to get another one before the half does finish. We'll have something served up on a silver platter. Jumps away, Devi. However, ensures that he cannot survive, cannot do more damage. 6-2, PRX. Looking alive and well on split.
And it's just simple stuff for PRX. They're just going to the side of the map that AG doesn't gamble correctly on. It's a very, another attempt at a hard read. So this time, PRX just changes sides of the map. AG feels like they have to reinforce that B side hold to make sure that PRX can't keep brutalizing them over there. And then PRX is just given all the space in the world, the Boombot just to force back the Viper AU1. And that's everything you need. And Forsaken, just unbelievable peak there. And PRX is just like, well, let's see if they can stop it this time.
Just lurching forward, frantic backpedal now from Shrimp. GRQ. Pull the TP back away to safety, and for now it's just Jing widely taking the brunt of any damage.
AG trying to establish some control, but they're rotating away from this. PRX pauses. Maybe something revealed himself to Kira on the other side, and that's caused these rotates, expecting PRX to try a different angle, different direction. Now they're having to send another player back, but they're not reading this correctly just yet. PRX scaling forward. That operator holding the long angle. Oh boy. Timing here going to be everything.
Knocks away from the Prowler. Forward past the smoke. Looking for the shot, but Envy able to find him. Clean though from AU1. Get you something on that scale forward towards screens. So in the end, a 1-for-1 at the moment, but now Jing around the back. Able to snap on to take down GRQ as well.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's at one health, but he's already done so damn much.
Oh my God.
That is disgusting from him. He will finally fall. Shrimp nearly gets Forsaken for his troubles as well. Barring Kira going crazy, which he cannot. It's just another round in the hands of PRX.
Jeez, man. It's just a pause that throws AG off their game here. It's something that PRX really doesn't do a lot. They don't show this very often, where they clear some space and then just wait you out when they've been revealed. A lot of times it's fast rotates to try to do something else. And AG, that's what their anticipation is. That's what Kira's reading. And again, I'm not sure if he saw something on the other side of the map or not. But regardless, if he knew that there was a player there, a lot of times, they'll call over. They'll be like, I think there's only one over here, so let's go there. But PRX wisely changing their style, trying to double up here at long A, and that's a good start for Kira.
Damn good one. Boombots exchange on both sides and a back away from that position. AU1 lurks forward. Devi has made it past him over into Mail. Forsaken just going to be making some noise, jumping his way back out of this one, allowing for that decay to expire.
They almost caught him there.
He really did, but Devi might be about to catch somebody else. Footsteps coming his way, and Kira, no idea if Devi can find this kill as well. That might just be the round once again broken open. AU1 just desperately trying to snipe Jing out of the sky. He cannot. Paint shell out his face. Forces him back over the stairs. They plan to come in now. 4v3. This post plant and AG. They need this round.
I think they might just save. I don't know. They're going to make a go for it. PRX is sending a lot of players around to lurk.
A double re-wrap into mid. A lot more pressure now on Jing and Forsaken to try to hold this line. The flash out. Thengir not taking the refracts back. Forsaken holding his own for two. And now it's AU1 having to do it all, and something will shut him down. 2 more rounds to be played out in the half, and PRX won every single one of them.
Divide just so slippery. I was so busy watching what was going on in that pit, I never caught how he got out there. I have no idea. And obviously neither did AG.
Just an ass moment from Divide.
Jeez.
You can hear Tom Biz in my head asking how has he gotten there? He just walked right through. Showstopper now out, 2 targets, 1 gonna get caught. But something able to find Kira at the same time. Paint shell lob to the backside. Fengear able to go ahead, plant his feet, finds the 1, but nothing more. Such a snappy, pacey push from PRX as they look to take everything from AG. Another 3K from something. 9 rounds racked up. PRX looking to make this a 10-2 affair.
They're just everywhere on the map, and they're winning these battles. You get another showstopper into the mix a round before Kira can. And they put it to great use, and then they are just spreading out. And AG is just blindsided. They have no idea what's hitting them. They have enough for mostly rifles, well, all rifles, but a Guardian for AU1. A couple ults on both sides to consider, and immediately the drift
AC
goes.
again, Divide though, slipping past that Trailblazer, but Kira will be able to shut him down. Long last, an advantage for AG as PRX might just be overheating a bit, and they have Jing pushing out right into GRQ. Here are the Seekers, Showstopper out, something. Quick exit, will re-wrap back in through Ramen, has a gate crash set up into garage as well. Forsaken able to find 1. 3v4 now. Fengear refracting back, low on HP, and something not striking from behind!
Last player standing.
Finds another 2, Fengear spotting the drop down, the saturate gonna be lobbed in, but it doesn't get the catch. And something has the time on his side, he's got the angle, but Fengear! Never mind! Gets the headshot and gets the round.
Oh, something. He's kicking himself a little bit there. He played that round so well until the very end.
Absolutely, feels like he should have had that, but still a considerable lead for PRX. We'll see if AG can rally back like they did versus mates on Bind when we come back after the halftime.
Santiago! Creo que podemos sentir la tensión en el ambiente de lo que significa esta segunda mitad y cómo se está viviendo, ¿no? Vamos a animar un poquito a los equipos, ¿eh? ¿Te parece, David? PRX, PRX. Muy bien. Y ahora, all gamers, all gamers, all gamers. ¿No escucho? No, pero ¿qué es esto? Vamos a hacer ruido entonces. ¿Dónde están los fans de PRX? Muy bien. ¿Y dónde están los fans de All Gamers? ¡Wow! Está lindo. Quiero que reventemos, por favor, espacio riesgo. Va a ganar PRX. Oh. Volverá el partido y será épico para All Gamers. PRX. All Gamers. Yo tengo algo claro. Los ganadores son todos ustedes, amigos. Son una locura. Y ya lo saben, como siempre, Santiago grita con el alma.
I'd say PRX with the lead by narrow margins there in the crowd. They're just here to cheer for damn good Valorant. At the moment, PRX widely have been the ones delivering on that. 6-round deficit for AG, needing to walk back 3 to 9.5. Saw what they were able to do just a few days ago. That bind from mates, 8-4, them in the deficit, and then had a perfect second half. That is what we are looking for here from AG.
It's also crazy to think that you're 2-something clutches away from this potentially being an 11-1. I mean, the map could have gone very worse for AG, so let's see if they can keep their mental in check. Quick jump peek there. Doesn't really seem much. AG playing it close to the vest. They want to establish this mid control. Took a little bit of time early. Meanwhile, PRX is like, they're going A-ramp. I swear they're going A-ramp, boys. Actually, they are going to be going over towards B and divide.
Well, Ching kind of just wrecked his boom bot. Didn't bounce into main at all. So no info going to be gained there, but divide having to backpedal away. Alone on this side of the map for now, being joined by something as PRX quickly going to be pivoting into position. Spike in hand for Shrimp. Waits for the smoke to bloom, the drop down, and now the plant can get into play. 5v5, and this could be absolute carnage. PRX for the moment doing well to read this potential flank around the back, but as they jump peek over into mail, nothing's going to be seen. Sees nade, but the nade not deep enough. Graham not going to be there. Shrimp able to find one. GRQ with another something. Turning back, able to find AU1 on that flank. Now finds Fengear out in front, but it's going to be Shrimp again. 3 big kills for him in the pistol. It's AG taking that necessary step.
Just able to find the open space on the map. It's just a really gambled stack for PRX, a 4-1, and you know, Divide does well to not give up his life off the flash paint shells, takes a little bit of damage, but from there, AG can just get in, settle in, set up that lurk, and the timing really nice. You know, you can see PRX considering it at the very least, but I think that's something you need to be thinking about as this half wears on. Always have somebody watching your back, because there's always somebody trying on AG. How?
What in the hell?
How?
They're just trying to spam Jing off the orb, taking NB, just sends out a bandit shot through the smoke, finds Fengear. Start to remember how that anti-eco round went for AG in the first half. There were no survivors.
No one's won an anti-eco yet this match.
PRX wanting to close this one out.
Should say on the eco side of
yes.
that.
Haven't gotten that thrifty.
Yes.
Full cluster, but movement right now from PRX. They're getting their players, their pieces in position. Just fishing for any kind of straight contact he can get. And now Envy arriving out of sewers, Divide all the way through. If ever there was a time for a pivot into the vents, this would be it for AG. Seems like they still want to commit forward onto this site. Shot's going to be going wide. AU1. Good for a kill on a Forsaken, but Envy scoops up that weapon. And that Spectre absolutely destroys them. Just the Viper remaining. And this time it looks like PRX are going to seal the deal. A leg shot, but now corralled. It is a Mastercard thrifty in the hands of PRX. Stopping any possible momentum buildup.
That may be the final nail in AG's coffin. He's just trying to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Yes. It's sometimes it.
You can tell.
Just asking.
This is something that has happened many times before in scrims.
Yeah. Just asking the heavens, why me? Why me today? I've been playing so well.
What have I done wrong?
Yeah. What have I done to deserve this? Here's a shotgun for Kira. A couple sheriffs in there as well. Could go blast packing in here, so Divide has a little bit of backup from Forsaken.
Oh, something just swoops into that smoke. And he's able to catch GRQ before he can get a shot off. Trying to ride the rope down. Kira will be able to find Envy, but Jing cleans him up, gets the Spectre in hand, and just goes ahead and massacres.
Okay.
Just AU1 now.
Settle down, PRX. You know where he's at.
They don't know what those words mean.
I should know better. Why am I even saying it?
Oh no. You can't.
Just
you can't.
kill him.
You can't. You cannot.
Just
You
kill him.
cannot.
No, Divine.
This is diabolical. Oh. Okay. It's fine. He didn't knife him. The disaster is avoided.
He's lucky to die.
Yes. Survivors with 22 health.
What a read here. Jing tucking in, expecting them to try to take that space.
Oh
my God. This team sometimes.
Not much more you can do but smile about it. If you are the players, but for the coaching staff, it is a final timeout call. Trying to ensure that this isn't the last in Masters Santiago. We'll go into the Coinbase win condition. It's another full buy, a couple half armor, some regions in there as well. But no ultimates to speak of.
No, and it's going to be tough, man, because PRX has done a really nice job today of taking away the strengths of AG on this split. So you saw it on the attacker side where they're able to take a lot of heaven control on that A side, and here they're denying them mid. Again, this is a team that likes to take some space there, tries to get those pivots, tries to get those setups in the towers so they can make those dives onto the site with Kira. PRX has been a step ahead. So I think now, I don't know what you're going to do as AG. Is the answer going to be to spread the map a little bit and then try to work your way forward, or who knows? It feels like you're getting beat at every twist and turn here on split. No matter what you try, PRX has been better. You're just going to have to dig even deeper than you did on that vine.
Turn of the flash, GRQ dead. Jing able to find the one. But now forward. Just one charge away from that showstopper. Well, we're not going to see Fengear here. He's going to try to grab this up, covering fire from Forsaken, keeps him protected, and now he's got that showstopper ready to go. Smoke cycled forward, something here at the corner, the spot on the judge. Fengear dead, just cannot catch a break. Ooh. Kira, however, good timing found. Forsaken going to be caught, trying to swing back out of garage as Paint Shell goes over the top.
Oh!
As Shrimp hits one hell of a shot. Something, however, multiple pellets connecting. Gets to the enemy race. As the rocket is there, Shrimp just locked in position. As AU1 was just desperately trying to work his way towards this side of the map, but his teammates falling far too quickly. Now they know exactly where he is. No utility to speak of, just a Vandal. This would be one hell of a break of a high or low, but he cannot make it happen. The 3K for Jing. The economy in the dumps. PRX are at match point. One away from reaching the top 4 at yet another global event.
They've just been getting better and better and better as the day has gone on. Jing getting hot there, making sure to cover him so he can get that showstopper. A big part of that round right there. The ult cycling been really good on this map for PRX, obviously, but keeping AG on those weak buys. Oh, Forsaken gets out of there.
Well, you're one away from that dimensional drift as well for something.
Yep.
Just the Seekers for Shrimp. AU1, 2 charges from a pit. Something that he would love to have.
There's even a world where Envy gets his Nightfall in this round.
Something, just a bold little jump beat there. Trailblazer just getting the spot on the Divide. Refract at the ready from Fengear.
PRX.
Beware about that push out, but now AU1 trying to hold his own. Flash is able to turn that. Some damage across onto Envy. Paint Shell going to be lobbed into the corner, and Envy will collect the headshot. A player down now. Something watching the exit on stairs. Has Fengear hounded. Forsaken, however, has fallen. We go into a 3v3, but it's 2 ults available to the side of PRX. Dimensional Drift invested the Nightfall. Waiting for it, trying to assess the angle. Sends it, they see the split of the players. One to the garage, one to backside. The exit from Jing, now the swing around. Finds it, and now it is just GRQ. cannot find a damn thing. Something shuts him down. 13-4. PRX. Rocky at the start had their fans grabbing their pants, but they close it out cleanly here on Split.
Just standard PRX stuff. They make you sweat, they make you worry, but in the long run, they manage to find ways to get wins. Wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty at times, but they're able to get there.
And this is the level that something has been lacking throughout kickoff, throughout the start of this tournament. These last several series, he started to find that form that he put on display when they lifted that trophy at Toronto.
Yes.
Commiserations, though, to all gamers. A fantastic outing for them. Really turned around our expectations. It showed why they came into this as the #1 seed.
And gave hope to a region that there is still things that can happen for you this year. There is still wins to be found at the global level. So keep it up, keep trying, and come back strong again, because I think eventually China is going to find their way back to competing for trophies.
This feels like that start that we saw from EDG when they appeared at Masters Tokyo back in 2023. I want to see that continued development, that continued appearance at these global events. So to all gamers, I hope to see you at Masters London. But for PRX, it is great to see you back in the top 4 once again, as they are still contending for that second title. What a hell of a day. Some peggers across the board, but let's now send it down to the floor and hear from PRX in the Verizon post-match interview.
PRX continúa avanzando y vamos a ver qué va a estar pasando en estas próximas partidas. Davai, how are you today? I want to talk about that first map. You guys were pretty down. It was pretty difficult, but then you demonstrated that resilience you have going on as a team. I just want to know, what was talked in between maps in order to get that comeback and win the series?
I think it was a very big gamble going to Pearls today. For Corot, I think you guys can blame it on me. My PC was kinda laggy, okay?
So that's it, the fault, PC's fault?
My fault. I should have asked the ref to restart the game earlier, but it just I'm giving excuses, you know. But yeah, I'm very proud of the boys. Managed to bounce back from Corot. Like they played, AG played very well. We can and we played better towards the end. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Definitely. Y bueno, hablando un poquito también de lo que fue ese primer mapa y también el comeback que hicieron en la serie, quería saber qué se habló también entre medio de esos mapas. Dice que básicamente fue un poquito su culpa al comienzo porque el PC no estaba al 100% y él no dijo nada, pero que sí, definitivamente All Gamers estaba jugando muy bien, pero que pudieron hacer esa vuelta y finalmente fue increíble, que está muy, muy feliz. Now, talking about Pearl, you said it. You guys picked Pearl now. You had played it against NRG. You lost that first map, changed the composition, and now you decided to play it again, and it was amazing. What was needed to change in that map and towards so that you guys could win it?
I'm not sure. I think it's still kind of still in experiment mode, I would say, for our Pearl. But we thought that our Pearl is good, but kind of like unlucky towards NRG. They read us even better, and today we kind of changed something, and we just hope like, oh, maybe we're gonna win Pearl today. Yeah.
Definitely. Y bueno, hablando un poquito del Pearl, lo habían perdido, oh, that's cute, lo habían perdido contra la escuadra Energy, cambiaron la composición, ahora los vuelven a piquear. Le dije qué faltaba para cambiar para que ese mapa se pudiera ganar. Básicamente me comenta que no sabe muy bien, pero que sí, definitivamente contra Energy estaba teniendo una mejor lectura contra ellos, pero que ahora sí fueron cambiando algunas cositas en ese mapa de Pearl y aún necesita como algunos detalles arregladitos para poder tenerlo al 100%, pero definitivamente cada vez están más confiantes. Now, for my last question, you're going up against G2 one more time. They have grown throughout this tournament, but do you have any words for them before that match?
Hello, brothers. I guess we meet again. So let's just do our best and hopefully the best team win and make it fun for the crowd, I guess.
Definitely. Y bueno, básicamente la próxima partida va a ser contra G2. Le estuve preguntando si tiene algunas palabras para estos chicos. Le dice que muy buena suerte, que sea un muy, muy buen partido también para toda la audiencia que está aquí. You were talking about the audience. Do you want to send them a message now?
Sorry, come again?
Do you want to send a message to this incredible audience?
Thank you so much, guys. I only learned a few words, and one of them is Te amo. So yeah, the energy is crazy, and hopefully from tomorrow's onwards, it's gonna be even crazier. You know, like we love you guys. Thank you.
Let's see what's gonna happen. Bueno, básicamente dice que los ama y que la única palabra que ha aprendido es te amo. Así que simplemente está muy felices con todos ustedes. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Davai, thank you very much for this interview. You're free to take some pictures with the fans. And now we will be back in 2 days to see what's gonna happen in that lower grand final and the upper grand final. Thank you very much for being with us. Just wait 2 days and we will be back.
You're right about that, Valina, but before we get to that, we've managed to pluck something out of the mix. Congratulations, something, another top 4 at a global event. Yep. How you feeling?
Feeling great to win like that, you know. And another top 4, another lower bracket run, and hopefully in 2 days we will show our best. Yeah.
All gamers were speaking about that you have been pracking a little bit, and probably that's the reason why they chose that Karo. Do you want to take us back to what was happening in that first map?
I mean, I feel like for myself, I start a bit low in terms of like energy. Then on the second and third map, yeah, I'm bounced back as an individual player, and then I help my team a lot in second and third map.
Now, obviously you talk about your energy coming back individually in the server. I would also say outside of the game, you get on your feet, there's a lot of trash talking going on. You and Shrimp are eyeing each other off across the stage. Feels like more animated than we usually see from you. What's that about? How you been feeling today, and why you've been wanting to get on your feet and let him know?
So basically on Koros, he started pointing at me every single round, as you can see, for example, on the clip, like why, I don't know, at this moment I just don't understand why me, you know, why he pointed at me. I do nothing, you know, for a sure.
In my opinion, if I was playing against you something, I would try to get on your head, because I'd be very, very scared to go up against you.
So basically, like, I took it as a challenge. I also took it as a person. Like, he just like keep pointing at me for no reason. Then, as you can see on the match, I still doing that like every single round. Yeah.
I mean, you played insane. Does it help you that there's that kind of back and forth on the stage? Because for some players, it kind of takes them out of the game. It takes them away from their focus. But it seems like you only locked in even more while you were standing up and pointing at him.
I mean, basically, anger helped me at some point, because like I get the challenge, you know, the guy just keep pointing at me. I wanna give him some lesson, you know, don't do that again, I guess. And yeah, that's it.
We've been seeing, you know, from the beginning of the year, this is kind of a meta that favors you guys a lot. But there's been up and downs this tournament. What do you make of the competition so far? How do you think the rest of the world is evening out to playing a little bit more towards your style?
I mean, it's just like Valorant overall just keep pushing us to play more aggressively in terms of like, because there is no info basically. I mean, yes, you have a scan, you have some dogs and stuff, but it's not enough. So basically, like, it's kind of our meta, but at the same time, we need to also adjust to other people, because they are playing like us, you know, we're not used to it sometimes. So yeah.
You've been changing up your comps on a lot of these maps quite a lot. Is that part of the same idea, that you're trying to adapt to your opponents a little bit?
Yeah, sometimes it's just like we want to try something new, and as you can see on Bind, we played our 2024 comp. Gecko and Harbor. That was
Did you
fun.
miss the Gecko?
Kinda, yes. I mean, it's fun agent to play. You know, I get like 5 kills with the mollies last game. It was definitely fun. And yeah, and answering your question, yeah, we want to try something new and see what's gonna happen, you know.
Now, we have a bracket here. I mean, let's have a look at your next opponent. You guys are being pitted up against G2 here, of course, again, to make your way through lowers. What's your first impression of them?
Oh,
second.
Yes. Yes.
The game gonna be a bit spicy, you know.
Okay.
Yes. You do definitely wanna beat us, and we definitely gonna play at our best, as you can see. We are at the lower bracket, as you guys mentioned. So it's might be our last game, you know. So we need to take it like seriously, 100%, I will say.
Yeah, you see also that, speaking about changing comms, we've seen G2 making some adaptation and also playing into that meta. What do you think will be the key to winning against them, to continue that train in the lower bracket?
I guess I'll say, in general, keep the same mindset as we did versus other teams, and as we did versus G2 every single time we play versus them, just like, and more like adjust to them, because every single game we played versus them since like 2024, it's always something new from
different.
them. Yeah, something different, you know. So just like you need to adjust on the day itself, and yeah.
You guys are so interesting. Both teams are really willing to reinvent themselves or make those changes to their comps in order to get ahead. So that promises to be a fun game.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, definitely. Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's been great to have you here, of course, and folks, great to have you here with us. We're taking a break for 2 days, but we'll be back March 13th when Nongshim Red Force takes on NRG, followed by G2 versus PRX something. Great to have you with us, man. Good luck, of course, later on this week. For now, we're down to our final 4 teams who will take home the Masters Santiago trophy. The action continues Friday, so see you then. Strap on those bloody life jackets because it's sink or swim here at Masters Santiago. It's a clash of regions, a clash of generations. G2 versus BBL starts right now.
And look at Jorgamo. If he gets this right, and he absolutely does, through G2 are on the money today, and Leaf is landing shots. This is a different caliber.
Nice!
Let's go.
What the f are we doing?
Look at me! Look at me! Look at I see you!
And G2 better than BBL?
Yeah, for sure. GT's way better than BBL.
At least a bit of safety with Larok, who's taking a bit of damage, but Baby, oh! Brutality from G2!
Yo, Larok, hit a shot!
Next pop towards this, Baby. I mean, that's utility in hand. That's a bit of a miss on that one. And Loiter just turrets them down. It is a shutout. Room to try and hold on, but with Trent in this level of form, connection not good enough, and Trent is out for blood. 4 big kills. G2 making it up to 12. As Larok desperate to hold on, desperate to dig deeper, to do whatever it takes to stay alive. 6 bullets, Baby, the one to break them down to pieces. G2 sentenced BBL to silence in Santiago.
This is all gamers. This is their last chance with the whole region's hopes on their shoulders. And PRX, who don't care for narratives, they don't care for fairy tales, they don't care for happy endings. They're here to hold W and click heads. Let's bring them onto the stage.
Have to start pushing, and GRQ manages to find 2. The spike still down to the floor. Chang frantically trying to recover, but AU1 finds the kill, the plant. I think it's too late now, it absolutely is. Shrimp cleans up the remainders. He tells them to sit the hell down. Sit the down. Gets himself tucked. And Shrimp hits it again. Gives him a wave goodbye. Before falling to Fengir's hands. Single repeat, Kira now eliminated. 2 players left alive, now just the 1. Fengir trying to make a go of it, but he cannot. PaperX find the bonus conversion. He's not buying it. Waiting for his timing, sees him on it, and the defuse is just gonna be held. Oh, the round just barely getting away from PaperX. Drops down to the cubby. The C's at the ready, Envy getting the catch, getting the spray down, and getting the finisher as well. Oh no, you can't,
Just kill him.
you can't, you cannot, you cannot!
No, Divine!
This is diabolical! The exit from Chang, now the swing around, finds it, and now it is just GRQ. Cannot find a damn thing! Something shuts him down! 13-4, PaperX! Rocky at the start, had their fans, crapping their pants!